Object status.
I've got that lightning inside me, son of a god. I'm like a titan that's rising, no, just you watch. I'm stepping into fate, there is no time to waste. I've got that lightning inside me, this is how legends are made. Are made. I'm cranking up on the throttle, victory is mine. Show you the harder the battle, harder I fight. I've come too far to quit. Step back, I'm going in. I'm cranking up on the throttle. This is how legends are made.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, worshippers of all ages, it's that time again. It's that time again. I missed weekend 1, which was very sad, but here we are back for King of the Sea 17 for weekend 2, days 3 and 4 with my good buddy Lord Zath. How's it going, my man?
Hey, it's going. I'm still awake despite sleeping for 4 hours last night and being up since 6 a.m.
I gotta say, you know, we've talked about this before, right? You and I have both, you've actually at this point, I think, worked more European scheduled tournaments than I have, but that is brutal. To cast stuff from this side of the Atlantic on their schedule, it really messes with your weekend. I don't know how you do it.
I mean, it's not that big of a deal. Actually, my wife said she likes it because then that forces her to get up on a Saturday and Sunday because I get up early and then she's already kind of waking up. So she actually kind of appreciates that, which works out really well. What she doesn't appreciate is that later tonight, after I'm done streaming, we'll go have dinner. And then I'm going to come back up here and start cutting up the streams and everything like that and getting all that stuff done for the next 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah.
So that's the only part really she's not too keen on.
Well, that's the trick, right? With these tournament days, you know, just like anything else, our work begins before we go on camera and ends long after the stream is over.
Oh yes.
And that's just the nature of the beast. But man, you and I have been doing this for a very long time, and I've been looking forward to this. This is now going to be a once-a-year thing, actual proper King of the Sea. Other events, other tournaments to cast, yes, but there's nothing quite like the real thing, like the original.
You got it. And that's one thing that we've been waiting for so long to get to this moment, right? It was announced back in
like February, I think, wasn't it? Yeah,
March,
like beginning of the year,
around there.
Mm-hmm.
Just FYI, LOL, no COTS this April. We're gonna put something else instead.
Yeah.
And okay, well, that's fine. They did fine. It worked out okay, but this is COTS. You know what I mean? Like this is special. This is something. So to be able to finally see, okay, now we're going into the regional tournaments and see how things go for EU, how things go for NA. And then 2 months from now ish, we have the internationals where everybody meets and you know, we'll see where the chips fall.
I'm gonna be really curious to see how a lot of this shakes out. You know, this is the first year we've done it this way, right? So, you know, having done, you know, Warship Masters and various seasons of clan battles, now we're here. And then we're going into internationals in November. Like in my mind, hopefully there needs to be some kind of good, like, you know, at the end of the year, like after internationals is over, right? And Wargaming is typically pretty good about this. Like the organizers are typically pretty good about this. But like, okay, guys, this was our first year of the new thing, the new format. What worked? What didn't? What needs improving? You know, we historically did that after every King of the Sea, and things iteratively would usually change little bits, little things here and there. But this is this is, you know, this year has been a shake-up to the organization of this tournament, which has been running for 8 years now. 8 years, I think, and this is the first year that there's been like a real change in how we do things, and so definitely going to have to be some. How do I want to put this? Self reflection. There we go. At the end of the year, let's say it that way. Well, listen,
Yeah,
Zap.
they definitely need to do a post-mortem on everything. You got
Absolutely. Well, listen, we've got a whole day of tournament games to cast. You're several days up on me. Talk to me about the NA bracket up to this point. One of the biggest changes that I've noted. Okay, there's two things that I want to talk about in a little bit of time we've got. We've got about 7-8 minutes. We probably won't hit it all.
Yep.
One is some of these maps have radically different spawns. And this has been a kind of a thing that we've been seeing over the course of the event. Wargaming will come in, the tournament organizers will come in, and they'll play with the capture zones on these maps and reconfigure things specific for the event. So let's talk about that real briefly. The other thing is ship bans. We're now to a point where we're using more ship bans than ever before. I understand why that is, and we'll talk more about that. But I want to know, I want your thoughts on the impact that has or hasn't had on the team lineups you've seen. So pick one of those topics and go.
Sure. Do all these things, and then no problem.
Not putting you on the spot at all.
Well, we can start with the map pool.
Okay.
The map pool, there's some favorites that are on there, some less than favorites in my opinion that are on there. But the big change-ups is with the maps, with the caps, I should say, on them. So Trap, you mentioned. Trap is wild because you got that giant quarter circle.
What is that thing in the corner? Look at that thing.
Yeah. So historically on this map, when they had the caps closer, tighter, like what you find today in ranked, for example, most of the time you might see one ship kind of go and screw around over there. But then teams are starting to change that up. What we found on the first day was that a lot of teams only put one, maybe two ships over there. And then all the rest of them went up to C and D because there's two caps up there.
That's where all the points are.
Better than one.
That's where all the points
exactly
are.
Right. So we kept seeing, we saw a lot of ships going up that way. And then it was funny, day 2, it's like a school of fish. They're like, you know what? Why don't we try going A? They won't think of that. And so all these teams started trying to blow through A. And it's been wild to see how these teams are reacting to this stuff. We've seen some very bold plays, so I'm excited about that one. The other one that's been a real surprise to me, actually there's two other ones. The second one that's been a real surprise to me is Sleeping Giant.
Okay.
Sleeping Giant has been so crazy because not only did they change the cap configuration, but they also changed the spawn.
The spawn, that goofball spawn on Sleeping Giant looks so weird.
You and I, we need to speed up when we talk through builds at the start of these games because by the time I finished my team and went to Puddin', there was already action.
Yeah. Okay. Good tip.
Damn. So that's fun. And then Hotspot, for similar reasons to Sleeping Giant, has also been just a thing of glory.
The one of these that caught my eye, and I want your opinion on it, is North. Right? For so many years, the 9-10 line of North has been a thing. But it hasn't been a thing for capture points. It's been a thing for area control. Once you quote unquote own that flank of the map, it opens up other avenues for you to push forward. But now there's a capture zone on the 9-10 line. And
it further incentivizes it.
Exactly. When I saw that, my brain went like, oh my God, I thought we'd seen some crazy 9-10 line action on North before. But it's gonna pale in comparison to what I'm expecting to see out of that map now.
Raptor, do you remember the good old days when North, that was just one gigantic island and there was no canal between
I remember. How well I remember.
Oh my God. You take a Colorado over there and you're gone for the next 8 minutes of the battle.
I
done.
know.
If there's nothing over there, that's it. You're done.
Yeah, you're done. Nothing to shoot at, nothing to do. Yeah, so the map pool is going to be interesting. Now, briefly, we've got at least 3 minutes here. Talk to me about ship bans. One of the things over the years, as the ship pool at Tier 10 has grown, the effect, in my opinion, the effectiveness of the ban list has kind of lost some of its use, right? Because if I'll just use an example. Oh, they banned gearing. I'll grab a smoke Harugamo and basically get the same thing, right? Or they banned Harugamo. No big deal. I'll go grab a smoke Yu Yang or a smoke gearing and get the same thing. So now you and I are going to be casting games today with 8 banned ships on each, like 4 bans on each team. We've never seen this before. How has that been, like, up to this point we've had an increasing number, but has that been making an impact, in your opinion, on the team lineups you've been seeing?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
We're seeing teams that are starting to say, hey, wait a minute, if we ban this and this and this ship, we don't have to deal with any smoke snail shenanigan BS, for example.
Yeah.
So that's one of the really nice things that they're able to change up, frankly. We've been saying to them for so long, you got to do something to fix all of these ships. There's so many, like you said, alternatives instead. So why not ban more than just one ship? Because originally it was just one, and there were some sides of the regions that said, no, we don't like bans at all.
Yeah.
And then they tried to do a hybrid, right? Remember, there was like, this ship is banned, this ship you can only bring one of.
Yes.
You can only bring 2 of this group of ships, and it was like, you had to turn into like a lawyer and like literally connect all the dots and strings, kind of like the Theseus event right now, and try to figure out, do I have a proper lineup? So they said, let's just make it easier on everybody and allow for 4 ships, up to 4 ships to be banned. Last weekend, it was 2 ships per team, and then I think 3 ships per team on Sunday. And today it's 4 ships per team, as you said.
Today it's 4 ships per team. Now, and briefly, I'm going to bring up the ban list for the match that we're about to go into, Epoxy and our boys at Buenos Noches, because I thought this was really interesting. Epoxy coming in and banning all of the really, really heavy-duty smoke destroyers. We've never even seen, I don't think we've ever even seen a Forrest Sherman played in King of the Sea, much less banned, and yet there it is. So when you look at the Epoxy... Maybe?
I think I saw one last weekend. Go ahead, sorry.
I was going to say, so when you look at the Epoxy ban list for the match we're about to go into, it's very clear their focus is on, we want to reduce the amount of smoke cover that you can provide for your ships, whatever that is, right? Whether it's cruisers, whatever, we want to chop that down as low as possible. And they've done that in 4 bans. You know, Harugamo, Gearing, Yang, and Sherman pretty much cuts things out, because I think Summers is on the naughty list because it's not available. Yes. Super ships aren't allowed, so that takes out Humphreys and whatever the Pan-Asian one is. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Kunming.
There you go, Kunming. So it's like, if you want smoke destroyers, you're going to be scratching around for, like, you know, Z52 or Z42 and that kind of stuff.
Yep, yeah, you're absolutely right. So it's nice to see the system working. The one area that it's kind of somewhat backfired on teams that we've run into last weekend, not only did they change up the rules for bans, but they also changed up the rule for time for matches. So, for example, right now is our set game time. There are currently 2 people missing from Buenos Noches. Buenos Noches has 5 minutes to get those 2 other players in here, or they play with bots or forfeit automatically.
Woof.
That's it. There's 5 minutes between games, not 10 anymore. 5. If there's a restart or whatever called, 5 minutes. So imagine you've got a game. You play, and then you're like, okay, this is what we're going to do on this map. Oh, crap, we can't do it because this ship was banned. But wait a minute, we banned that ship. We can't play that ship either. And we've seen a lot of players scrambling on these teams, trying to ready up something in anything. And so we've seen a lot of build mistakes. We've seen a couple of people forget to bring captain skills or put upgrades on ships or something, because legitimately there's just no time. And we've seen teams get disqualified for being 1 second too late for start time, because of the 5-minute rule.
Wow.
So when you combine the bans and the time, it's really hard for a lot of these teams to adapt, because historically, and you know this from when we did Supremacy, you typically had 2 strategies, one dominant and one alternate strategy on each map. You can't really do that anymore with all the different ship bans. So you're really forced to start punting in some cases, and we've seen a lot of punting.
Yeah, at some point, you're going to have to tell me the epic story of the bot Petros from last weekend, because I definitely want to hear that story. I totally want to hear that story.
One of the wildest games. One bot Petro yeeted himself and died very gloriously. The other one said, I'm going to save the reputation of all bots out there. I'm doing this for the little guy, and stayed alive the entire duration of the game.
That's wild.
I believe.
That's wild.
And the team with those 2 bots pulled off the win.
Now,
couldn't believe it.
To go back and talk briefly about the timing rules, right? Like, for years, we've had officially 10 minutes in between games. Most teams, this hasn't been a problem. But in the last couple events, the iterations of the event, there have been some issues with teams taking too long, and the rules have been, how would you say inconsistently enforced, right? Some refs, it felt like, were super hardcore on it, and some weren't. And so I assume what I believe we're seeing is an effort by the staff and the organizers to be like, okay, guys, we're going to start enforcing. We have to be consistent on this. We're going to cut the time down, and we're going to be hard-nosed jerks about it. Because if we don't, it's never going to get better.
Raptor, you're a hardcore baseball fan, especially Astros. I mean, how many times have you yelled at refs for making a bad call?
Last night, probably.
you see what I'm, that's a part of the experience, quite frankly. But you're right. The refs, adjudicators, and all of them are trying to tighten everything up. And I gotta say, I appreciate that they're doing it. We had some drama today with EU, and I ultimately said, hey guys, the refs have decided, and that's it. You can complain all you want. The decision's been made. You got a game to play. Yeah. That's it. Go. Do your thing.
Exactly. Exactly.
So, and then you wanted to talk about the bracket a little bit, huh?
We may not have time, although, I mean, BN is still struggling to get people in here, which I'm a little surprised at. There's one more. There's still one player short, and they've only got about 2 minutes left. I mean, Epoxy's been here for a while, ready to go, so we'll have to see.
Yes, and now Buenos Noches was, if I remember right, did they play last week or are they seeded? I can't remember off the top of my head. I have to go back and double check.
Don't know. Yeah, I'd have to go back and pick. Okay,
they did play.
Okay.
Yeah, they came in second place in Group 1.
Okay, they're plugging in a bot. They're plugging in a bot.
Okay, well,
they seem to be one player short for this particular game.
Interesting.
A little surprising to see that at this stage of the event, but well, we are where we are.
Hey, last weekend my first scheduled match ended up being a forfeit, so Put and I sat around and chatted for 45 extra minutes. So I appreciate that they are just bringing up a bot instead of saying, "Oh, there's a forfeit. There's nothing for us to talk about."
Yep. I'm gonna go and run a quick ad roll to get that done before the game drops.
Good idea. Good idea.
Because that's 2 minutes in the past, or 5 minutes in the past for these guys. So that way we don't have to worry about it interrupting the game.
Absolutely.
Yep. Speaking of, there goes the game. So, all right, we'll be headed into game 1 shortly. Looking forward to this.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Oh yeah, I need a Kool-Aid Man sound. Oh yeah.
Smash.
Exactly.
All right, here we go.
All right.
See you on the other side.
Indeed. All right, Zath, why don't you take us in? Oh, yeah, I've got to turn a bunch of stuff on because this is my first game on the press account. Give me just a moment, please. All right, so I have to turn on, it's in the HUD. I have to turn on full, and I think that covers it.
Yep.
Yeah, that does it. That does it. All right, Zath, here we go. Talk to me about the BN lineup here as we spawn into game 1.
Yep, best of 3. Here we go. This is Buenos Noches bringing with them a Ragnar with Jersey Mike in the buffed Adrenaline Rush and Cled Bear. Now, interestingly enough, Ban CV Sub is not using Honore or Abanu. I'm surprised to see that. We got a Cerberus, Bot Des Moines with the COTS Ready build because it's bot. We got another Marseille that's using Honore for Adrenaline Rush. Des Moines with Unique Upgrade, Moskva with Unique Upgrade, and Buff Consumable Specialist, that's Zemensky. Christopher Colombo with Unique Upgrade, and finally Kremlin to round them out. Interesting choice, Des Moines bot.
Yeah, I was curious about that as well. I was wondering if maybe we would see something that might be a little more, considered a little more survivable. But here we are. All right.
Usually you see Marseille's chosen.
Yeah, which makes a little more sense. All right, from the south spawn in the red, let's have a quick look over things. We've got the Epoxy lineup. And I'm realizing now I needed to be using the other flip. There we go. We got Vampire Deuce, a double Vamp Deuce in Petropavlovsk Vampire. That's going to mess me up. I think they do that to troll us personally. So I got double Vamp Deuce headed over here towards C and B. That's Petro and Connor. Are they identical builds? No, but very similar.
No.
Deadeye's Henri Quatrim with, wait a minute, is he running? He's running Outnumbered.
Outnumbered.
That's
You got
an
it.
interesting choice. All right. Wolfman's Reggiano Deloria, which is a ship I don't think I've ever seen in King of the Sea. It's a fun ship, but it's not what I expected to see up here.
It's had a lot of use so far this season.
Hanging out mid, we've got Shrimp Dance's Moskva. Looks like he's going to go camp up with his radar up here by the D cap, running unique upgrade. Headed towards the 910 line, Hook Line's Marceau, sporting Dazzle in a fairly typical build. Backed up by Mega Zhao's Howden Liu and Bustling Fungus's Howden Liu. Both of them, I think, running the fancy new unique upgrade to buff Howden Liu's airstrikes. Behind all of them, Moose on the Loose's Kremlin. I love that. I love his name. I love his name.
Yep.
Now, Epoxy's taken a very heavy, well, both teams a very heavy deployment to the DE line, to the DE cap side.
You got it. And Epoxy, now both Hot and Lose, they do have the special Dutch commander that gives a buff to that tier 2, can't remember the exact name of the skill, the 2-pointer.
Focus fire training.
Thank you. That helps get the airstrikes back, and of course that synergizes really well with the unique upgrade.
Ooh, wow. The bot Des Moines taking a bit of a risk there early, and the Kremlin not able to punish him for it. A little surprising there.
Yep, you just spam get back on the Des Moines, right?
Yeah.
Get back.
Moose taking some punishment in return of for his own position.
Now, I don't know if you know Petropavlovsk. Do you know who that actually is?
I do not.
That is your SAT score, our good friend.
Ah, excellent. Okay. I do know who that is when you give me the actual name.
Yes. Yes.
It's going to be Shrimp Dance's Moskva that makes the first cap of the game, picking up D here. You know, Zach, with 5 caps, I have to wonder, have they changed how quickly these caps tick up or something? Otherwise, this could be a really fast game.
I don't believe that they have. I certainly haven't noticed it, but I think it's more of a function of because the map is so more spread out with the cap layouts. It's more common that you're going to have teams capping individual caps by themselves, walking in. Oh, I'll take this cap, thanks.
Yeah. Bot Des Moines managing to sneak away, barely alive back there. Yep, exactly. He's barely alive back there, but still hanging in. Epoxy with the early cap advantage. 3 caps to 1 as they're working on capping C here. To wonder what Dark One's going to do. How is this engagement going to play out? Because SAT score, as you say, Petro here is quite alone. There comes the radar.
Yes. Yes, and he knows Dark One's over here, so you got these single fire torps he's trying to bait out Dark One right now. Trying to get him to move forward. He's not taking the bait though.
No, he's got his Hydra up.
Hydra going.
Yeah, you can see him coming.
But there's nothing to stop him from walking into the sea cap now.
It feels, Zath, as I look at the map, like BN's deployment is kind of not what I would choose, right? Like it just feels like who got smacked? Oh, the Cerberus. Who?
The Yordi over on the other side on the 10 line, the Marseille.
Oh.
That was like six Howloo airstrikes at once.
Oh, all at once. He just took them all, huh? Yeah.
Yeah.
It feels like BN has already given up on the 9-10 line, but also doesn't feel like they're really in a position to push or make a real impact anywhere else, and they're outnumbered on the 1-2 line.
They are indeed. But of course they took the OP new ship Cerberus with them.
Yeah. I feel like it's going to come down. For me, this match is going to be a very, very critical about what Kelvin's Columbo does. It looks like they may just drive him directly into C.
At a certain point, you got to just go for it. And I think Buenos Noches is feeling that pressure to do just that. On the other end of it, you got Nab LV and the Ragnar. He wants to radar Connor Gaming's Vampire Deuce, but he doesn't have radar available.
Nope.
So he's just kind of sitting there, hoping a Cerberus can help him out. And we might see some crazy stuff happening here at the decap as Deli Moon Kaboom, love that name, moving up into at least a stop point gain, but... there goes the bot.
Yeah, they are going to claim the bot here. They had moved Kaboom up into the cap to hold the points back, but then the Howden Liu bombs began to fall. He's going to take a pretty not a catastrophic hit there, but certainly a solid one. Bustling Fungus landing some good bombs there as he's going to probably... I assume they're going to space these out pretty well to try and get him to burn that DCP because of... Moskva doesn't burn like Stalingrad does she?
Yes, she does.
She does. So she
no,
has
no,
that...
you're right. No, you're right. She
I didn't
does
think
have
so.
the extra burn time.
Yeah, she's a traditional
Stalingrad
cruiser
has
in
the
that
extra burn
regard.
time.
Yeah, Stalingrad has the extra burn time, but Moskva is treated like a traditional cruiser.
Yep.
So just as predicted, here comes another bomb run.
Yep, and we've seen a lot of players last weekend mess that up and just go all of them. And look at that,
and look,
three
triple
fires
fire.
now.
Triple fire, no DCP available for a full minute.
He's got 60 seconds or 20.
That's what I said. Oh, I'm looking at the
DCP,
heal.
you mean heal.
I apologize.
Yep,
I looked at the wrong thing.
Now you're good. Now it's 4 fires. Hey, Toasty.
Well, Bean does finally make a play moving up to grab C, but not before they fall over 300 points behind here in game 1.
Yep, it's kind of hard to say I'm going to bring a bot to the playoffs.
Yeah.
But hey, they gave it a shot. Appreciate them for doing that.
Well,
giving us something to look at and talk about.
It's either that or forfeit the game. You might as well put the bot out there and try, right? Like, you never know.
It also gives you more time to bring somebody else up, assuming you can get them logged in and whatever else.
Captain Kelvin's Colombo now pushing directly down the 6 line through the gap here. What I'm curious about is what's the goal? Are we trying to dislodge the Moskva, or are we trying to dislodge one of the Howden Lius? What are we? What's the focus target here? Is my question.
And it looks to me like he's trying to do something about the Moskva.
He can't see Bustling Fungus right now. He has no vision over there. Both BN battleships pushing here as they're continuing to fall behind down a cap.
Yeah, he's looking right at Shrimp Dance's Moskva. Here comes.
Oh,
nice
big
hit,
SAP.
Very solid.
Big SAP right through the stern. Good AP, good Moskva AP going in on the Kremlin as well.
Now look at this Ban CV subs
Oh,
clip there.
I love
I don't
this.
like. It's fun to look at, but he's going to lose a good amount of hit points for doing this.
Well, I was going to say,
I mean,
is he? He is, but the only reason he is because Shrimp Dance knows he's there, right?
Yeah.
He's going to take at least 1, 2. There we go. All right, so they get the Moskva off the board. Right at the same time, they do finally lose Yordi's Marseille over here on the 10 line.
Yeah, he gets Dutch ovened. Captain Kelvin's Colombo takes looks like a torpedo or 2 for his troubles. Forces the DCP out.
Now Chris's Kremlin is quite alone, possibly in a 4-on-1 over here on the 9 line with the Marceau, both Howden Lius and the Kremlin looking for him. He pretty much has to sit here and take it to try to hold these points back.
Absolutely. So there's one drop there. DCP. Now I'm willing to bet we're going to see like 5 airstrikes or something ridiculous come up here.
If he burned the DCP, it has to be coming soon. There goes the AP into the bow. Solid hit, not as big as they need. They need to get one of these Lius off the board as quick as they can before Chris burns to death.
And you got Ban CV there trying to make something happen.
They're going to get Megazal here in a moment. There he goes. Catches them up on kills, buys them some time, a little over 2 minutes now. Chris putting some AP out on the Marceau for a solid hit.
Very good hit.
They do bag
And
the
there
Colombo.
goes Kelvin's Colombo.
Yep, middle of the board. They had to trade the health for the board position, not able to pull the Colombo out or make other meaningful gains there with him.
Chris trying to move forward now, get out of the line of fire.
Well, he steps
Possibly
onto
out of torpedoes.
he steps onto the E cap. He's going to have to drive out of it.
Yeah.
If he slows down, he's going to take one of these torpedoes. I think he's going to take one anyway at this point. I don't think it can be stopped. Ooh, he's going to swing his stern.
Okay.
He's going to make it.
Yep, he's fine.
60 seconds
The
from an
bigger issue
epoxy win here in game 1. Go.
Is just that. They've left the E cap. They can't do anything about that anymore. Chris is quite toasty. Here comes the next Dutch oven. Ban CV sub going for another YOLO charge.
Going for another YOLO charge. He's going to get it. Yes, he is.
Yes.
He's 100. It was the second rack that did it. But now, because he hasn't fired his guns, he's invisible again. The Marceau
Fantastic execution.
had to back too far off. They're going to lose Chris. Can they take Moose with him? They need this trade. They're not going to get it.
Nope.
Still.
Moose has his DCP on.
Yep. 90 seconds now. We're still 90 seconds from an epoxy win. Buenos Noches only down one ship, but they've pushed very hard. They are going to control E shortly. But
Actually, wait, they got a Ragnar about to step onto the A cap or the B cap. I mean,
he's out of radar, so he will not be able to spot Connor. There we go. Now, but he's going to have to sit in this cap if he wants to stop these points gains, and that's going to be bad.
Yeah,
because he's inside
stays dark.
He's inside the Vampire's Hydro range. They're going to pick up the kill on Deadeye, I think, Sath.
Oh, if they do, that's going to be huge for them.
They've stopped all epoxy points gains here.
Yes.
One fire on Deadeye. More shells coming in. There it is. 55 seconds now from a BN win. They're going to lose the Ragnar. There he goes. But it's enough.
Look at the timers.
Look at the timers. It's enough now. If they can hold these 4 caps, they're going to win about 20 seconds ahead. Nope, there's somebody in C. There's the Vampire Deuce. I knew they couldn't cover everything. Yep. SAT can read a map. He knew this was coming. He knew they were going to have to get on a cap, and so he took care of it. Man, this is going to end up being a tight game.
It's been a lot tighter than you'd expect, considering there's a bot on Buenos Noches' team. Dark one, though.
BN's made a hell of a game out of this, but I think in the end, they're going to come up just shy, Zath.
Yep. As soon as Loria finishes reloading, that's probably going to be end of it for Dark One.
Yeah, I don't think he's... I think the SAP is going to just punch him out right in the nose, and it does.
Ta-da!
And there we go. A hell of a late comeback from BN, but it's just not quite enough to get the game get the deal done.
Yep. Wolfman with a really good play. He had a really awesome play last week as well that saved the game for Epoxy and got them to this point in the tournament today.
Well, I got to say kudos to BN, right? For being down a player, and they made a hell of a showing out of that. So, man. Woo!
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
All right. So if I pushed did I push all the buttons right? I think I pushed all the buttons right. So if I did, and I come back to here.
Pretty sure I pushed mine all right.
Pretty sure I pushed all of mine right. So if I come back to here, there we go. All right. It is correct. Excellent. So Epoxy up a game here. Yeah. I got to say, I really hope BN is able to get another player, because that felt like if they'd had their 9th, that game could have gone either way. I really do feel that way.
Well, Buenos Noches has exactly 5 minutes.
Yes.
To get that other player.
Yeah, they've
not here yet.
They've had time while they've been playing to be like, hey, let's go. Where is? We got to find somebody. Let's find. Where's our roster? You know.
Which is really unusual and unexpected, in my opinion. I mean, it's the same start time that they had last week, and this is a team. These guys know what they're doing. They've played competitive CODs for years. I just find it interesting.
All right, let's run an ad. No, I have to wait.
Oh yeah, good idea.
I have to wait. I have to have my little timer button. Hold on a minute. Somewhere. Okay. I took my timer out. I took my timed ad button out of here. I got to wait until it catches up on stream. I'll do it over there. Anyways, okay.
All the fun things you all at home don't have to worry about.
I know, right? Well, we'll see if they're able to find another player. I really hope that they are.
The same. I mean, we want to see competitive games, and I mean that was competitive despite having a bot, which I thought was insane. But yeah, we want to see games that are good, good fights. And when we were looking at this last night, right? Yeah, it was last night. Yes.
Yeah.
We were looking at it. We're like, hey, you know what? Let's do Epoxy Buenos Noches. We haven't seen Buenos Noches yet, and Epoxy, of course, people know Epoxy, so let's do it.
There we go. BN has 9 active players now. There we go.
Ta-da! Okay, now they just have to win 2.
Yep. Just gonna
like, you see what we did with a bot. Now watch us with an
now
actual human player.
fear the firepower of our fully armed and operational WoW's team.
That's right. That's right. That's great, though. I'm glad to see they got their person in.
Yep. Same.
So yeah. And for those of you guys watching over on NA, remember there are drops today. We didn't get a chance to discuss that, so I just wanted to briefly touch on that. Watch for an hour and a half, 90 minutes, and you'll get a mission for a green King of the Sea camo. That's why I'm wearing green today. Tomorrow, you'll get a choice for. Thank you for a red King of the Sea camo. Now, if you haven't gotten your drop yet, now's a great chance for you to double check that you are getting progress towards your drop if you haven't already done so. Take a look at the top right of your screen, click on your icon, your avatar, whatever your name, and then check and make sure that says you're getting progress for drops on either one of our channels. If it says that, you're good. If it doesn't, something ain't right. The easiest thing to do that I tell people is, Raptor, are you streaming on YouTube right now?
I am. I am doing both as usual.
Okay. So Raptor and I are both casting this on YouTube as well as Twitch. So what you can do is find our cast on YouTube. It's also a great way to dodge ads anyway in case it happens, because we all make mistakes. So pick up our streams on YouTube. Kill all your Twitch windows. That's important. Kill all of them. Okay? And and set a timer for 5 minutes. After about 5 minutes, bring up whichever of our Twitch channels you're on, and it should show on the top right that you're getting progress now, special mission, whatever. Okay? Wait 15, double check and make sure it at least says 1%. If it does all that, relax. You've done the thing, you've done what you need to do other than just to sit for an hour and a half. Okay? Can you tell I've done this a bit?
You have been, yeah, that's a very practiced, well executed overview, Zaf. I can tell you've been giving that speech over the course of the week, over the course of both. Well, actually, there weren't drops last weekend on NA. Were there on EU?
No, there were
So no
none.
drops at all last weekend. So this is the first weekend we've had drops at all.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh no.
Well, I think they had somebody who's got to go make a change. It's all right.
Right, but the problem is game time. And what did I say before about enforcing the rules? They've been told it's time to play, and they just drop somebody out. They're asking for 1 minute.
Yeah.
Raptor, this might be a forfeit. If so, we are going to want to search.
Yep. Well, let's have a peek.
Be ready.
Yeah. Yeah. That guy had never readied up, so I got the impression he was having some kind of training room problems or whatever. There we go. He's back now. And yeah, 9 on 9. We're good. Everybody's here. And they're all ready.
Okay. Good.
Hashtag seems okay. And we're dropping. Outstanding.
Good. Okay. Excellent. SAT is playing, yes, under the name Petropavlovsk. I have no idea why. Petropavlovsk was his EU alt, but anyway, let's get into the game.
All right. Let's go scope this out.
Boop. There we go.
All right, here we go. Do I have the teams in the right colors? I do. Excellent. All right.
Yay.
Let's take a quick look over New Land of Fire. What an interesting cap configuration. Okay. All right. Let's talk about the Epoxy lineup here as we spawn into Game 2. In the green, Epoxy fielding a 4 destroyer lineup. We're looking at Dalek's Gdansk. It looks like a very similar build to Petro's Gdansk. Petro running Dazzle, whereas Dalek has opted for Superintendent, so an extra charge of that radar. And then we've got Daring in Connor's Daring and Hook Lines Z42. Backed up, indeed, backed up triple cruiser. I've got Shrimp's Salem here. Top grade gunner. Busling's Venezia, also running top grade gunner. And then I'm missing one. There we go. Deadeye's Moskva. Yep, Deadeye's Moskva not running legendary here. 2 battleships, of course. Moose's Kremlin, sticking with that from last game. Wolfman now in HMS Incomparable, Zath, a ship that we occasionally see in the event, but certainly not one of its most popular. What do you got for Buenos Noches?
It's the first time I've seen Incomparable this entire tournament so far.
All right. Well, talk to me about Buenos Noches. Who we got?
All right, Buenos Noches has Nav LV making quick speed to the A cap along with Ban CV subs Marceau. They're both kind of your standard layout. Worth noting, neither of them are taking special unique captains. Abanu would help with survivability expert, whereas Honore would help with adrenaline rush. They would be very helpful for either one. Backed up by Lego Mr. Panda's St. Vincent and Yordi's Moscow with unique upgrade. In front of them is Dark One in a Marseille, making his way up to looks like possibly the safe island between A and B, safe with the quotation marks around it. Captain Kelvin in a Ragnar moving up. This is, once again, not using a special captain. He could put Jersey Mike for a boosted adrenaline rush. You never know when those little bits can help you make a difference. Heading the other direction towards the decap, we have Delhi Moon Kaboom, once again, in the Moscow with the unique upgrade, looking at the lineup and saying, thank God there are no more of those pesky planes to deal with. Behind him is Chris 16 in the Colombo with unique upgrade, and finally we have Phantom Darks in San Martin.
I really have.
Go ahead.
Are they going to be able to stop the quick Kleber cap,
Yes.
Zath? It looks like they are.
Yes.
Look at all the
Yes.
shells. Look at all the shells.
Advanced radar. They were ready for it.
The torpedoes coming in, the shells coming in. Ban CV is going to have to play some fancy games here. He's managed it. But boy, it wasn't easy. Nab is still lit because he shot back. He's trying to reverse back into the cap.
His engines are broken?
He's finally dark now, but they're going to keep fishing for him. They know approximately where to fire.
Yeah, they want this cap so bad, they're willing to lose half their
They're
hit
willing to
point
trade
pool
a
for
lot of
both
HP
destroyers.
for it, and it's pretty much going to be Nab. I don't know how Nab got lit. I think the Zeds got him lit on the surface from his position.
Fire. He was on fire for a second. And
that'll do it.
But yeah,
Nab has to
definitely the fire.
bail out.
He DCP right away.
Ban CV's Marceau now lit. They're going to drive it. Man, they're going to cough up all this HP's out, and they're going to walk away with nothing.
Niente, as you like to say.
You stole fizzy lifting drinks. You get nothing. Wow.
Good day, sir.
Wow.
You lose.
Yeah, what a play from Epoxy to just punish this early move. Well done.
Yeah, outstanding. Meanwhile, they haven't even picked up the decap.
No,
I'm
Ragnar's
surprised that
Ragnar's
they
taking
didn't
his
send
time.
the decap in.
Yeah.
Well, no. D. D is in Delta, like the free
D.
cap, so to speak.
Oh, yeah. Why wouldn't the San Martin have done that? He's got a 9.5 detection. He probably could have pulled that off.
Absolutely. Go
Especially
into
behind
the
that island.
Just
park behind
sit
this
there.
island.
When you're about to come out, radar to make sure it's safe, and then leave.
Yeah.
But, oh well.
Wow. Epoxy coming in with, now that I look at the lineup, look at the ships they've sent over here, Zath, right? You've got two speed boosty radar destroyers, plus the Incomparable, which is fast, speed boost, and stealthy. Plus you've got hook line Z42 for firepower, plus the Venezia to punish any destroyers. They came specifically, almost with this exact lineup, specifically to counter that A play.
Oh yeah.
That's wild.
So we've seen teams doing a lot of that, especially earlier today. But a lot of teams just saying, okay, we're going to group our destroyers and we're just going to pulverize whatever we find. Captain Calvin once again saying, okay, I think I want this cap, and then saying, maybe I really don't. Hookline tries to back into A, gets radared by Yordi's Moskva, but what's gonna stop him after that radar?
After the radar's over, pretty much nothing.
And they've got time. They have a cap.
Yeah.
Buenos Noches does not.
I'm a little surprised to see being quite this passive on cap control. I mean, it's like they put all their eggs in that A play, and then once it didn't work out, it feels like they're not sure how to pivot.
100%, yes. And I mean, the thing that's wild is the San Martin is backing up. He got himself detected. He takes all that time to get into position to do something.
He could have just dived the island in D and had this done already.
And there's been a number of times Raptor where like the random battles mindset would have made a difference, which is wild to think about because this is competitive. This is the most competitive we're supposed to see games, et cetera, et cetera.
Oof.
Nice hit on Connor from the Colombo.
Chris with a heads up SAP shot there on the daring. Yeah, Zath, this is something that I talk about when I play randoms, when I do replays, when I stream. There's very much
Look at B, by the way.
Huh?
Look at B.
Yeah, I know. They were trying. Oh, they're going to get Kelvin already.
Uh-huh.
Man.
Yep.
Again, this is one of those, like, if you could have, he probably could have, while they were busy murdering his teammates at A, he probably could have just driven straight through that cap. Nobody was even looking at him, and they could have had it already.
That's right. That's right. 100%.
So, what I was, to continue the earlier thought, you know, it's possible to play too cautiously in this game. You know, in a tournament environment like this, nobody wants to take risk. You don't want to take undue risk. Nobody wants to be the player that costs your team the game because he got dunked on earlier or whatever. But at the same time, not taking no risks very, very rarely results in a good result either. You almost always have to ride that line. There's that fine line between, okay, you know, I have to do something, whatever it is, but I can't be crazy about it.
Exactly.
Well, 7 minutes gone. Buenos Noches firmly on the back foot. They managed to grab the quote unquote the home cap, their D cap, but kicked in the teeth trying to grab A early, and they've not yet found a way to recover.
No. And you know, I mean, we've both played competitive tournaments, clan battles, but nobody wants to be the first dead ship.
Nope.
So in competitive, a lot of times the first instinct is, what am I going to do that won't get me killed?
Yeah. Now, Zap, they're bringing Nabs Kleber over. I'm not quite sure what the thought is here. I don't think
do
you
the
can
same thing he did last time.
Yeah, but I don't think you can afford, with only 8,000 hit points, I don't think you can afford to drive out in front of the Moskva. That feels
I don't
like
think he cares.
Well, he apparently doesn't because he's going for it.
Feels to me like this is just one of those frustration plays, like, to hell with this. I'm just going to do something crazy. We're going to do the Hail Mary. He's now detected.
I am not sure I would have made this play. He's trying to knock out the torpedo tubes there. It doesn't look like he gets it.
No.
Torp's in the water.
He'll get the kill.
He will get the kill here. And manage to sneak away unspotted. Can he avoid the damage coming in? He does. So now what's interesting about this is that Nab is actually in the epoxy backfield, able to grab C, while Connor has made a very aggressive kind of move up to try and work over D here. Almost feels like epoxy being a little too greedy.
Look at A. Speaking of greed.
Ooh.
Oh, there goes hook line.
Hook line trying a torpedo charge.
You see what you guys did? I see that. Well, watch this, and then.
Feels like epoxy may be letting B in back into this game here. It's not over yet, not by a long shot. Got a long way to go.
No, but that's what I'm talking about. And we commented on this, Put and I, last weekend especially. At a certain point, you have to say, to hell with it, we're going.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Nab did. And you're right, it blew things wide open because now you've got Moose in the Kremlin turning around to try to do something to stop Nab.
Yep. Well, and they can see Shrimp Dance. Shells going in over there. Nothing doing from the Moskva. Oh! The Colombo.
Brilliant.
Absolutely dunks the Daring for well over half his health in one shot. Wow. And
well, as Puddin liked to say earlier, the Daring just found the new world.
Yeah, and just like that, we have a lead change. Buenos Noches out to a points lead, although Mr. Panda's St. Vincent on the one line looking a little rough. He does get to a heal.
Phantom Duroc, meanwhile, on the other side, for Buenos Noches, manages to get his funny button active.
I gotta say,
healing himself.
I gotta say, Zath, now that they've got a lead, I don't know why Jordy and Mr. Panda are still up here in a 4-on-2. That does not feel like a good use of their time.
No, what really needs to happen is we need to see Dark One start coming out too and making something happen. He's got Hydro available, so he's got the ability to do it if he wants to.
Yeah, if you're gonna push, you need to all push together, not leave your teammates out to dry here.
Exactly. Panda can only take this fire for so long.
Oh my goodness, Wolfman's incomparable speaks and Jordan Yordi screams in pain. Wow. It's about a 35 or 40,000 point hit there from those big 20 inchers.
Yeah.
Moose's Kremlin has rotated back to C.
Yeah, I was just looking at the same thing. They're playing little games here. Nab just happens to have this little place where he can just park himself and say, "Neener, neener, you're not
Chris,
getting this cap." Look at the
Chris.
Columbo.
Yeah, I was like Chris is Columbo now, basically telling the Salem like, "Let's go, let's dance." Kremlin trying to get in on this fight. There goes the St. Vincent.
St. Vincent.
Yep, and that leaves Yordi very, very, very alone over here on quite low HP. Buenos Noches made a big push to get back into this game. Had flipped the lead. They've lost it for the moment. 8.5 minutes to play. Only a 40-point difference as Shrimp Dance gets kicked in the teeth. And Chris goes out.
Mm-hmm.
And so a
So
deflank.
now it's Salem and St. Martin.
Yeah, a deflank that was looking like it was shaping up very nicely for Buenos Noches. Maybe now not holding together quite as well as they would have liked with the loss of the battleship. Both their battleships
Agreed.
now off the board.
And possibly this Mosfa. Yep.
Yeah.
Very nice salvo from Wolfman's incomparable.
Only a matter of time. If you going up as a cruiser player going up against someone who understands how to aim and how to drive an incomparable is one of the most frustrating experiences because she's so good at murdering cruisers.
Yeah, if they can hit.
Yeah, they're going to try and pick up. They're going to try and get Band CV to pick up A, but this is a huge risk as Dalek's got radar available and is pushing back up. 5 seconds here. I think Band CV is going to grab it.
He'll get it. He'll get it.
He's just outside the range, and he's going to be able to speed out of there undetected. Wow.
Dalek not willing to
Bold.
completely risk it because of the Marseille right there.
No, it's a
and
bold
Nab goes
play,
down
but
to the Kremlin.
Bold play, but a smart one. Phantom hanging on 1,000 HP back here with his next heal 2 minutes away.
Eesh.
Kaboom now going in on Moose at point blank range.
I mean, you might as well at this point.
Forcing Moose to wander into torpedoes. Nab went out somewhere. I missed it. Okay, looks like Moose got him.
He came out right in front of the Kremlin.
Yeah. Kaboom's icebreaker bow holds up against the Kremlin, but his AP doesn't get anywhere.
Yeah, but he's got to start turning now.
Yeah, he's going to have
There
to
he goes.
turn. San Martin goes out. Not shocking.
Nope.
Shrimp Dance able to
Moose
push there.
continues to flood.
Shrimp Dance is missing a forward turret. His B turret is completely destroyed.
Not
Or no, it was
surprised.
disabled.
He's been
No, I
in heavy
apologize.
fire.
Disabled. My apologies. Not destroyed.
Nice attempt there by Moose.
Ooh.
Not enough. And Kaboom. And here's the thing. Kaboom can't afford the ram, so he's got to take it kind of carefully here, make sure he doesn't get rammed, and make sure he gets the kill on the Kremlin, and hope that the Salem doesn't get on this too.
BN owns all of this real estate, but they're down 3 ships right now. They desperately need this kill. Truth be told, I'm not sure how they're going to get it. He switched to HE right there.
HE, yeah. Do not like.
No.
Moose knows he's safe.
Yep. Yeah, firing the HE at his armor belt is not going to produce the results that Kaboom needs.
No, he's probably
And
thinking
now-
just one more fire.
Yeah,
but
and now because of the island, he'll never, Mosfa's guns will never be able to get shells over that island. And now he's in a double fire.
he'll go out shortly.
And
Dark One has decided he will die at this island.
And just like that, every single cap now capping for Epoxy, they're ready to seal this deal and go 2-0.
Mm-hmm.
Man, Zath, I got to say, for a minute there, it looked like Buenos Noches had found a way back in, but it feels like some, maybe, what do you even call them, errors? I'm not even sure. But certainly Epoxy holding fast and making it work.
Yeah, a couple of key plays. I think what went down at A, for example.
Yeah.
You know, I see that like flash of greatness, and unfortunately, they just couldn't exploit that to a win.
Yeah.
It happens.
It does. 100%. Big incom salvo coming in on Dark One here. Looks like he's going to turn into it. Come up okay.
Yeah, 46 seconds remaining in this game. Possibly fewer, depending on what happens with Dark
They'll
One.
get a small time extension out of Dark One, but it won't be enough. It's just, I mean, it's a 6-on-2 at this point. I got to say, Zath, if you made me go back and pick an MVP, it would probably be Shrimp Dance. The fact that he sat there nose to nose with a Columbo and pulled off a victory Wild to me. Absolutely wild.
It was a Colombo and a
And the
San
San
Martin.
Martin. Yeah, for sure. Ooh, big hit on the Petro there from Dark One. Fungus is like, yeah, well, I can do that too. Here, have one of these.
Mm-hmm.
Bean knows it's over. They're just driving straight forward at these guys.
Yep.
And there it
And
goes.
of course, there is a loser's bracket, so that
they're
doesn't
not
mean
out.
that they are out.
They're not out completely. Man, both teams looked really good in this series, Zath, but it's Epoxy that comes out on top.
That's right. That's right. Indeedy. So let's go ahead and give them their due. Set them up
Indeed.
as the winners.
Hit that. I got to do that. Hit that button. And then this button should work. Hey-oh, man, I really do like it when everything on the overlay system like works the way it's supposed to, right? That's a good feeling.
You know, and I agree. And big thanks to Sarah for putting this together.
Agreed. And I like the coloring this year. The logo is really, really nice.
The coloring is so modern, and it looks good.
Looks great.
I do. And chat, you guys, please also feel free to share your thoughts and stuff. I'm sure there will be surveys and stuff for player feedback from this tournament. Let them know what you guys think of every aspect about it. I've asked if there's any Game 3s, Raptor, and I've been told no.
No, yeah, I see that. No Game 3s. So I wonder if that means they're going to move up the start time of the next round by a few minutes.
How is it that Resin goes 3-0 over 3XWT?
3-0?
That's what it says on the tournament page.
There are only 2 games. They should have only played twice. That's odd. Awkward. Speaking of, let's pull that screen up real quick. Let's see if I can make this work. Hang on a minute. I need this. I think that's the screen that I want. And then I want to come over here and I want to interact. Yeah. I want to do that.
Let's see.
That and that. And I think that puts me where I want to be. Yeah, there we go. All right. So the bracket is up for the day. We can see Epoxy going 2-0. They're going to be moving on to play... Who is that? Stonks. I love that name. That's awesome.
It just stonk, not stonks. Just
no,
stonk.
You can call him whatever you want. I'm calling him what I want. Yep, I'm not sure how the 3-0 thing works, but okay. ELSR moving on to square off against Resin. Resin and Epoxy potentially on a collision course. That'll be entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
Still waiting on results out of KSC Civil War. And
it's over. It's 2-0.
2-0 for KSM. Really?
And KSM. Yeah, so imagine if we would have grabbed that one. That was our original thought.
That was our original plan.
Wow. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. And then, of course, still waiting on... Well, I guess we would know now. I guess if there's no Game 3, then NACL must have won that matchup. They'll be moving on to fight to score off against JFK.
Which is who we're going to face, or we're going to cover next.
Yep.
I just went into that room. Nobody's in that room. So I'm guessing that's...
Not surprised. So this is... Hang on a minute. Pen's trying to die on me. Okay. So JFK v NACL. So we're going to make a couple of... I got to make a couple of changes here to...
Just a couple of changes.
I'm going to fix the little schedule button over here. I need to do that. There we go. That's done. Then we need to do... I need to go ahead and work on this and get this all set up. So they're probably doing pick bands right now, I'm guessing.
That's what I'm trying to find. So it's going to be... Yeah, it should be JFK and NACL.
Okay.
They're not listed on the website.
The bands?
Like, the game itself isn't listed. It's probably...
They're probably
just
still...
got out.
Yeah, they're probably still working on that. Okay, so let's say... Yeah, they're probably still getting caught up on things. That's fine.
Right.
It'll take a minute.
Right.
It'll take a minute. Yep, Bonk's KSM just got added. There's Stonk and Epoxy, ELSR and Resin.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. It'll come up in a moment.
You got it.
I missed this, Zath.
I had that feeling last weekend.
Yeah. It's always the first week. It's so funny, right? When we do this, when we used to do this for many, many years, it was only 2 weekends, right? And so the first weekend, you came in with all this energy and you were ready to go and you were excited. And the second weekend, you're like, okay, I just got to get through this, you know? And so for me, this is weekend one. I only have one weekend this year.
That's right. One and done for you, sir.
One and done for now. I mean, theoretically, the November bracket is technically 2 weekends as well, the way they have it currently scheduled.
Yep, I'm looking forward to seeing how that all plays out.
Yep, me too. Keeping an eye on it. There we go. Okay. And they've got voting starting in 12 minutes. I'm like, guys, y'all shouldn't wait. Just go. Why? What are they doing?
They're trying to push up the schedule by 15 minutes.
Well, they should go ahead and start voting
done.
now. Yeah, I mean, everybody's
I
done.
mean, the same thing happened on EU, right? 2-0.
Yeah,
done.
and they didn't wait, did they? They accelerated things a little bit, right?
I mean, they accelerated it, but, you know, you've got to do the full pick ban. It took about 20, 25 minutes.
Oh, it'll still take at least 10 minutes for them to do pick bans. So, guys, you've definitely got a moment if you need to take a break, stretch your legs, hit the head,
check your drops progress.
Yeah, get a cup of coffee. Chef, definitely check your drops progress, whatever. Don't snooze on all of that. Make sure you get it done now while there's no game action. Our commitment to you is that we will bust our asses to make sure you don't see ads during games, but you know, in between games, there's probably nothing really critically important going on, so that's when you should take care of other things. So this is not semifinals. We're now in what, top 8? We just did top 6, kind of top 16-ish, top 12 really. Now we're in top 8.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like they just 3-0'd everything. That looks kind of
awkward.
wild, but okay.
Awkward
indeedy.
Awkward.
Yep. All right, cool. We've moved on to Ocean. In the training room I'm in, but
you're in the training room. I should come join. I should get that part done at least. Because who is our
Malarkey? It's Malarkey.
Okay, so the room's not up yet then. Okay.
Correct.
I will wait a moment.
Hurry up now, wait.
Exactly. Hurry up now, wait. Hurry up and wait. Hurry up and wait.
Yeah. Overwhelming defeat equals 3-0. I see.
Ours definitely was not overwhelming. Those were both really good games. The first one was closer on points. I felt like the second game was actually closer. Man, there's a part of me that wants that replay. This might be a chance for us to actually use the fancy render thing. There's a render channel in here somewhere, right? Yeah.
Minimap renders NA.
All right, let's do this. Let's see. Do we have it?
Oh, yeah.
It's not in
yep,
here
yet.
Yeah, it is.
There it is. Game 2.
There it is.
Do you want game 2 or game 1?
I want to do game 2.
Okay.
Okay, so now I got to remember where to download this. I need to put it in... Aha. Got it. I've got to overwrite the render file. There we go. That did it. Okay. So now let's go back to that for a minute real quick. If I go to... It's not on here. I have to do it over here. To do it the hard way. Map render. I'm going to pause it because it's going to start like as soon as I push the button. That's not the right render. I literally just saved over this file. What are you waving at over there? I see you. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Nothing. I'm waving at chat. I'm saying hello.
Okay, so this clearly doesn't work. The idea of overwriting the existing render file doesn't work because OBS has already read it. So I'm going to have to do something a little different. Un momento, por favor.
No problem.
So let's change that. Yeah, okay. It won't actually... Yeah, it won't do that. Okay, that's fine. And then I'm going to do this. I'm going to point to a different file. Aha! It worked that time.
Woo!
Okay, I am ready. Are you good, Zath?
Oh, yeah, I've been running it.
Okay, all right. So I want to get back to the point of the game. So we talked about it at the time, right? The
Okay.
epoxy counterplay at A early was just so well executed. Like, it really kind of
Yep.
set the tone for the whole game after that.
Absolutely, yes.
But while that's going on, I'm going to back it up here. Let's see.
Yeah, I changed my speed to 0.25 because otherwise it's just so fast.
Where do you do that?
Right, the 3-dot menu on the bottom right.
Bottom right. 3-dot menu on the bottom right. Bottom right of what?
Or you might if you've got it through OBS.
Yeah, if I go into
it's a
properties,
menu,
I
you have to
figured they would.
right-click
Oh, there it is.
properties.
Speed. There we go. There's a speed button. There's a
Yeah.
speed setting. 25%, you said?
Yeah, I usually just go to 0.25. Yeah.
Wow, that's super slow. But okay, that works. So, but it works. I mean, you're condensing, 15 minutes into, 5 or 6 or whatever. That still works.
Yep.
Okay, so now, so on my screen, the Marceau and Kleber are about to get into A. The Ragnar was definitely a little slow getting to B. And then we're now at a point there where it's obvious. I'm going to pause it real quick. So now you can see Epoxy just getting they're hammering the A cap. And the Ragnar has grounded himself on the south side of B. In my mind, the play here is no. They're focused over here. They're not even looking at B. I'm going to go straight into the B cap and pick this up because nobody is even... They're busy over here. I can't impact that. I'm going to impact this. So this is points you're giving up, right? And then... go ahead.
So I have a feeling that if I'm looking at that Ragnar position, I have a strong feeling the reason he's there is they're expecting to see... We've seen it so many times. A destroyer smoke a cruiser to the north part of that
North side of that island,
between
yes.
A and B. So that Ragnar's almost in a position to try to intercept that, although frankly, it wouldn't do enough damage anyways. So it feels kind of odd. I agree with you that he would beach in a position like that, but of course for us it's hindsight. For us, we can see both teams and how they're doing it. Obviously for Buenos Noches, they're looking at it. They might be looking at location, obviously pointing in that direction.
And I see how they finally got him. They hit him both Gdansk's since their torpedo down that line. He took torpedoes from one of them, and then they radared him again and finished him off.
Okay, what's your timestamp on your video?
Let's see. If you come back to about timestamp, I'm at about 1548. And so back it up to about there and push play. Because at that point, the Ragnar's in the cap, butt in, he's capping. Right? Here comes one. They can see him on radar. He opens fire. He trades shots with one of the Gdansks. He gets reset. He ducks out. He's got a speed boost on. He turns back. He reverses back in. But here comes the other Gdansk. They've still got him radared from the Moskva. They know exactly where he is. Here come the torpedoes. The torpedoes hit him. Looks like it's going to be about a little shy of the 14-minute mark. He's going to take at least one, and then both Gdansks are on him. He's under radar, and he's out. So by kind of delaying as long as he did, he really gave up the middle of the board when he didn't necessarily have to. He could have already had that cap.
Yes. Well, and Epoxy knows, right, that he's going to want this cap. And so the fact that he's loitering and stuff is not a surprise to them, to where they just luck chuck torpedoes. And I mean, Gdansk torpedoes are fast.
Yes.
So,
yes, they are. Now, the other
worked
thing
out in their favor.
The other thing I want to look at, okay, the Kleber has just made his run. He's going to cap C. The Kremlin is turned around. The Colombo is about to dunk the Daring right there. Okay, so now we're at the 10-minute mark, basically. The game is half over.
Okay.
BN has just moved out to their first lead. It's not a big lead. It's only about 10, 15 points, but it's a lead. They're not up on ships, I don't think, but their position is not terrible. For example, if you look at the right half of the map, you've got Saint Martin, Colombo, Moskva, and Kleber. It's a 4 ships against 2 enemy ships, right? You've just got the Kremlin and the Salem. Now, that's still a lot of health you've got to chew through, right? But still. So now the Kremlin pushes into C to hold those points back. Kleber has to play cagey and reposition. Here comes the Colombo coming out in front of the Salem. So now what is it? How does he lose his health so quickly?
Which one, the Colombo?
The Colombo. The Kremlin put a salvo into him from dead astern that looks like took a big chunk out of him.
Go back to this.
Probably at about
Doink.
0840 or so, something along like
Yep.
that.
Yep.
And then the Salem was able to finish him off. So now it's a 3v2. Kremlin punishes the San Martin. Oh, I see. Man, these two guys work together so well.
So right before the Kremlin got the shot in the Colombo, he actually shot at Nab. Nab tried to come around, and Kremlin's like, no. And Nab went back behind the island, looked like.
Yeah. I just look at that. Having seen the replay now, I still feel like there's maybe a... I got to say, Zath, let me back it up here. I want to look at one more thing. If you back this game up, once the daring goes out at D, I almost feel like chasing the Salem is a mistake.
Well, they didn't really chase. They just kind of kited away in front of him.
Right. So okay. So if I'm at the stand, I'm at a timestamp right at about 10 minutes, like 10:06. At this exact instant, the daring has just bought it. The Salem is tucked in behind an island. If the San Martin goes dark, the Salem and the Colombo like just goes and hangs out and turns away. Like there's not even anything that the Salem can do to impact the game from that position. He has to move. And I almost feel like you're better off forcing him, like drawing him out, forcing him to make a bad positional decision in order to get him off the board. I feel like the Colombo, once the Kleber's in the cap, you know the Kremlin's going to go in. I think you want the Colombo to come back and pitch in to help you get the Kremlin out. But rather than go down and force the issue on the Salem.
Yeah, I talk about this a lot when I cover replays, is you don't play the other player's game. Don't let them play their game.
Yeah.
And that's what they both did. They sat in front of the Salem and said, hey, go ahead and shoot me. Whatever you want to do. You can stay bowing. That's perfectly fine. Be comfortable, tucked in where you're at. No worries. Oh, you want to use your heel? That's fine. Go right ahead. Don't let people do that. So you're right. Either go dark and just walk away, because you really don't need them, that Salem dead. You can just let him sit here and rot away for a while, focus on the Kremlin, or I don't know. But yeah, it feels bad. The Kremlin, though, I mean, hey, hats off to the Kremlin. Amazing opportunity shots. He found the right time, the right trigger discipline to nail both ships, frankly, at exactly the right time.
Yep. A very, very well executed game by Epoxy. I don't want to take anything away from them. They played great. They looked solid. I just look at this like, man, I feel like BN was right on the cusp of having this, and they let it slip away, right?
Yep. There was a dream that was BN.
There was a dream that was the top 12, Zath, and now we're in the losers bracket. But that's okay. Not out of the event. Not out of the event at all.
Oh, absolutely.
So I've been keeping tabs on that. They're trying to move the schedule up. They're still waiting on some confirmation from a couple of teams. Voting pick bands is literally opening like right now. Yeah. So JFK and NACL have just started pick bands. So we still have plenty of time before the next game begins. Hopefully we can get it off a little early. It's scheduled for 30 minutes from now. If I have to do this for 30 minutes, I'm going to go crazy.
Welcome to this morning. So, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, we have map bans done. Woohoo!
Yeah, that's progress.
So it's like you can just slowly but surely add a little bit to your stuff and all that. Chat, this is a good time to also remind you guys, of course, that we appreciate you being here as always. But very important, if there's a problem that you guys see with something that we can fix, please tell us as soon as possible. That could be something as simple as we've got the wrong team up, or we've got the wrong point. We have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35 different things to put on our little helper app to program this all in.
You were counting all the different boxes in the stream helper.
Yes. Yes. So, hey, mistakes happen.
Yes.
So whatever we can do to fix that mistake, the sooner you guys say something, because we're on a 5-minute delay, the quicker we can get it fixed.
That is true. That is true. All right.
And Raptor, you're going to get your wish. We're going to trap first. Look at that.
Are we really?
Yeah,
So we are. I'm excited to see new trap. I really am. I'm very
It is fun.
Zab like, oh, you're gonna love this. Like
Oh, yeah.
I am stoked, right? Because historically, Trap is a map that's been in the tournament like from the very beginning. Like we were playing. I remember very specifically playing Trap and King of the Sea 6. Like watching casting games in the NA finals on Trap on for King of the Sea 6. But
Yeah.
I'm kind of like, it hasn't been a thing in a while. It's even new Trap, after some of the map's been reconfigured a couple of times, there's been some changes made to how the islands work and the cap positioning. It's still never been a map that is really all that amazing in competitive play, right? It's one of the diagonal spawn maps, right? Which, as you and I have discussed, those maps, despite the fact that almost all of them are very large, they play much smaller because of the orientation of the caps, of the way the caps are organized in the map. So it's very, very awkward. But this cap configuration on Trap is going to be so whack. I can't wait to see it. I'm going to put the map pool up again just so folks can see it. Because
we do have a map rotation. So
yeah, I was waiting on I was waiting on that to. Oh, good, they just finished. Okay, brilliant. I have no idea why.
This is a best of 5 now.
This should not be a best of 5. I don't have any idea why this. This isn't a best of 5, right?
Oh.
Hang on a minute.
Didn't you read the rules?
Yeah, I read the rules.
This is
The rules said best of 5 for winners bracket final and grand final only.
Okay, well, it's probably they're having issues with the website and they're just trying to get it figured out. So that's fine. I'm not worried about it.
Okay, I'm not worried. I just want to make sure we get it right. I'm going to assume that those last 2 map picks are just trash and don't matter. Okay.
Right, I hope so too, because I don't want to ready up another screen.
No, me neither. So Trap.
The game is open, by the way.
And Land of Fire. Brilliant. Okay.
We don't have ship bans yet, though.
We do not. They should have done that first, I thought, but I guess maybe you do the map rotation before you do ship bans? I would have assumed you do ship ban. I don't know. No, they're banning ships right now. Okay. So the map, the website was super borked earlier because you're supposed to do a map rotation, then you do ship bans.
Yeah.
Which makes sense when you think about it. All right, let's finish getting this set up. So that's correct. Okay. Nope, I picked the wrong team in that second slot. How did I pull that off? Yeah, clicked the wrong thing. There we go. Okay.
36 different buttons to press.
Oh, madre de Dios, and I still missed one of them. Okay, so there's our map rotation and the teams. So we've got that set correctly. Now, okay, there we go. Now we have ship bans. Brilliant. All right, so let's mark this down. Sorry, guys. I am obsessive when I take notes on all of this because very commonly I find myself referring back to previous games, and I don't want to have to dig around through a bunch of files. It's handy to have my little notebook here when I can just be like, oh, they've played this map, or oh, they've banned that ship before, or whatever.
He still has the weebs out in that notebook, too.
I still have the weebs out. I have notes in this book, and I'll look in a minute. I think going all the way back to King of the Sea 8 or 9. Moskva? Yeah, Moskva. Moskva and Napoli. I don't think we're going to see... I think we're going to see Napoli on everybody's ban list today.
Yeah, we saw it come out to play a little bit last weekend. I don't recall seeing it much today.
Yeah, I think at this level of play, most people don't want to deal with it because it's such a ridiculously good mix of firepower and stealth and escapability and armor, and it's just like, oh, I don't want to deal with this garbage, right? So I think given half a chance, people will be like, nah, get that out of here.
You got it.
Now, what's interesting to me is last game, BN went out of their way to take 12, some of the more popular 12-kilometer radars out of the hands of their opponents. Right? They banned banning Petro and Brisbane. Now Petro is on this ban list again, and I'll put that up now. But Brisbane is not. Oh, Napoli's on here twice. That's incorrect. I made a boo boo. Hold on a minute. It's Moskva and Napoli. There we go. That's correct. So
okay, start time is 20 minutes after that. We got 14 minutes still.
Okay. Well, I mean, we got 14 minutes.
Now you understand why I was doing some replay analysis.
Yeah.
Between games.
I totally get it. I totally get it.
Well, once upon a time, I used to duck out and go do co-op games or whatever in between, because what else am I doing?
Yeah, I hear you. Well, I think what I may do, Zath, is I may get up and step away for a moment. And refill
dare you do
and refill
self-care
my
on
water.
the stream.
I know, ridiculous. Refill my water and get me something that's not water to sip on for a moment. But at least we're prepped and ready to go. You said the room was up. I should go join and get that part out of the way.
Staff malarkey.
I'm looking. There it is. Got it. Brilliant. Okay. I am here. I'm going to step away for about 60, 90 seconds, refill my water, and I'll be right back. I'm not sure that muting the microphone is going to be worth it, so forget it.
Hello, we are listening. Now, he's got his headphones on, so we can say all kinds of dirty things, and he can hear us, but he can't do anything about it. Anyway, hope you all are having a good time, as always. And it's good to be back again. Puddin is a great partner, but Raptor and I also have that special something that just seems to work well together. So hope you all are entertained. If there's anything we can do. I heard a comment about the timer, the battle timer and stuff against a white background. Unfortunately, with all the clouds, the sky being white, I don't know that there's a way to fix that. I don't think I can, and I certainly am concerned about trying to fix it and then like breaking everything. But if there's other things that we can do for you, please just let us know. I do really like that the name and the numbers are up at the top, though, and that frees up the bottom, because so many times things that happen at the bottom of the screen are missed because of the giant ribbons. So it's very clean. I like the look. So hopefully more of this, please, for international. Big thanks, by the way, to all of you guys who are following. During the EU stream, I was calling out names and stuff. Obviously, that's not appropriate with Raptor stream on as well. So I'll just do a blanket for both of us. I really appreciate you all following. Appreciate you guys. If you are subbing or cheering bits, very much appreciated always. This is a long day for us. A lot of setup and post work as well. So very much appreciate all of you guys being here and saying, hey, we want to hang out together. We like what you're doing. I was going to say something else and I forgot now. Oh, well. It is what it is. So. Hey, look, he's back.
Indeed, as promised. And you're
As
right.
promised.
I heard every word.
Yeah.
Well,
me?
actually, not all of them, because when I go downstairs, these start to get out of range, and so it breaks up a little bit. What were you were saying something about stuff happening on EU?
What, in between, like before we started today, or? Well, so what stuff are you talking about? Drama, or are you talking about just the back and forth and stuff?
I don't know. I just heard you say something about EU. I was just trying to figure out what it was.
So they had an issue with a team that missed the 5-minute mark, claims that they were ready but weren't, and it's really difficult to go back and get timestamps because the room was closed before they could do it and stuff.
Yeah.
So, a situation like that where just, 1 or 2 seconds beyond, sorry, forfeit.
Yeah.
So, teams are still trying to figure out this 5-minute rule and get everything all set up. I've had a number of people last weekend, especially on EU, but also on NA, that were watching Puddin and I cast last weekend, saying, oh, I didn't even think about, a special commander giving a buff to survivability expert. I mean, 500 hit points is 500 hit points, right?
For a destroyer, that could be a lot of health.
Heal. Absolutely. And a ship with a heal, it's great too. So a lot of people forget about like the Japanese destroyers who have the Suzuki brothers.
Mm-hmm.
You can put that in for buff survivability expert. A lot of people forgetting about that. You heard me talk about people forgetting on Buenos Noches about Honore and Abanyu. So, this is a learning experience for a lot of people. And I think what's fun about these kinds of tournaments is you get people that maybe they don't normally play a certain ship with a certain commander. Now they can go out and try it.
I think sometimes
nice.
You and I have been doing this so long, we know about all these little subtle things between the commanders. But if you don't own one of those on your main account, you may not even realize that's available. And so you don't think to go look for it. You just build your ship and go play.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Exactly. So, and you get ship builds that get shared around. This is how you build it. This is how you build it. That, and then some players are like, well, F you, I'm going to build it my way. Or maybe players are given the freedom and flexibility to build the ship the way that they want to.
Yeah.
So a lot of different possibilities that go into this. And remember, everybody gets the press account with everything on it, including flags, Raptor. That was one of the biggest things that Puddin and I kept hitting on last weekend. Was
people not using flags?
People not using flags. Like, they use 6 of the 8. Well, why not add a ramming flag? If you go back, one of the craziest clips that I had yesterday or last weekend was a double get down, Mr. President, a St. Vincent that blocked a Marseille from being killed, who was about to die on the other end of Marseille trying to shoot at this guy, missing because it's so close and the shells are literally just saluting the guy. And then he decides, well, F it, I'm about to die anyway, goes full speed and rams the St. Vincent and doesn't kill the St. Vincent.
Because St. Vincent's got a ram flag.
St. Vincent did not have a ram flag, but the Marseille did.
So how did he live?
But the Marseille did.
Oh, the Marseille lived. And the St. Vincent lived?
No, the St. Vincent lived, and the St. Vincent was at, like, say, 3/4 health.
What the hell?
Marseille was almost dead. He had his engine boost on, and he just went full speed into him at about covered a kilometer, maybe 2 kilometers, right? So it got some good momentum into him.
See,
Didn't kill that
this
guy.
This is why. Do you remember, guys? We're gonna be curmudgeonly old farts for a minute. Do you remember about 8 years ago, when you and I were brand new to the World of Warships wiki team? Okay, many moons ago. And one of the things that I was doing in the wiki, I was trying to make sure that we had pages that explained as many of the basic mechanics of the game as possible, right? Torpedoes, flooding chance. I wrote the original page for fire chance. Fire and flooding chances were not explained anywhere. You had no idea how these things were calculated. And we wanted to write a page for ramming. And so
I remember that discussion.
Yes, we did some testing in training rooms, and we're like, well, this doesn't make any sense. And so we literally wrote up this list of questions for Pigeon of War, who was one of the associate producers here on NA at the time, to send back to the development team in St. Petersburg, specifically about ramming. We wrote, I don't know, about a paragraph of questions like, hey, ask them these so we can write this page. And what we got back was, don't ask.
Yep.
And I'm like, I'm sorry, what? They were like, don't ask how ramming works. We're not going to explain it.
Raptor, are you okay if we start early? And yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
ridiculous,
of course.
But
yeah, I'm fine.
All right, they're asking if we can start early, and I'm all about it. You guys have been so patient waiting, so very much appreciate that.
Yep. That to this day, I remember that conversation, and I think, but why?
Like, wait a minute. You're telling me that you don't even know yourself?
No, I think that they know. Personally, I think that they have to know. They wrote the code. But my point is, I think they just want to kind of just hand wavy the whole thing. Like, don't look too close behind the curtain. We don't really want you to know, I think is what the answer really was.
Right, absolutely.
I mean, everybody's ready. I think it looks like the ref has gotten permission to kick us off early. So I will, if that's the case, I will appreciate that. Yep, Malarkey says we're going, so let's do this. Looking forward to it.
All right, let's send it. It'd be smart of me if I actually wrote this down. Oh well, JFK NACL.
JFK NACL. We're now top 8. This is winner's bracket. 2 point something or other.
I set that right? I did. Good. Yay.
All right, here we go, Zath. Yep, and we got to use the reverse one for this.
You got it.
All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the most bizarre iteration of Trap you've probably ever seen. Zath, NACL, JFK, Game 1. Talk to me about the NACL lineup here in green.
All right, the boys in green, matching my polo, are bringing with them Haragumo. That's a full 420 Blaze It setup, and we've got another good dance. This is a Jersey Mike with the buffed Adrenaline Rush. Z42 with Lutyens, the buffed Preventative Maintenance. Gearing in your typical COTS build. Stalingrad with range. We saw a lot of Stalingrads today in EU, by the way, Raptor.
Interesting.
Yeah. Brisbane doing the I don't know. Usually we see torpedo
Yeah,
build,
usually you see a torpedo build Brisbane, but that is not what that is. That's fascinating.
Very much not.
Very not.
And then we've got a San Martin doing your typical build, and you've got Schlieffen with the Schlieffening, and finally Montana with the Doe or Halsey. The Schlieffen does have Lutyens, and I'm very curious. I always want to look when I see primary systems in slot 1. How did he roll on torpedoes? Not too bad. 2 of them are pretty good health, and 2 of them are mediocre or medium health.
I gotta say, Zath, I love this Montana's name because it makes me think that raindrops are falling on the heads of the opposing team.
Well, we did cover rain earlier today, so that could also fit.
All right, now JFK has opted for the Tokyo Game Show team camo. No, these are the Pinata camos. Oh, those are gaudy, and I love everything about it. Let's go. Let's look at their lineup. Running a no destroyer composition here, Zath, is JFK. Take a look at the Southern Element. Double Stalingrad Montana. I've got Yorn's Stalin, top grade gunner, and Ron James's Stalin, not top grade gunner, but range headed to the south. Let's see. What is Yorn running? Yorn's running reload. So definitely two different approaches to Stalin, backed up by Panzer's Montana, and very much a heavy survivability build. We've got Mako's Howden Liu here right on the edge of the A-cap, which is already converted over towards NACL. Mighty Mo picking that up with Legendary upgrade on that Howden Liu. BP Fresh's Des Moines also running Legendary and one of the fancy captains as he works the eastern edge of the B-cap. The northern element here, we've got double Salem. That's Badmiral here, top grade gunner. Goons Salem, RPF. And Holsch's Des Moines running closer into the cap, also running top grade gunner. Now, I'm a little surprised to not see one of the Salems running closer to the cap, because why would you take the 8.5 kilometer radar to the back? But maybe they have a plan. All the way in the back here, Navy Cadets Poison in a fairly standard secondary type build. But I just love that they've coordinated everybody in that hot pink camo.
Worth noting, this is, I think, the second time total we have seen the Preußen this tournament put in an eye from last weekend. So not a very common ship to choose, and you might find out why soon.
I gotta say, Zath, if I am a math teacher and I see 2 Stalingrads on the opposing team, my butt puckers up just a little bit, because few things turned Minotaurs and Brisbanes into Swiss cheese faster than those Stalingrad railguns.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. And I'm sure math teachers thinking that exact thing. So far, they get the A-cap because, well, they're faster, and with the only destroyers in the game. But so far, Narcomeba hasn't detected anybody yet. And you've got 2 Stalin. There we go.
I'm really confused as to what's happening here, Zath, because JFK has given up a tremendous amount of real estate. These Stalingrads are set up to kite. But there's no way NACL is going to push them.
No.
So unless they turn and push the A-cap themselves, nothing's going to change there. And now you're looking at Fresh's Des Moines. Go ahead.
Press the 2 key.
Okay.
Take a look at the game from NACL's perspective. They can only see
they can only see one ship. So there is...
They saw the Montana.
Yep.
And 1 Salem so far. That's it.
JFK's got that going for him. And with a destroyerless lineup, they do have to play a little more cautiously. And I suppose that is absolutely what they're doing here. But I am still somewhat confused, if I'm 100% honest. We'll turn the full view back on here. So now you guys have to remember that we do have kind of, the God view, right? That the teams don't necessarily have. Correct.
Yep. And by the way, there was a question from Chad asking, ships that are banned, neither team can bring a banned ship. It's always fun when a team bans a ship and then brings the same ship and gets disqualified because of it.
Panzer playing a little bit of Flame Tana there, dropping a whole bunch of HE on Raindrop's stern. Fresh as Des Moines reversing into the B cap, holding those points back as the HE farming has commenced on Ron James down at the bottom of the map. But I gotta say, if I'm one of these Stalingrads, man, turn your bow in. I mean, they don't know who else is up there, but like, man, you're gonna have to go get aggressive on these guys.
Well, that might very well happen. Take a look at the other side of the map, though. All the way at the top corner,
Yeah.
the complete extreme opposite. You've got two Salems ready to push into a Schlieffen, who is actually stern on. He took the time to reverse. I really like this decision. We've seen so many Schlieffens that just go and then die.
Well, and I gotta say,
not doing that.
If you're gonna take a cruiser and you're gonna push a Schlieffen, the Salem is probably not a bad choice because the secondaries. The Salem can weather the secondaries better than most, I think.
Yes.
Salem also doesn't have the hydro, right? Neither one of these ships has hydro. No, I apologize. They do. They're both running hydro. Yes, I see it now.
You can choose hydro or radar.
So they've given up the radar and they're running hydro. I just noticed that. Interesting. Very curious choices. Now they're going to try and punish Comrade Stalin Saint Martin. Neither one of them running. Okay. Goon's hydro is up now. They can see these torpedoes coming in. Numbnuts is going to take one of them. One round on the bow can't be stopped. Goon, I think, is going to take one unless he accelerates.
He should.
Nope, he's going to take one as well.
Yeah, that's a big error right there.
Yeah, I feel like he needed to get his engine cooking and avoid that damage. Good hits on Comrade Stalin, but he is dark now. They do manage to dodge the San Martin torpedoes. Nope, he's not dark now. They've got him locked up again. Mighty Mo's Z-42 getting hammered in the B cap.
Yep, and down.
They get the Z-42. Big first kill going to JFK here. As the giant push along the top of the map is definitely materializing. They've almost got Comrade Stalin off the board. He's going to burn out here in seconds. And there he goes.
Yep, so 2 really good kills for JFK.
Big ones.
Now, JFK won top spot in the group stage on day 1, if I remember right. So that's the reason why they are here and seated.
Mm-hmm. Looks like the Stalingrads are just going to bail. They're just headed out. I'm still shocked to see them playing this passively, knowing exactly that they're up against a Brisbane that they can just mutilate in seconds.
From JFK's perspective, do you really need to risk 2 ships at this point in the game?
At this exact moment, I would say no. You don't.
Yeah.
You don't. So I'm with you. I get the logic, but I'm still surprised.
Well, it's almost like Jorn was listening to you. Because take a look at him. He's like, all right, hold my beer.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, let's do it. Because math teacher is just barely outside of that radar range. Radar's coming. Math teacher's about to get caught by it. It's all about whether or not Jorn times it correctly. There, he's inside the bubble. Math teacher's got to bail.
But does he know that, though?
He probably doesn't, because he hasn't pushed the button yet.
Yep. Look at all those torpedoes. There's the radar catching math teacher at the extreme edge.
Yep, they catch a brief glimpse of him, but they already know he's gone. Now they've got the Harugamo locked up. But it doesn't matter. Jorn's basically like, you know what? I've taken like half my health and HP, half my health and damage. I'm out of here.
And that's the reason we haven't seen these 2 Stalingrads pushing.
Yep. Montana Salvo looking downrange on the Harugamo. Love it.
Yeah.
Nice.
He's not loving the results, though.
No. Solid hit. Now JFK, have a look at the map. They've got this beautiful line as they now own the majority of the real estate. And I see it now, Zaf. They just don't care about A. They just don't.
Yeah. Right.
That's just not a focus for them. They've gone cruiser and destroyer heavy so they can own the 3 caps up at the top in the middle of the map. And all they're worried about down south is making sure that they don't get their back door crunched. Math teacher gets dunked a little bit.
Yeah. The turn in forced Yorn to lose half his hit points,
Yeah.
and Ron James to lose about a half of his hit points.
Mm-hmm.
And now you've got the Montana that says, okay, I'll take over on the
Yeah.
firing line. I mean, literally
let
all
me
they're
step up
doing
here.
is letting them shoot him.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's going to take some torpedoes too,
I
probably.
think he's going to take at least one of these. Yeah, definitely one of them. If they have the range, and they ought, then he's going to take at least one.
Yep. It's all damage they didn't need to take if they just kept kiting away. But I think they're concerned if they keep kiting away at some point, this group can possibly go into the middle of the map. And so that's kind of why I think they're trying not to kite away too much farther from here.
Yep. Navy Cadets Poison running for island cover, quite low. His next heel 45 seconds away. He is still visible somehow.
Who?
Navy Cadet.
The Poison?
The Poison at the top of the map. I'm not sure how he's visible, but he is.
The Schlieffen. He's shooting at the
Okay,
Schlieffen.
there we go. Raindrops fall on his deck, and he is out. That means that NACL, for the moment, retains the lead, but they're not going to hold it for very long. Pushed off all of this northern real estate.
Mm-hmm.
We're 2 minutes from a JFK win here in Game 1.
Yep. Now, Panzer took another torpedo, it looks like. Yep, he is flooding. And his DCP is down. Trying to heal through it. But what I was just talking about is happening. NACL has said, okay, we've pushed him enough back. Now we're going to try to go into the middle of the cap instead of back. But then, hey, radar catches.
Yep, they catch Snob with a radar.
Snowbird.
Snob took a very, very aggressive line there between the edge of the island and Panzer's guns, and now Panzer getting his guns flipped back for a shot on this gearing before they lose him. He had
Stalingrad trying to make something happen too.
He had HE in the he had AP in the barrel, and he takes away 60% of Snob's HE in one salvo. Brilliant hit.
We just saw a raindrop get another good one on Goon. Salem.
Both teams over 900 points. Definitely the danger zone. It's taken JFK a while to climb back in this game, but they're 40 seconds from a win here. Faster if they can kill the Schlieffen, who's on very low HP back here on the 3 line.
Yeah, he's been doing a nice job of kiting away, but his days are numbered. As Gdansk goes down by Han Lu.
And 4 seconds now, and that's the game. 2 big kills seal the deal for JFK here in Game 1.
That's right. Let's line up for my death pick. Oof.
Wow.
Interesting game. Interesting game.
So, a strategy like that on a map, on a 4-cap map, Zath, in my mind, is kind of high risk, high reward, right? Because you take so long to get all your pieces into position that if for some reason things don't go correctly, you may already be down too many points to recover.
Right.
So that is, it worked for them. You know, congrats. But man, if they face a team, if they kick that strat up against a team that's kind of ready to deal with it, that may not work. I don't know. I'd be curious to see.
Yeah, you know, I think the big thing for JFK that they made work for them was using those 2 Salems to work their way up that corner against a Schlieffen that was honestly really kind of prepared for this, right? He was already stern on, so he's ready to just W out. He's behind the island. He can use it for cover. Like, all of those things were in his favor. But they couldn't make it work up there. And then down to the south, I mean, raise your hand if you want to push up against 2 Stalingrads, really. Like,
yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you. And yet they still chewed those guys up. They just gave up a whole bunch of health. But in the end, as we were talking about, they did their job. They held the back door closed long enough for the points gain to work.
Right. Now, my chat is asking some questions. And Raptor, if you don't mind, I'd like to talk a little bit about Trap.
Yeah,
and what they were seeing on my screen. I'm using a mod in Aslanes, and I don't know if you are or not. And this mod is called, it's like Transparent Underwater or something along those lines.
No, I've watched you stream submarines and often thought, how the hell can he see all that crap? So now apparently I'm going to have to go look this one up.
Now, what this does, and it's most visible on Trap because there's a lot of very shallow areas with all the little sandbars.
Yeah, well,
and stuff.
I've noticed that on your stream before.
Yeah, so that makes it look a little different from what you're used to seeing in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why I run that is because we've all seen times where torpedoes look like they're going to hit something and then they just don't.
Mm-hmm.
And so this allows you to see the part of the just underwater that the torpedo hits and blows up. Or if you've ever been in that experience, I think most of us have, where the island just seems to reach out and grab you and say, "Nope, you're going to stay right here, buddy."
Oh yeah.
You can see that with the underwater viewer.
Okay.
So it does make things look a little bit wonky or a little bit different. And people I've seen in my chat are like, wait a minute, are they playing the same game? Yes, it's just it's the mod that opens up that. And to be quite honest, a lot of people don't realize the amount of work that Wargaming had to put in, the art department especially had to put in when they added subs. They had to basically take what used to be, we're just going to make a line like this, and then 5 meters underneath we're going to make it all dark, right? They had to turn that into, we need to render up to whatever 60 meters, whatever the sub can go all the way down to deep, right? We have to render that all. We have to build that all up. And we have to redo all the hitboxes for all the lands and everything. And not all of it is still perfect, but it really does help with visibility.
Yes.
So
yes. My mods are asking me to just briefly mention, and they were right, I should have done it already. Like you, Zath, I'm doing giveaways on my channel today. In between games, we are doing giveaways in Discord. I do not do giveaways on Twitch anymore because I stream to both places. All of my giveaways are done on my Discord server. I have a channel for that. So if you're looking to score some free loot today, I have plenty of my own codes. I have some codes from Wargaming. I've told the guys, hey, just mix up whatever you want, hand it out. I think we're doing 5 or 6 codes in between every game. And so drop on by, join the server, and you might win something. It's pretty simple. All you have to do is when the giveaway opens, you go in there and you click a button and you enter. And if the thing at the end of 5 minutes, it'll automatically draw some names. And if you win something, the guys will just message you directly, and you'll be good to go. It's pretty straightforward.
awesome. Over on my end, I've taken a page of automation out of my book. So for me, we do have the giveaways going on Twitch. For right now, that's my primary platform. Unfortunately, it's as you discovered, it's too difficult to try to sort out how to do giveaways on YouTube.
Yeah, you pretty much can't. It's a pain in the ass.
Yeah. It's coming, guys. At some point,
I hope
people are not dumb. They know,
they say
how can we make this work. So for my channel, we all you have to do is you have to be a follower and just being active in chat. I have a bot that will automatically draw a winner. There's no exact time, although I can trigger it myself every now and then too. But it will draw a winner. The nice thing about it is if you're a follower and you're drawn, it will just yeet you the code automatically. You get a whisper, done. There's no mod involvement, no nothing. So just make sure your whispers are available and you're a follower, and that's all you do. And we're good.
All right, so we should be coming up. Yep, they just got a 2-minute warning, so we're only a couple minutes away from this next game. Is there anything else we need to kind of mention or talk about? I don't think so necessarily. I don't think so.
Quick 1-sentence summary. Trap, the new one. What's your opinion? You saw it for the first time.
Wow. I was expecting the big cap at the bottom to be more interesting, but the strategy that JFK chose to play was basically ignore it. Put some guys down there to act like a stopper and a cork stopper in a bottle, and keep everybody away. But we don't care. We're not making a play for this. Our play is up here. These 3 caps are closer together. We can support each other better. We can cap them nominally quicker once all our pieces are in position. And a destroyerless lineup on trap even.
Yes.
I really enjoyed that game. It played very differently from any other trap map match I've ever seen. I want to see more. I would like to see another team's take on it, right?
I know.
Would be fascinating.
I know. This is the most exciting map of the tournament from my experience so far, last weekend casting and then today. When it comes up, I'm always excited because you just don't know what to expect, which I think is why a lot of teams are banning it, sadly.
And I think we saw a little bit of this. As the game's dropping, we should get into this momentarily, but we saw a little bit of this last year with Faroe Islands, which was that event's like new hotness. Nobody really knew how to play it, and so every game was entertaining because there was no right or wrong way to do it. There was just everybody's different take, and it was fun to watch.
Who voiced the intro to that video?
No one I ever heard of. Some random loser on YouTube.
Remember the curse. Oh, thanks. Remember the curse that I have. Every map that I voice is only there for once. I did Islands of Ice, not there. Land of Fire, not there. Although it finally came back.
It's back.
But different cap configuration, so I can't use that. Did your game load up, by the way, or is
No,
it still
I'm still getting.
spinning?
Yeah, it's unusual that it takes this long, but I guess we'll see what happens. There it goes. You're muted.
Awesome. All right.
Oh no, there we go. My apologies.
Yep. No, it's okay. So, anyways, yeah. So that's my curse, and it's happened again.
That's all right. We'll manage. All right, let's get into this
will
game.
manage.
Game,
we probably should, yeah.
game 2 of this best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at JFK's lineup here on the top end of North. Coming back to town with the fancy pink pinata camos, sticking with their destroyerless lineup. Let's start on the front rank here. We're looking at Holsch's Des Moines, top grade gunner, sitting next to BP Fresh's Des Moines, top grade gunner and legendary mod. Backed up by Double Salem. We saw these guys last game. That's Numbnuts and Goon. Slightly different builds. Numbnuts opting for top grade gunner there. Goon opting for RPF. Double Stalingrad, Jorn and Ron James again, and Mako's Howden Liu. In fact, this is almost exactly the same lineup. Except they've made one change. Panzer's Montana, back as before, survivability build. Navy Cadet, skipping out on the proys in this game, opting for a Schlieffen instead. How's an ACL looking down on the bottom end?
Yeah, real quick, he's going for full secondaries, including his slot 1. His front right torpedo tube only has 500 hit points and change. Oof. That's the life. One thing I noticed, the 2 Stalingrads, one has top grade gunner, the other one has radio location. The 2 Salems, one has top grade gunner, one has radio location. I love this because if they do what they did last time, they're working together. Only one of those needs radio location. So that's a neat idea.
Yep.
All right, let's take a look at the south. In red, we've got Chaser heading towards the middle, or Chase, I should say, with your typical daring build. Heading towards the B cap is Gearing, total COTS build. Brisbane, that's math teacher again with the same build we saw last time, which it still scratches my head, but hey, it worked for them.
Worked for them.
We got Salem with radar and your usual stuff in the Salem. Comrade Stalin with turret traverse, so a little bit of quick scope action there. Otherwise, what you'd expect. Preußen returns, but this time on the NACL side, they're like, hey, we won with that ship, we won it this time. Interesting. And then not secondary build. Note how he is full-ish survivability tank traditional, except he's got close quarters expert. That's an interesting setup because he also has aiming systems in slot 3 instead of secondaries. You'd think he'd go secondaries just to buff up his main guns in close quarters. But anyway, oh my, in the Stalingrad looking to already go into a kiting away position. He will reverse into position. All the way over on the other side of the map, Echo is Russian Balance for Life, one of the, if not the leader of NACL in a Kleber, just traditional build. And then we have Snob in a Howden Liu with your typical Dutch oven setup, except he doesn't have the buffed commander skill in that second point captain skill.
I see that. He does not.
Yeah.
Well, they're taking a guess at what Russian is, but they're going to come up short. He is going to grab E. But you can tell from NACL's positioning, the E flank is not a priority for them. They rush the Kleber over here. They're going to steal some cheap points. They're going to pull him out of there, and they're going to be like, okay, we're done. We are not hanging out over here very long.
You got it.
Their main focus definitely seems to be the ABC, the triangle of caps over here on the western side.
Yeah, and I like that idea, frankly. Howden Liu can kind of help to slow things down, take people down that are kind of sitting. I think the big thing for NACL is if they're going to put this much effort into the B cap, they have to win it. They can't just little bits, but they're going to run into the same group that they ran into before. Montana, Stalingrad, Stalingrad. Good luck.
You said B cap. I think you meant A cap, but I understood where you were going. Basically, if they're going to push the 1-2 line, they have to win. But it feels like we're setting up for what you like to call a little bit of toilet bowl action, Zath. Right? Looks like we're looking at of the teams playing a big counterclockwise game. The JFK guys, you've got Schlieffen and 3 American heavy cruisers over here on the 9-10 line. Basically, looks like they're going to get set up and just sweep south, while the guys over here on the other flank, the 1-2 line, for NACL will almost invariably push up at some point.
Yep. Chase got caught out on Hulsh's radar with the Des Moines. Very good use of that radar. He lost half his hit points, and 2 of his turrets got stunned, not destroyed. But he's getting better. In a minute, he can heal some more of that damage.
Really good radar there from Hulsh. So now, one of the things that I'm wondering how NACL is going to make this work, Seth, and I'm really curious. We saw Math Teacher last game, and Narco, and it was actually a Harugamo, I think, at the bottom end of Trap, right? Basically acting as like a push, right? And here, yep, there goes the smoke from Narco. Math Teacher's going to sail into that. So you're seeing, he's playing this as a gun build Brisbane, but you generally don't see Brisbane as a pushing cruiser. But that's exactly the way NACL is using it in both of these games. It's very interesting.
Well, I mean, it kind of makes sense because how do you break the death snail? You can either have 2, on separate odds and just keep luck checking torps and pray that you're not the one that takes the torp first and dies, or you can set up something that is an anti-death snail, and I really feel like that's what this is. Brisbane works its way up. It's got the guns. It's ready to go. It can radar a destroyer and pulverize it. But JFK is not playing the game that NACL was expecting.
Nope. Doesn't seem like it anyway. Math Teacher's got clear eyes on Yorn, so he's angling to stay outside of that 12-kilometer radar bubble, knowing what it'll mean for him if he gets caught.
Yep. I had someone in chat say something of that similar bit. 12 kilometer, just stay outside of it.
Just stay outside of it. He's doing a great job of it so far. Right now, it looks like they're trying to burn out the Stalingrads. Comrade Stalin also playing Flame Tana back here, adding to the Brisbane and the Salem hatred on Ron James as an AP salvo comes in on his broadside, presumably from the Poison.
I love this idea because that's the biggest. Oh,
he's turning right into torpedoes. He's going to take 2 of these gearing torps.
Well, that will quicken things for him.
That will end his game right now. First blood early here going to NACL with brilliant execution over here on the 1-2 line.
Yep. Now, if this is a Moskva, there's a couple of differences. A Moskva's got Hydro, 1. 2, it's a little bit narrower. And 3, it doesn't burn as long. So, a Moskva, in hindsight, probably would have been a better choice for JFK.
I gotta say, Zath, watching Narco and his 2 cruisers behind him work as they work this detection bubble around the Stalingrad and the radar bubble is a thing of beauty.
And Narco was just detected, so he knows that the Stalingrad's radar is down.
Yeah.
That gives him the ability to advance into A.
Yep.
And by the way, I just quickly double-checked. Moskva was banned, which is why they're using Stalingrads.
Correct. Moskva is on the ban list for this particular match. Well, briefly, JFK held 3 caps. My God, what happened to Navy Cadet? Holy crap. On 1,200 HP over here. Clinging to life. They're fishing for him. They don't come up with it. Wow.
He's a Schlieffen, so anything could have happened.
Yeah, that's true. Schlieffens are not known for their durability, are they?
Nope. Oh, he got detected because...
I'm not sure how. The Howden Liu planes will not detect him. And
anti-air bubble?
No, the anti-air fire on those planes shouldn't... Oh, no, wait. I'm thinking of the depth charge planes. Anti-air fire on those planes, I think, will detect you. I think.
Well, either way, it works, and Navy Cadet fires his guns anyways, so he's going to go out pretty soon because his heal is a minute away and his DCP is active
he just burned through a heal just to get to that point. The next shell that hits him will put him out. Okay,
but he's dark.
He is dark. They're fishing. Is Russian going to get him?
Nope.
No. They're falling short now. Russian getting punished for this move. Getting punished hard.
Navy Cadet will save the ship. Can Russian do that?
Oh, numbnuts just getting dunked. Howden Liu just doing work over here on the 10 line. Russian's still lit. They're trying to kill him. Trying to get him off the board. They need this kill. If they don't get this kill, then they're gonna really regret it later. Oh, they're going
he's
to
out
get
of the
him.
radar.
Oh, he's going to burn out, I think, Seth. No, his
No,
engine's out.
because
Oh, they get him. Ho, ho, ho. Goon with a
Man,
big kill there.
I gotta say, at that point, I probably would have DCP'd just so I can get my engines back for that extra little shooty. But hey, daring.
The daring
kills
torp strike
numbnuts.
again. Oh, such a thing of
Wow.
beauty when you see that, Seth. Such a thing of beauty.
And remember, he started the game over by sea playing games with the Des Moines. And he's like, nope, I'm not going to do that. We'll go do something else.
Sea Cap still wide open. No one owns it. No one's been in it all game. On a 5-cap map, only 4 of them have ever actually been held. It's still, as we approach the halfway mark, about a 60, 70-point game. But I have to believe that the JFK flank over here on the 1-2 line is eventually going to go out, Zath. They're running out of real estate.
Yes, that indeed they are.
I would love to know how much spotting damage Narco has. It has to be a huge amount.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Mako's Hound Liu now working into the Sea Cap, deciding that they're going to try and push this here. They're down a ship, down on points. They're going to see what they can do here with the change the status quo.
Yeah, I think the key so far to this game is that Schlieffen surviving and the Kleber not.
Well, not only has he survived, he's about to get to his last heal and work his way back up to around 20 or 25,000 hit points.
Oh, look at the Montana up to the north.
He's been playing games with that gearing a little too close. The Brisbane Torps are also coming in. He's guessing at the Brisbane, or maybe he caught a glimpse of him. Oh, wow. Solid hit.
He got a glimpse of him.
He caught a glimpse of him. He's actually spotted now. I don't even know how.
He's hard spotted.
He's hard lit on the surface.
Yep, and you can see Stalingrad shells.
Well,
everybody says, hey!
Panzer's trying to get his front turrets around. Again, I have no idea how he got lit, but they got another salvo in the air.
I think he possibly got out of the smoke. And
There's
was
another
opening
sit.
Fire.
The other shells are all going to fall astern of him. Math teacher just barely escapes with his life. Playing Brisbane and Minotaur are, man, you're constantly walking on that razor's edge. They're so much fun. They're so much fun to play. But man, you only have to make one mistake against the right kind of player, and you are out. Game's tightening up now. Less than 40 points between these two teams. Snowball Red's Howden Liu on the 10 line getting mercilessly farmed by a combination of Goon and BP Fresh.
Jorn trying desperately to save his Stalingrad. He's got 2 seconds till his next heal. But now that whole thing happened with Math Teacher, it's going to take NACL a few more seconds to really just reconnect everything. Get the gearing back at the next, and that's his final smoke.
They don't want to risk it. I also like what Holsch has done, Zath. He's changed islands here. They do burn out the Howden Liu on the 10 line. That ties things up on ship kills, and just like that, we're 45 seconds now from a JFK win in Game 2. A game that NACL has really played very well.
Yeah, they desperately need a kill right now, but Jorn went dark, and he got this heal off.
Holsch's AP now going in on Yugamo Salem on the broadside. Holsch has got a great position here for these shots. Schlieffen shells coming in.
28 seconds. I mean, they don't care. They know they have to do something.
They have to get something out of this. They've got to pick up one of these ships.
Narco's got smoke. He's like, oh, over here. And Yugumo's like, no, I have to angle.
Yeah.
So
Stalingrad shells going in. 19 seconds.
Yeah, Narco doing a nice job of trying to adapt. Salem getting slapped.
12 seconds. All right, they didn't. I was gonna say they bought themselves a small time extension by stepping onto D, but it's not nearly gonna be enough. JFK is gonna tick over, and there it is. Wow. Really good play from both teams, Zath, but JFK's 1-2 line flank bends and never quite breaks, and that's the difference in my mind.
Oh, 100%, 100%. I'm amazed, frankly. I was really expecting to see NACL come back, but I think again the big mistake. I hate to put it all in Russian, but that big mistake is right there, right? He couldn't convert the kill. So it's kind of like a double, right? He couldn't get the kill on the Schlieffen. Just one hit.
Literally one shell.
And then he himself died. So that's like a double. Ow. That did it.
And I think it kind of goes to show the quality of the play you're seeing at this level, Zath, when literally the game comes down to a single shell. Think about that for a minute.
Right.
Like how many
Right.
thousands of shells get fired over the course of a single warships match, and one of them is the potential difference between a win and a loss. Crazy when you think about
Yep. Absolutely. Well, let's duck out of here. I'm
Yep.
already trying to find another game for us.
it. Okay. Brilliant play by both teams. JFK going home a winner.
Absolutely.
All right, let's see if we can rustle up for another game if we can find one. We started a little early. I'd like to think we might even be able to find a game 2, maybe even.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm hoping. It looks like we have game 1s reported in for everybody already. So at this point, we're really just hoping for a game 3, I think.
I see somebody's typing to you, but I don't know.
Xerneos, yeah.
Yeah. Now, let's see. There are other... Bonks
Yes.
KSM going to game
Okay.
3. All right. I'm hopping in right now. I have just joined.
Yep. Yep.
Okay. This is Bonks with a Z?
Perfect.
Bonks with a Z.
Yeah, they're in game right now, so we have a few minutes to set
Yeah,
up.
but whatever it is,
No
he's
rush.
clearly watching it and can see something that we can't. That
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've just ended. Okay, so we've got 5 minutes to get our ducks in a row here. Let's get this figured out. Playoffs.
KSM won game 1.
Okay. Bonks KSM. There we go. All right, so let's do all the setup here. Bonks KSM. We're now at 1-1. These guys did this, although it doesn't matter. And then we did North. Hotspot. And we're about to go to Warrior's Path. So you
Where
said
do you see this?
I'm on the tournament website. I'm just copying the data. The map rotation, all of that is in the tournament website.
That's what I'm looking at too, but I don't see that. You mean like where the voting is, or?
Yeah, you have to click the vote button and it pops up everything.
Yeah, that's what I did, and it's
For Bonks and
looking
KSM?
really weird. Bonks and KSM.
Here, I'll send you a
And
direct
this one
link.
says completed. Maybe I'm looking. No, I think I'm looking at
Yeah.
I think I'm looking
There.
at the last.
I just sent you a
the
direct
last
link
one.
to the one you need.
Okay, thanks.
No problem. Okay, let me go back to that. Okay, there we go. We're about to go to Warrior's Path. There's that. Okay, ship bans. Petro. I'm surprised we haven't seen more Kleber Marceau bans, but it is what it is. It's Petro Marseille.
The problem is that there's so many
Howdy.
different strats now to,
I know.
to try to ban.
But I love that. And I love that it forces teams to think outside the box, right?
Mhm.
I'm a huge fan of, and this is something that we've seen for years at like really high tier play, like international play, right? That teams will take a map and they'll develop anywhere from 1 to 3 strategies for it. And then they'll go play it. And it's like, so you'll see from the same team over the course of the event, you will sometimes see several different looks, which is almost always fun.
Oh,
All right.
absolutely.
So as I push the button here, we're coming back to Bonks KSM, tied at 1 game apiece as we head into game 3. We love a good game 3 around here.
Yep, I'm always rooting for game 3. So
Yep, always more fun to have winner take all. All right, so we did North. Hotspot.
Yep.
And we're headed to Warrior's Path. Now, Warrior's Path, I noticed this looking earlier, is one of the only maps that is basically completely untouched. It's the same Warrior's Path, the same cap configuration we've almost always had.
boring.
Well, I think it makes it a safe pick, but so far I haven't seen teams picking it, which I think is interesting.
We saw a lot of it last week. Oh, by the way, they have the map on Hotspot. They're probably still
They're
trying to set it
still
all
getting
up.
everything figured out. They have to swap the teams around or something, I suspect. Oh, no, they don't.
Yeah.
KSM was alpha for all 3 games, so they'll get it figured out here in a minute. Okay.
Yep. I'm gonna go hit the bathroom for a sec. I'll be right back.
Take care of that, and then I'm going to finish getting a couple other odds and ends noted down here. Okay, let's do a quick refresh. I tell you, while he does that, let's tab over and have a quick look at the bracket. See where we're at, kids. Clear this. I want to refresh this window. There we go. Okay, so how we looking? We just saw JFK. Ow! I just poked myself. That hurts. Just saw JFK win their match. We're going to Game 3 here in Bonks KSM. ELSR and Resin also going to Game 3. Still waiting for Game 2 results out of Epoxy and Stonk. NACL, who we just watched lose, they'll drop into the losers bracket. They'll be fighting 3XWD down there. Whoever loses the match that we're about to watch, Bonks and KSM, will drop down and check out Buenos Noches, who we saw earlier on the stream. All right, so these guys, go ahead.
It's interesting to see 3XWD dropping down to the losers bracket right away. They looked extremely strong last weekend, so I'm kind of surprised to see them get taken down by Resin 2-0, but obviously it happened.
Okay, so apparently we're actually not on Warriors Path. We're going to Shatter, I thought. Okay, apparently they're picking 5 maps but only playing 3. Okay, I need someone to explain this to me. I'm gonna go over here.
Oh, I'll bet you because it's supposed to be a best of 3 and the last map is supposed to be randomly selected. And because they have it set to best of 5, they just ignore map pick 3 and 4. I'll bet you that's what it is.
I'm just making sure that I'm going to confirm this.
Go for it.
Because that's important information that we didn't have until this exact instant.
You got it.
Okay.
Now, where are we? We are here.
Okay. They have confirmed you are correct, Zath, so we are good.
Okay. Moving on, we will see, after this, we will see Bonko versus whoever loses Winners Bracket 2.2. Winners Bracket 2.2. So
ELSR and
Elser
Resin.
versus Resin. Whoever loses, that's going to be interesting.
That's going to be a
Bonko.
I almost wish we were casting that. That should be a really damn good series.
We are casting that. Bonko and whoever loses Winners Bracket 2.2. But yeah, it'd be nice to see this one. And yeah, by the way, don't poke yourself. That's not a good idea.
Yeah, that really hurt. I went to pick up my pin, and somehow I had just set it where I literally just jammed my index finger right down on the tip like a dummy. I don't even know how I did that, but that's what I did.
Have you ever noticed how sometimes things just have this like weird physics built into it that just makes no sense, and all of a sudden you've poked your eye out?
I don't know what you're talking about. That's ridiculous. All right, I just saw notice that Stonk and Epoxy is also going to Game 3's Zath. So whole lot of Game 3s here in the top 8. That's good. That's indicative of teams that are very well balanced against each other. I'm liking this.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Let's head to Shatter. Which do I need here? I need the main. Yep. Zath, talk to me about Green Team. Give me the Bonks lineup. What are we doing?
What are we doing?
What are we doing?
Shatter. Okay, let's take a look at Game 3 of Bonks and KSM. Bonks is bringing with them a Marceau with Honore with the buffed Adrenaline Rush. We've got Sparkle over there with the gearing. That will be a typical COTS build gearing. We've got Stalingrad right next to that gearing saying, I'm your big brother. Just chilling there with top grade gunner and range. There's Addy in a Salem. This is a Radar Salem. Next to him is 1-for-1 Gaming in our Napoli. So there's our good look at Napoli with Pack-a-Punch and Outnumbered and
the secondary
fixings.
build Napoli. Yeah, because Napoli's not on the ban list for this one.
That's right. We see a lot of that recently. And then we've got Brisbane as well with your typical Brizzy build. Chukwama in a Colbert. This is our first time ever seeing a Colbert in King of the Sea this season.
Like it.
With his Honore for buffed Adrenaline Rush.
Notice he's running range mod in slot 6.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's what you do. You get yourself shot at, and you just hold down left mouse button, and you pray.
And run away.
And run away. We got Kermit Seppuku. I love that name.
Yep.
Rocking it in a Schlieffen with Loot Yens, but doesn't want any of the Loot Yens bonuses. Side note, I prefer not running Demo Expert and instead going for preventative maintenance because there are so many things on a Schlieffen that can and will break.
Note IFHE, though.
He's got IFHE.
That's what I'm saying. Note, I think that's noteworthy as well.
Yeah. Well, for Schlieffen, you need that for the 105s to pen. And then over on the Preußen, you got Murica with his, that is definitely Lutyens as well, and not really a secondary build, but he just threw some in because he had some spare points.
Preußen
What do we got for KSM?
Schlieffen. All right, let's have a look at KSM. Ganser's Marceau speedy boying his way over towards C here, running a little bit of range build. Range and reload on his particular Marceau. He should have time to get to C, although there will be one of the Stalingrad radars in range to challenge him if they want. Backed up by Snob's Napoli, also running Pack-a-Punch there for 3 points. Turret traverse reload. Yep, good solid build there. Another Napoli, that's Jinsey. Not identical build, not running Pack-a-Punch on this one, so not leaning quite as heavily into the secondaries there. WH Knights Salem here climbing up the 6th line, running top grade gunner, concealment, all the kinds of things, running his own little 8.5 kilometer T-Rex radar, backed up by Swag's Preußen here. A little more of a survivability build, not leaning at all into the secondaries. Not a single secondary skill on the entire ship. Catching a glimpse of Tester's Stalingrad, trying to get some shells into him early, and they get a little bit of chip damage. Paranoid Z42 just about to reverse his stern end into the B cap. Pretty typical build there. A little bit of dazzle action in that one. He is backed up at closest range by John's Ohio. Much more of a secondary build here to go with his quickscope turret traverse. And over on the left flank, Malakin's Ragnar. Yep, a little bit of range, a little bit of... Oh, he's got to watch out these torpedoes here. Ooh, he's got it. He's good to go. And then playing way wide, and another Napoli, that's Moko over here, also running Pack-a-Punch. Triple Napoli lineup for KSM's app.
Kind of get the feeling both teams are like, wait a minute, nobody banned Napoli? Let's play.
Kind of feels that way, doesn't it? Kind of feels that way. But Bonk's only bringing 1, whereas KSM bringing 3.
Yeah. Oh, big hit there on Salem. That was WH
Look
Knights
at
KS.
Paranoid
from KSM.
finally getting caught by radar. He was in the perfect little gap where the radars overlapped but didn't pick him up until the Schlieffen's Hydro drove up and grabbed him here at close range.
Wow. Impressive.
They're going to get some shells on him, but he's going to be able to get away.
Swag responding with the Preußen, trying to slap Kermit back. And
now,
see Chukwama, look at where he is. You can see his range. He's trying to arc over what's considered the safe spot for Salem Des Moines to play.
I got to say, Ganser's Marceau has surprised me, Zath. I expected him to dive the C cap. He didn't. He went all the way to the 10 line, trying to do a ton of backfield spotting back here, but it's costing him big on his HP, the Brisbane radar catching him out. Trying to farm out WH Knight as Merca's Preußen lurking on the edge of the B cap now. Backed up by Addy. Malakin's Ragnar taking some punishment down to half health already as he grabs A over here on the west.
Yeah, he's got to heal.
Very much an A-B-centric strategy here for Bonk Sath, but at the moment, they fail to control either cap.
Yeah. This map is always fun to cast because you zoom out and you look at B from top down and you just look at all the X's that are drawn.
Yeah.
As teams just literally shoot at each other and pray that they come out on top in this battle for attrition. Like Kermit Sipaku is not looking so good. Now he's looking less good.
Yep. Kermit's definitely taking the
But John.
Yeah, John's not trading well here with the Preußen. The secondaries and everything really starting to add up. His next heal, he just got to his next heal. He desperately needs that. Kermit also starting to lag, sort of losing his duel with the Salem here. You have to believe a few more shells. There's a fire. Some more AP coming in on the bow. I don't think Kermit's going to be with us very long. I think that fire is going to seal the deal. And there he goes.
That's it.
KSM grabbing first blood as Battleship Nagato's Marceau trying to flip the A cap back.
Yeah, but Murica is also in trouble. He's healing, but he's quite low already. There's the DCP.
You know,
Addy moving up to try to support his teammate.
You know, Zath,
punch in the face.
Bonks put both their battleships on either side of this cap, and they're about to be the first things to die in this game.
Yeah. Well, they tanked all right.
I mean, but they didn't tank very long, did they? We're only 6.5 minutes in. We're already down one battleship, and we're about to be down another.
Yep. Oh, KSM's Ragnar goes down.
Yeah, Malikan losing that.
They got to do something.
Yeah, Malikan losing that duel over here at A. There goes the poison. So just like that, Bonks without battleships going to have to try to make it work on the back of their super cruisers. Oh, wait. They really only have the Stalin.
Yeah. Oh, look at the Preußen swag coming through the middle now. Addie's in trouble. Addie's in big trouble. Just waiting for the Thanos snap. It's coming.
I mean, I think you just go for the ram. I think the Preußen's just gonna.
That's what he's doing.
He's just gonna let it. He's just gonna take it. He's gonna be like, I can ram you off.
Oh,
no, look at
he
this.
missed.
Look
He
at this.
missed.
They both missed somehow. That's
seamanship
crazy.
right there.
That is crazy.
Eddie could not afford to take a ram there, but at the same
No.
time, he needs to not die.
Oh, he
So-
desperately needs to not die. It's going to start adding up for swag here in a moment because the full pins on his stern are going to start adding up here as the AP comes online from Addy. Oh,
Yeah, but
wow.
then that
Okay.
happens.
That may not
There's
matter.
one gun.
Well, the bow turrets
wait,
are about
he's
to
got
come
more.
online. And there they are. There it is.
A ram would have been better.
So Addy goes out as they're trying to keep Tester from the ram. If they do a stern ram like this, it's not going to be that spectacular. They're trying to kill Tester before they get the ram off. They're going to get it.
Oh,
Wow.
They do.
Just like that, Bonks down 3 ships. Wow.
That's got to be a clip moment. 2 cruisers being shot in the rear and dying.
I still can't
Ouch.
believe they missed the ram. That was wild alone.
Yeah. Well, what else is going on?
I know. What else is happening in this game? Well, it's funny you should ask. Let's look around. WH Knights Salem pushing through the middle. Go ahead.
Chiquama sitting there in the middle with range, like, yo, guys, please stop dying. I need more time to
I-
farm.
yeah, the Colbert doesn't work, and she needs time to add for the damage to add up. She's not there yet.
Oh, well.
Should have closed this window a while ago. Hang on a minute.
And then we got Gearing and Brisbane trying to find their way back in over at the A side. I mean, they do have or C side. They do have the 2 Napolis to deal with, but
These guys, I mean, Disquarius and Sparkle are kind of out of it already. They're back on the B line. They're not really going to impact the game significantly at this point.
no. 3 minutes to go. KSM is about to lose possibly a Napoli, but 1-for-1 Gaming is probably going to trade 1-for-1.
I mean,
that
if
fits. The name fits.
KSM can afford a trade right now.
Exactly. But it's a joy watching those secondaries go, isn't it?
Isn't it? Oh, it is. It really is. So they
And you
do
get the
lose.
battleship that tries to ruin all the fun with its primaries.
So they do lose 1-for-1. I'm sorry, they do lose Moko. 1-for-1 manages to hold on here. As his next heal 25 seconds away as Paranoid's trying to get him to light or something, get rid of him somehow
Yeah.
without
I
dying.
would have expected.
There we go. They got him. They got him to
That's the
light. They're going to
trick,
get him.
isn't it?
Yeah, they're going to get him here. And there he goes.
Yep. So, as the name fits, 1-for-1.
Pretty much.
John the Impaler.
I know. He's just
Look at
lurking.
John the Impaler.
It's like
No,
it's like
he's
we
coming
need the
around.
Jaws theme. Dun
Dun,
dun
dun,
dun 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 dun. Like it's coming. It's coming. Especially his Chook beaches.
Oh no!
Dun
Chiquama pulling over some McDonald's.
dun 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 dun.
Oh my god!
Oh, that's so funny. You almost feel like John's toying with him at this point.
You almost feel like Chiquama's like, "Can we please let me go, map? Thank you." Map. Wow.
Oh, that's amazing. Well,
Well,
that's all she wrote, kids. KSM's
she
going to win
wrote.
game 3. Like, I mean, it's been pretty obvious for a spell, but I think we can pretty confidently say it now that Bonks will have to fight their way back out of the losers bracket if they want to see the top of the tournament.
yeah. Pardon me for a minute. I'm gonna take a picture of Chukwama dying. All right, there we go. Love you, Chukwama.
Poor guy. Just pinned by everybody and nowhere to run, and you're just like, oh, feels bad.
Feels bad you took a cold bear in the cots. I don't know. Oh well.
So Zath, I'm gonna share a question with chat that I want us to discuss in the next break we're gonna have here for a moment, which is the Z42 a valid pick in this format? Don't answer now. I'm just gonna throw that on the table and we'll talk about it here in a moment.
All right, fair enough.
I'm just making sure I get the question out there or I'll forget.
Yeah, I completely understand
There
that
we
one.
go. All right, KSM walking away a winner there. They win the match. They stay in the top. They stay in the winners bracket. They are going to move on to the top 4. And then we'll see who's joining them in just a few moments, because that game went pretty quick, I think, compared to what some of the other game 3s are going to do.
Yes. Yes, it did. And so we are still waiting for Elser, Resin, and all that good stuff. So I'm going to use this opportunity to run a commercial break, get that out of the way, just in case.
Yeah, I'm realizing I might have screwed that up this game.
Oh, that's always annoying.
No, I think I'm okay. I think it did all right.
Okay. Chat's catching up to the awkwardness that is this missed ram, and they just don't know what to do.
that missed ram was wild.
Yeah. But anyway. We are doing Bonko. So we move the Z for the O. Versus somebody. We don't know yet. Alright, there's the clip moment. You okay over there? You look like really deep.
No, I'm busy trying to deal with some stuff on Discord. That's my bad. Anytime I do one of these big events and I'm asking people to join my Discord, when a whole bunch of people join a Discord server, it like flags it up as a problem, and you have to manually go in and tell Discord, no, this is fine, it's okay. Otherwise, they treat it like Twitch has the rules now for like hate raids, right? Same idea,
Yes.
It's the same kind of functionality that Discord has. So you have to go in and specifically just go, no, it's fine, don't throttle the server, whatever. So anyway, okay. This was still top 8. I need to pull that bracket up again. Gotta make sure I get all my notes right. That was Bonks Candles winners bracket 2.3.
Yep.
We actually saw 2.4.
I just jumped into Resin versus Elser. I want to see who won. They're out of their game. So I asked who won. Nobody is speaking.
Interesting. So
yeah.
So we're casting a losers bracket 1.1, right? So like you said, someone versus Bonko. And we have to wait for ELSR and Resin to finish up. And that's what you're saying. You just went in there and there was nothing going on.
I'm like, who won? And I I still haven't heard anything.
Hashtag confused screaming.
I
wonder if they did a restart.
Won.
Okay,
Resin won.
Resin won. Okay.
So it's going to be Bonko versus Elser. Now, I had somebody in my chat saying, can you please cover Elser? Although I think not necessarily with this, this context of them being in the losers bracket. But
it is
Elser
what it
in the
is.
Losers bracket, Raptor.
It is what it is. That happens. They've done it before. They've fought their way back out of the losers bracket before to win the whole thing. We've seen them do it. Okay. Let's do a quick refresh. We're still waiting for things to kind of get updated, it looks like. Yeah. Oh, do you know what it is, Zath? I'm realizing they're having to put 3 O's in on tournament because for some reason the entire tournament bracket is set up for best of 5s too.
For best of 5. That would track too.
Like the whole thing is screwed up. How did this get I'm staying out of it. I'm not a ref. I'm not staff.
What? Wait. Wait, hold on.
Because right now, Resin and ELSR shows 2-1 2-1 Resin win, but it doesn't show the match being over. So that all of these tournament matches are looking for best of 5 results too for some reason.
Huh. What time is it? Okay.
It is. Our time is 3:15 our time.
Okay. No. I got pinged.
Okay.
So we let me put it this way: we might want to bail and go to another one. There's a bit of a rule discussion going on right now
Between.
between both the teams.
Okay,
I don't know.
Hold on. Let me
Wait,
go.
now
They haven't even started this thing yet. There's not a.
no, the previous game, the 1v1 versus Resin and
Oh, the Resin ELSR. They're having a.
yeah, I don't know.
Like right there,
this is
right there in
interesting.
chat, right there where you are in the training room.
He said something in the training room and then they closed it. So
Oh,
we'll have to see. It's okay.
I'm looking for the game thread over here in Discord, and I am not seeing a game thread. There it is. Hold on. Jump to present.
Jump to present. Okay, where's the threads?
They're trying to hand ELSR a forfeit.
What did they do? Oh, I see. 5 minute. It's the 5 minute issue.
They played the entire game and were then told it was a forfeit.
See what I was telling you about that 5 minute rule coming in to bite teams in
This
the
is
butt?
wild.
Yeah.
This is wild.
So, that's why I'm saying we might want to bail and grab a different one that's available.
Well, we can go look at the
'Cause-
spreadsheet and figure out what's. I mean, it's going to take. We've got a few minutes, right? Because we're between rounds. They got to stop and do pick bands. Then they got to get the whole bracket filled up. Like we've got time.
Yeah. Yeah. That's okay.
So we just need to go look at the caster sheet, I suppose, which I kept open on this tab over here.
Okay, we have two really good choices I'm going to give you.
Okay.
One is KSC versus somebody. That's loser of winners bracket 2.1. Where's 2.1?
Losers bracket 2.
So they would
Okay, losers
that-
bracket
that's still
2.1 is a
finishing.
ways off. You're already signed up for losers bracket.
No. It's a loser bracket game against the loser of winners bracket 2.1.
Oh, okay.
So they're still battling it out. We could catch NACL versus 3XWD. There's only one person signed up. That's Elgato Magico, and they're probably getting set up.
Yes, I saw them start that thread. Let's just move in there. Let's just do that.
Okay.
I'm adding us to the list. Don't worry about it. I've got it taken care of.
Thank you.
Yep, and I'm going to take us
Teamwork.
off the other list as soon as I figure out how. I think I just have to delete your name off the list. There. Boop. There we go. Okay, that's what we've done. So we've called an audible then.
Yes. Yeah. So we're gonna move off to I think that's the better choice for us right now.
Okay. So, there we go. Okay. Done. So that means I need to go pull that up on the tournament site, which is, I got to find the right tab. It's this tab, but that button. There we go. Okay. So refresh. Playoffs. We're now in the losers bracket, and we're looking for.
Correct.
There we go. NACL and stuff. Voting doesn't even start for 10 minutes. We're so far ahead of schedule, and the voting still doesn't even start for 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
There's a part of me, Zath. What are you laughing at?
I posted in the playoffs channel that we were moving to NACL versus
Yeah.
3XWD.
Yeah, I saw you
And
post.
Russian responds. He goes, "No,
No.
it's the Bugs Bunny. No."
Yeah, I see that. The Bugs Bunny no. That's good.
Russian has this. So he's a fellow super test coordinator, right?
Okay.
And he's got this thing that whenever I cast his games, they fail. And so
he specifically
he's
fails.
like- or in the case of the last series, he specifically fails. Love you, Russian.
Too funny.
So that's why I'm laughing so hard. Sorry.
So
What were you?
I was going to say the 5-minute rule between games. On days 1 and 2, when you have a lot of games to get through, and there's a lot of, I don't want to say confusion, but let's just say chaos, right? Days 1 and 2 are typically more chaotic because there's just more going on. The 5-minute rule starts to feel a little more necessary to keep things moving. Once you've reached this point of the tournament, though, we're in the playoffs now, right? Most of these teams have been here before. I feel like you can go back to 10 minutes and strictly enforce 10 minutes. The problem with the old 10-minute timer was not that it was 10 minutes. There was nothing wrong with 10 minutes. It was that it didn't matter what it wasn't being enforced. There was nothing wrong with it being 10 minutes. Now we've cut it in half, and it feels like we're being a tad overzealous a little bit, right? I understand you have to enforce the rules. I have no problem with that. But, you know, there's a part of me that's like, we're here to play games, right? We're not here to have forfeits. So, you know, like we did earlier, we had that game. The very first, was it the second game of the day? Second game of the day, right? Buenos Noches hit their time limit. There was like 5 minutes. And it was like, okay, but they had one guy duck out. He was back inside of 20 seconds, but he had to duck out of the room, fix something, and come back. So by the strict letter of the law, we weren't on time. But at the same time, the rest of the team was there and ready. One guy had to go out and come back. Like, to me, that feels permissible. That, to me, should be Go ahead.
Yeah. No, go ahead. Sorry, finish your thought.
I was like, to me, that feels like the kind of a judgment call that a referee can make, which is, that's reasonable. It's fine, right? At the same time, I understand the organization's desire to be consistent in how we enforce the rules. So it's a tough argument, right? They're in a tough spot with no winners, let's be honest.
The problem is what you just said with the consistency, because the refs, either they enforce the rules consistently or they allow teams to not, you know, to not have to follow the rules, and then you get pointing of fingers, you know, of favoritism, of blah blah blah, and it becomes a mess. So how do you maintain the integrity of the organization and the rule set and all that, while at the same time understanding that, hey, this could happen? Go back to the Buenos Noches game. I was worried that was going to be said, oh, you're not ready, gone, forfeit. They didn't.
And I was worried about that too.
I think was interesting was you all didn't see it, but I was in the training room and the Buenos Noches person said 1 minute, then came back in literally at less than a minute.
Right.
And so I almost wonder if, as a tweak to the rule, like you said, keep it at 5 minutes with the possibility of a 1 minute extension, as long as it's asked for before the 5 minute rule.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Because if you change it to 10, if you go back to 10 minutes, teams will take 10 minutes.
Yes.
And that's the problem with anytime you change the duration of something, you'll always have teams that go up to that point, and then they'll still argue because they were 2 seconds late.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it's 5 or 10. So put in that rule, add a little bit of a 1 minute cushion if it's absolutely necessary.
The other thing that makes my head explode a little bit is the notion that we're counting seconds, right? The notion that you were 2 seconds late, forfeit. Are we serious right now? Like at the top end of the tournament, at the top end of the bracket, 2 seconds? Really? Like that's your. I'm just baffled at that. This is not King of the Sea has never been a tournament that took place in person. It's not like chess where I'm sitting across from my opponent. We are physically co-located in the same space. This is, we're trying to coordinate thousands of people across dozens of time zones to play an online event. It's not ever going to be flawless or perfect or completely on schedule, right? You do your best. As long as, and this is where it starts to get really bad, right? Because as there are teams in the event that have a reputation for taking advantage of the generosity afforded them by the staff to be like, okay, it's fine, take a couple extra minutes, right? Some teams take advantage of that. It's one thing for it to be the occasional, guys, sorry, we need a couple extra minutes, like 2 or 3 times an event, as opposed to literally every game, we need more time, we need more time, we need more time. Like that starts to drag. And at the end of the day, I think the reason this rule exists is because you had this subset of teams taking advantage of the I'm trying to figure out, I want to say the niceness, but that's not the words, right? But just the sportsmanship, the camaraderie attitude of, look, we're all just here to play a game, let's play, right? But at the same time, now that we're, in the top end of this, you're playing for real money. This is not a joke anymore. Right? People take this very seriously, and so you have to be consistent. Yeah. So it's this very difficult tightrope to walk.
I don't think there's any real money in this tournament, the regional, but
not
for
in the
internationals, yes, there's the prize pool.
In the international, being a bit more of a stickler in the international event, I understand. But here's the subset to that argument, right? What if you lose out on your chance at money because of one of these rules not being enforced consistently? Right. So if you're going to do it, if you're going to enforce rules consistently, you have to do it throughout the entire event, literally from day one to the end of day whatever. You have to be consistent. So they're in this real dilemma. It is, in my opinion, one of the unfortunate side effects of introducing money into the event. Now,
we all said this when they said that. When they said money, we all said this. Don't do it.
Well, there's a part of me that's like, I don't necessarily have any complaint is not the word.
Qualms?
Yeah, qualms. I don't have real qualms with you introducing money, right? Because you want to give people incentive to play, and you want the best players to show up so you can showcase, kind of what your game can be. And I think that's awesome. I will say it feels like the amount of money perhaps has gotten to where you bring out this kind of behavior, right? Encourage is not the word, because you're not encouraging it, but it's going to appear because the prizes you're awarding have a real world impact on people. And so it's inevitable that this sort of thing shows up. And you're right. We all talked about it at the time.
We did. We all said, this is why are you doing this? You don't want to touch this.
It's going to be rough, kids.
All telling you this.
Like, it's going to be rough.
How many other esports things have we seen going on where money's involved and then lawyers are involved? I mean, it's crazy.
Oh yeah.
So
for sure.
Keep it to just a fun, competitive event. Your name gets to be put someplace. You feel good about yourself. You've got this special King of the Sea flag you get to wave around with. The stuff that they used to do. You got the bragging rights. Now, there's one other thing, in my opinion, Raptor. You now that you talked about the money thing, this is something else I've been thinking about, and that is that now that it's for money, now you've got players that really care to win, to the point where they will jump ship and go wherever they need to go to win. And what happens? You lose the competitiveness of the game because you end up with one mega team that always seems to win.
Yep, 100%, 100%.
So
and yeah, when King of the Sea began, it was a community-run event by the community for the community. Wargaming gave it some prize support and gave it some attention on their website. And that was kind of about all they really did for it for a long, long time. And then slowly they got more and more involved because they realized that showcasing the game, streaming these big tournament games on Twitch, was a way to draw in viewers, was a way to put the game in front of more people, and they were very successful at it. You and I and others had really had some events with literally, like we had an event at one point, we had 1,000 people watching on day one. Day one. There was a time I couldn't get 60 people to watch on day one of this event, right? So, and that was awesome. But I think over the years, the kind of shift in focus has definitely eroded some of that camaraderie and sportsmanship kind of things that we used to have, right? Because we were just playing. I mean, yeah, you were playing for prizes, but they were in-game prizes. You were playing for doubloons or steel or something, and it was like, it's nice to have, but we don't really need this, right? Like, it's cool. We're here. You're here for the prestige, right? You're here because you want to be King of the Sea, right? Not because you're not playing for next month's rent, right? Which is a real thing, now.
No, when we played Supremacy League, I mean, what
Yeah.
were you getting? A bunch of
Nothing.
doubloons.
Basically nothing.
And
yeah.
it was I remember one season, and this is one of the reasons I actually stopped playing Supremacy, was one of the seasons we were on APOC and we got all the doubloons, and the team was like, "Oh, can we get enough doubloons to give this person an Atago?" And I'm just like, "Wait a minute."
I remember this.
You know?
I remember this when it happened.
Yeah, and so anytime you have something of monetary value added in here, doubloons, that's digital currency. You guys know how much I hoard my doubloons now. Back then, I didn't have any doubloons. I was just like
You
everybody
wouldn't spend
else.
them on anything.
No, I wouldn't. And I bought my Atago with doubloons that I scrimped and saved for, and so I was upset when I
You
saw.
spent
Hey,
doubloons? Is that legal?
I bought the Atago for season 2 of Ranked after Little White Mouse went and shared about her experience in the Atago ranking out because I was frustrated and because I ran out of credits playing the Amagi all the time. Because back then, you could run out of credits playing a tier 8 ship.
That's true.
Without premium time and all that, because I didn't have that.
That's true.
Because I was just a puny player. And that's okay.
That's true.
That was
That's
fine.
True. The only Atago
So-
remains to this day the only ship I've ever ranked out in.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Season 4, I invested the time and I ranked out in Atago. I think I did in about 100 games. That's where I got my Jolly Roger. And to this day, the only ship in the game that I will fly my Jolly Roger on is Kid. Where
Okay.
it belongs.
Okay.
Where it belongs.
I get. You know, there are some players, and I love this creativity with some players. What they would do is they would put the flag that they earned from ranked on the particular ship or ships that they played to rank out with as a way to remember.
I've seen
That's
people do
a
that.
really cool idea.
Yeah, I love that when I see it.
Yeah. So let's see. For me,
Okay.
it was a Tago.
Okay.
Okay.
No, go ahead. Keep going.
Okay. So for me, it was a Tago. It was Turpitz in that season as well, helped me, and Amagi. And then the main one for me was Kiev. You know, I love Kiev. And,
You
and that
do.
season where it was tier 7 was like, whew. That was a big one. And then the other one was Fuso at tier 6. Yes,
Oh, that's right. We
you
had
heard
some
me
tier
right.
we had
Fuso
some
at
tier 6 seasons. I like Fuso at tier 6, my friend.
Fuso was fun.
I still enjoy Fuso today.
And just for the grins, I ranked out with a 8-kilometer F3 Shimakaze build. Just to try it.
That's wild. It's funny because to this day when I play Fuso, every time I pull the trigger, I want to yell "pull" because I'm just firing the shotgun and hoping. I'm just pulling the trigger and being like, "Well, I hope these hit." You know.
Yep. I know
Okay.
exactly what you mean.
We have a map rotation. They're still working on ship bans.
Yep.
Okay.
You got it. And maps banned were Shatter and Hotspot. there you go.
Indubitably.
Indubitably. All right. I love, you know, what's interesting, Raptors, you and I are talking through all this, and then at the same time, 5 minutes later, I'm watching chat getting involved and
Oh, yeah.
talking about this too.
Yeah, for sure.
So, there's an idea. Kind of like NFL football. You have timeouts. You have like 2 timeouts per half or something, and so you can ask for a little bit of extra time.
That's not unreasonable.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe you hand those out over the course of a day, right? So over the
Mm-hmm.
course of the day, you could have two extensions. I don't know, whatever you call them. That's not bad. I like it.
Yeah.
My point is, I think there needs to be. I feel like we're at risk of pushing people away from playing in the event because the rules set has become too cumbersome. Maybe not the word, but you're going in the right direction. Like that's what I'm thinking. And so
Convoluted.
maybe I don't know. But the point remains that when that occurs, that is a solvable problem, right? That's not a problem with the game. That's not a game balance, a dev problem. That is a tournament problem that is fixable. You just have to sit back and go, okay, players, as a group, the players that show up for our event did not enjoy this iteration for these reasons. And this is something that the tournament organizers have been very good at over the years. They always run these post-tournament surveys to get feedback. And so it's like, okay, I guarantee you they're going to get feedback on this time around. Guaranteed. So they
Yeah,
already
just so,
in their shoes, they have to be thinking about what are we going to do? What are we going to change next time?
right. Right. And in addition, a lot of us streamers, Raptor, myself, and a few others, we have a much more direct line as well to give feedback and to answer specific questions. And this is something that will be on my mind for sure.
Oh yeah.
That will bring up and you guys, most of you in the community, with wargaming, a lot of times you say, hey, this is your feedback, and you give your feedback, and then everybody else you talk to says you shared your feedback. Well, why aren't they doing anything? At some point, there's that critical mass that pushes them over the line that says, we really need to look into this. So, again, this is something to think about. This is something for feedback. And please, if as a player, as a viewer, if you're giving feedback into this tournament, please don't go only negative. Please highlight the things that are working well too. That needs to be said. That's important.
Yeah, there's always something that went really well and something that didn't.
Yeah.
In anything you do, in any event, any job you've ever had, any project you've ever run, no matter how big or how small it is, right? There's always something that goes well and something that doesn't. We still don't have a room.
No. Can you do me a favor and take a look at the winners bracket now?
Okay, hold on a minute.
Now that the games are all in, look at the winners bracket.
Hold on a minute. I gotta go to this. No, where is it? This window. Aha!
Here we go. Run out of credits playing a tier 8 ship.
Oh, hang on a minute.
Somehow
I did. How did this happen? There we go. Okay. Epoxy, resin, KSM, and JFK. All right, what am I looking at?
Epoxy resin.
Yes.
Civil War.
Yes. We sort of hinted it might happen. Like they were on a collision course. It could happen, and there it is. I kind of wish we were casting that, but this will be fun too.
And for you guys to know, when we sign up, one of the things that Raptor and I try to do is we try to catch teams that nobody's really signed up for, because we want to try to get as many games covered. Yeah. That might not be the most popular or exciting game, the most competitive game, but at the same time, in this case for the losers bracket, this might be Elser's, or not Elser, we're doing NACL and 3X. This might be their last chance in the tournament, right? We might not see them again after this group. So to me, like that's the part that's most interesting. And I did this with the EU stuff, where if you lose 3 matches, you're out, and that's how I guided my choices for the last round as well as tomorrow's rounds. I want the teams that their backs are to the wall and they have to come out swinging or they're gone. That to me is more interesting.
I understand why. I understand why people want to continue to showcase stuff in the winners bracket at this point in the tournament. I get it, because I've been that guy. But I've reached a point where I would much rather show the teams that are playing for their tournament lives, because sometimes those games are way more interesting. You will see teams try crap that they would never have done normally because they got nothing left to lose.
Remember when Elser did that last international COTS, and they came out with that system that completely bullied the Vermont on loop? I don't remember the exact anymore, but there was that game where they just came out and completely manhandled the solo Vermont and then overran the San Martin on the other side. I almost feel like it was Resin or Elser that they fought.
I don't remember this.
ELSR on loop. I know that for a fact.
Chat's reminding me about the Z42 question. We should have that conversation.
That was still in my head.
Okay.
No,
okay.
We don't have the room up anyway.
We don't, and they're asking about it. They're asking about it in chat, so I'm keeping tabs on it in Discord. But to go all the way back about 20 minutes ago, there was a question in my chat about whether or not Z42 is viable in this format. And to me, the answer is unequivocally, absolutely. A destroyer with that much gunpowder and hydro can be a real cap bully in certain maps, in certain configurations, etc., in certain team setups and certain lineups. Like, it's really good.
So the problem that 42 runs into, and it looks like they're putting a set time at 5 o'clock Eastern, so 4. So
they're still waiting 20 more minutes. So we're gonna go 45 minutes in between the end of the last round and the start of the next one. That feels a little.
Yeah, I mean, I know that they're backed up dealing with the rules.
They are. You can see some of that going on. So I'm just let them deal with it.
Okay, so crazy thought.
Hmm.
Do you want to try to go into epoxy resin because the game is up?
I
Nobody
mean,
else is in here though.
certainly someone has signed up for it. It sounds like they're starting the entire round at the top of the hour.
Right.
Let me see who else has signed up for that. I'm on the wrong tab. Hold on a moment, because I guarantee you somebody has signed up. So epoxy resin is going to be Bow, Iron Man, Incandescent, and Ghost. At the moment, you've got a handful of people signed up for KSM JFK, which is the other semifinals match. And
Yeah.
then we had been on ALS Arbanco. We bailed. We're on this right now.
Yep.
And then a fair number of the South American guys are covering the BN Bonks match in the losers bracket as well. So, I mean, we could do epoxy resin if you wanted. I kind of like the idea of seeing this.
Yeah, no. This is fine. It was just because they had the room open, I wanted
Well-
to see if they were like about to start. If they were, let's go do something.
Well, I'm
instead
gonna
of
go
sitting
look at.
yapping.
I'm gonna go duck in the epoxy resin room and see if they give a start time. They've done all their votes. Yes, they're starting the whole round at the top of the hour, so nobody's going to start before top of the hour. Yeah, you're just host. It's just what it is.
I just went into the JFK room and I just typed a burp and I'm leaving.
You should have typed fart and then left. That would have been more entertaining.
So if they're doing all of them, do you want to go back to the Elser game then, or do you want to stay here?
Right now, I think we're better off staying here because I'm still seeing a lot of Elser guys in the voice channel. They're clearly having a discussion. So let's avoid the game. Let's avoid that match just because there's a part of my brain that wonders if that match is even going to occur. So I'm just going to leave it and let them do their thing.
Yes, I completely agree with you there. Perfect. I just want to make sure we're both on the same page. And the Z42 in COTS. It's like, we'll answer that question in just after these messages. And then like 45 minutes later, I feel like I'm a newscast or something, telling you to stay until the end.
My chat's also mentioning something about, I remember when they used to fly you guys out of the country to cast. I've only done that once, right? Like, I've only been invited to internationals one time. It was 2 years ago. I went to Prague for internationals, and I worked it with Painzor and crew, and we had a great time. It was a good event. That's the only time I've ever done it. Now, they have several of the NA staff, like Bogsy and Gaishu, and some of those guys have gone out and worked events over there. But very rarely do they fly, in my experience, at least, like North American, just Joe Blows like me, to Europe to work an event. Now, usually we'll bring in Europeans. I know Painzor's been over there. I know Maltese Knight was with us for that particular King of the Sea. I know Stats Bloke has been over there and done some stuff at different times, right? Not always, just different timing. But it's entirely up to the guys organizing the event, how they want to do it, who they want to draft, who they want to pull in. Sometimes you get asked, sometimes you don't. I don't know. I mean, it is what it is.
You know, yeah. I'd love to do an international COTS with Raptor.
That'd be fun.
You know, we've done them all virtually. We have
done them
us
virtually
to do it from our computers, and then we've had issues. I remember one time my computer power went out like right when I was being introduced, and there's another time where Raptor, you had a storm coming, and we're concerned about that. And hey, you know what? Things happen.
Yeah.
That can be controlled in a physical environment, but it's expensive, and
the
honestly,
room is open now, by the way, apparently.
Okay. Thank you.
He said he is. Yeah, it's just Dark Wolf. It's not labeled. It's just Dark Wolf.
Okay. It really just comes down to what is it that they want. Each of us brings something to the table. What's the mix that they want to have for their thing? One time, Raptor and I cast internationals, and we were the in-game callers, and then there were people outside that were talking about it and stuff, and people said very positive things, and then they went a different direction, and people still said positive things about those casters. So it just comes down to what do they want, and that's it.
I will say, Zath, the thing that I miss the most. The international stuff has been fun, But for me personally, my focus has always been on the NA bracket of the event, right?
I know where you're going with this.
Yeah, you're going to agree with me when I say it, right? So, like, from the time that I started casting this event, it was always like, I want the NA bracket to look and feel as good as it possibly can from a showmanship showcase perspective. And for quite a number of times, you and I have been invited to Austin, and we've done casts there in the wargaming offices with them, doing stuff, working things, right? And again, the last time we did that was I think about 2 years ago, if not 3 now. It's been a hot minute. And at the time, they were still working on getting their own casting space, right? They've finally done that now. And now but it's never been used for anything but them doing stuff, which is, it's their space, whatever. But I miss going to Austin, working with those guys for a couple of days, hanging out in the office, seeing everybody once a year just to come in and say hi. How's it going? Glad you're doing well. Yeah. It helped you feel like you were a part of that community. And it's unfortunate that we haven't done that in a while.
There's magic there that both of us miss. And magic is the way that I describe it, because it really feels that way. You come in, there's an energy about it. You're in the place where wargaming happens, like the game is done and all this stuff. And yes, you're on a weekend, so like nobody's there, but you still see the desks and you still see the decorations that people leave at their desks, and you see the paintings and the stuff up on the walls and the various, you get the feel, and it's so different than being, frankly, I'm at home. I mean, I've got, stuff in my background. I've got the giant torpillo. Raptor, you and I held a giant torpillo the first time we went to Austin.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Pictures holding it.
I remember
that was a special moment. And so, like, to me, that's a big part of the magic that I miss, and I know, and I'm sure you do too.
Yeah.
You know, it's a great experience, and it's one that I hope we can have again sometime.
Me too. I miss one of the things that I always liked about kind of the finals weekend for these events was it got treated a little different than preliminary weekends. It used to, right? In that, you were playing for the regional champion. And so it got to where it was treated as a big deal. So wargaming
was the deal.
It was the deal, right? And so wargaming would treat it, on their casts when you would work with them, very similarly to like what we were doing in the nationals. You'd have a dedicated team of people to call the action, and then a dedicated team of people to do what Mr. Conway would always, or Chris Santos would always call the monkey dance. I think it was Conway would call it the monkey dance. This is what we've been doing for now 35 minutes, right? In between games, you're just talking and trying to entertain the audience and keep them from going away, right? And so you'd have like the analysis desk and the casting team. And what I liked about that was, in my opinion, it produced a better product. The overall quality of the cast was better for the viewer because you got the in-game commentary. You and I got to highlight stuff. We would point out things. We had our own lens that we looked at the game through, and then you go back to the caster desk, right? And you would get, let's just say, Gaishu and Bogsy, and they would look at the replay and they would point out stuff that even we had missed, right? They would have seen stuff on the map or in the game that was different. And so at the end of the day, you got this kind of encompassing view of the whole game, especially when you got to the big stuff like finals and stuff. And it just made for a really nice, from my perspective, a really nice viewer experience. And I miss that. I kind of got spoiled by that, I think.
And there were times, there would be times when, like, they would cut to the cast to the other desk, and we're sitting there, we're just kind of pushing back from the table a little bit and taking a breather, and we're listening, and like Sconce or somebody else, they say something that we completely missed.
Yes.
Or didn't focus on.
Yes.
And that, I think, is one thing that's so nice about having all these different perspectives. It's the ability to have, because we all think we have different biases when we look at stuff and things that we look for and whatnot. And I completely agree with you. Having the ability to kick it over and then come back, it brings in so much more talent. So I'm hoping that this can be built up.
It's one of the things, you and I have met people who have cast events like this, right? And they actively don't want other people casting the same match they do. They want that exclusivity, right? So that anybody who wants to see the game has to watch their channel. I've never been that guy. I would much rather have more cameras in a match, because the more cameras and the more spectators you have, the more likely you are to not miss an awesome play. As long as we've been doing this, I mean, I guarantee you there have been amazing plays that we've just missed, because frequently these maps are huge. You can't be everywhere. There's only 2 of us, right? 2 of us, 2 cameras, all we get. So I have always loved it when we put more people in a room, with more cameras, more perspectives, more lenses to look at the game through, and it improves the overall experience, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. So, so Z52 or 42.
Yes, let's get back to that. We keep dumping off of that. She's, in my mind, she's absolutely viable, right? Quick firing guns, lots of them, quick smoke, hydro, solid cap contester. That's where I'd put it. What do you think?
The biggest thing I would say about it is, the biggest thing is it's a top end competitive skill thing. Are you ready, by the way? They're asking.
Yes, I'm going. I was just about to ask you that. I'll tell them.
Let's go.
Continue your thought.
It's a great ship on paper. It can absolutely murderize destroyers that are up front with you, but there's a difference between competitive and randoms. A competitive player, if you're in that Z42 and you're shooting something, like kind of like we saw in the last game with Shatter, there's other people shooting back, or the person isn't necessarily caught flat broadside to where that AP will pen. You know, they know the hydro range, they know they can work around it, like that sort of deal. And I think that's where the problem comes in with it, and that's why I think Ragnar is a more comfortable boat for a lot of players, because I hit the radar, I spam HE, and I've got side plate armor that blocks a lot of HE shells back from me from other destroyers. That to me has a more comfortable, understandable niche that they can handle. You know, 42 is fine in the hands of the right player. I would say playing Z42 is almost like, well, we saw Colbert, right? We saw Colbert, we saw Chukwama playing it. All due respect to Chukwama, I know he's a cruiser main and he loves playing cruisers, all that good stuff. But put John the Ruthless in a Colbert, and that might be a little bit of a different situation, right? And it's one of those ships I feel like you really need to jive with the ship to make it work. So it can absolutely work. It's just, it comes down to how you use it and how comfortable are you in that ship.
Yeah, I'll agree a little bit. I think that there's absolutely it's not a noob friendly destroyer, right? It's not a destroyer you can put in the hands of someone who's, you know, unfamiliar with destroyer and expect amazing results. But if you're familiar enough, you're comfortable enough, the German destroyer hulls also handle a little differently, right? They're not the most maneuverable things in the world. You have to account for all of these things when you position the ship. But I think if, you know, for certain destroyer players, she's 100% viable, right? It's if you see a Z42 played badly in King of the Sea, in my opinion, it's not exclusively the ship's problem, right? The ship has all the tools it needs to contribute to a win. It's like almost all ships, it's on the captain, the individual captain, to maximize the usage of that to pull it off.
Right. And that's the hard part. That's absolutely the hard part.
Agreed. All right, well, we know now we're only 5 minutes away. Oh, thank God we're only 5 minutes.
Yeah, so they said, hey, if everybody's ready, we can go. And we're like, okay. And I said, oh, crap, I better get my commercial out of the way that I was writing up for, you know, about now.
I think I'm going to go ahead and run one.
Yeah, and then they said, oh, wait. One of the teams said, oh, we're not ready. We need the time. So, hey, okay, that's fine. That's no problem. So, apologies for the
no worries. We started
cutting there.
We started to get a little excited, like, oh, we're gonna go early. Oh,
I know. Well, and that is King of the Sea. That is, you know, hurry up and wait.
100% the way it's gonna go.
Yeah, but you know, it is what it is. But at the end of the day, we're here. You're here. Hopefully, you guys are getting your drops. Hopefully, you'll enjoy your King of the Sea permanent camouflage. I don't know what I want to do with mine. I've got a couple. I don't know where I want to put them. Like for me as a player, where do I put a King of the Sea ship? Do I put it in like a super OP rare ship that's like dominant, like Benham or Belfast, as a way to just flex on somebody? Like, look at me, I've got this. Or do you put it on a ship that you see a lot in King of the Sea? Maybe I don't know. Chat, what do you guys think? Where would you put your King of the Sea camo, your permanent camo? I want to lighten things up a bit. Where would you put your King of the Sea camo once you get it?
It's actually a good
Or
question.
are you gonna be like me and just hoard it and leave it in your inventory?
I have to think about it. I'm not sure where I'd put mine. I have to go look. I have to go look and think about that. Because technically, it's supposed to be like King of the Sea has been tier 10 for many years now. So like, it should be a tier 10 ship. But I'm so weird about my tier 10 boats, right? Like I just camos in general. I vastly prefer the historical camos rather than the fancy crazy stuff, right? So
I can understand that.
yeah, interesting. To think about that.
Maybe you put it on a tier 1.
No, I don't think I would do that.
I'm King of the Sea in a tier 1 boat. I'm kidding, of course. I wonder how the planes look with the King of the Sea camo on it. You know, you look
Now
up and you're getting dunked on by a...
That is an interesting question. Now I want to know. Ooh. I think I could do that on my press account. That way I wouldn't have to actually expend the camo. I'd go screw around with it on my press account and be like, oh, I wonder what this looks like. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. That might be fun. That could be a fun stream, actually. Like everybody just hanging out and like, let's go shopping, chat. I haven't done that in a while, but because there are ships that I don't own, every once in a blue moon, and I should do this more often, I'll go to my press account, and for my stream night, it's tonight I'm going to play ships that I don't own. And there aren't many, but there's like 6 or 7, right? It's like, I'm going to play stuff I don't own because I know nothing about it. Like Kitakami would be a good one, right? I don't know the Kitakami. Might go play it. Might be fun. Okay.
Wait, you didn't get one during the trade-in event?
I did not. I didn't have any interest in it. I didn't want one.
Oh.
Nah, I have no interest in that
Okay,
thing.
fair enough.
Hey, Zath. We waited a long time.
What?
We have a game.
I know. Yeah, we do.
Let's get this done.
Let's go.
Let's friggin' go. Let's friggin' go.
Thank you all for sticking through that entire thing. Apologize, but
Yep.
we love you all. And if you have questions for future,
bring it on. All right, Zath, you were super excited about New Sleeping Giant. Let's go. Let's talk about New Sleeping Giant. What do we got?
So we have 3XWD up in the north in green, bringing only 2 destroyers on a map that traditionally sees a lot of destroyers. And they have a Grozavoy with unique upgrade, a Daring with all the utility. I can't remember what the name of that captain is. It's not Cunningham. What's the other one?
I don't remember.
Yeah. Petropavlovsk with unique upgrade. Henri with unique upgrade. Ooh, another Henri with unique upgrade. Paolu with unique upgrade. Napoli doesn't have unique upgrade, but he's going for secondary.
Ooh,
so that's
big secondary build there. Check that out. I think we're restarting. Everyone has stopped. Yep, that's a restart. That's all right. We know how to deal with that.
Yeah, just as the bands came up.
They're all like, GG. Everybody in training was like, GG, close game.
That's what I always say when we do a draw. Is close game, could have gone either way. Well, wasn't that great, everybody?
Hope you guys enjoyed that riveting gameplay. We'll be sure to bring you another one just like it in moments.
Yeah, it looks like they're actually ready to start again right away. So
that was quick.
I said we're ready. Well, it does. I don't know. Maybe reloading the game takes about 2 minutes. Yeah, so that's about right.
Yeah.
All right. Well. How many more people need to see ready before we go?
Everybody said they're ready, so we're just waiting on our ref to push the button, basically. So.
Oh goodness.
Merton, the guy who asked the question about Z42 was like, "See, I tried to help. I gave you a filler topic."
And what a filler topic that was. That was the most epic of filler topics.
Well, no, I mean, it turned out the Z42 question was very short. We talked for a lot about tournament drama. Yikes.
No, but that's what I mean. Like you start at set 42, and then you move to
Tournament drama.
timings, then you move to money, then you move to casting live and versus digitally, and then you come back to Z40.
Yep.
It's like the wheel turns.
All over the bloody place. All over the place.
Everybody's like, "Why are we waiting?
Why are we sitting here? I don't understand."
It's like a Age of Empires 2. Start the game already.
Yeah.
Did you ever play that?
What? Which one?
Age of Empires 2.
No, never did.
Oh, so in chat you could type a number and it would automatically play a wave file, .wav file audio that was the corresponding wave file. So if you learned like 11 or whatever, and so you would type that in like a multiplayer game, and it literally everybody hears "Start the game already." You go into alt chat and you type in something. It was raiding party. Can you imagine us doing our Civ nights with that? You know.
That would have been fun.
You can have people saying like, "We need like monk. I need a monk," or "I need heals," or "wood, please," or like it's fun stuff.
So my chat's catching up to the COTS camo question. One of the guys put his red one on Ohio. I could see that actually. That would be nice. That would be pretty. I bet the American battleships look good with that camo. Somebody says, put it on a mid-tier ship and really freak people out because they'll never have seen it before.
Pat's camo on a sub? Are you trying to make a suggestion there?
Ugh, don't do that.
I don't know about that.
Ew, nasty.
Literally, it's gone to Discord. Now they're saying like, can you please start the game?
Yes, I know. I'm watching it.
It's almost like he went and started and then like hit tab and went to the bathroom or something.
Yeah.
And now we caught him.
Yeah. We've all been sitting here readied up, waiting to go. All we just need is the ref to push the button that says go.
That's okay. That gives me time to write down what we're doing because I didn't earlier.
Green. Somebody got to put his green on Ruprecht, and another one, he's going to put this one on Schlieffen when it comes in from this event. That'd be interesting.
Okay. I like that idea. Sure.
Okay, we dropped. Let's go again.
Woot woot. Woot woot.
Let's go one more time.
All right. Where are we at? Reversed.
We are on reversed. That is correct. Okay, so Zath, take 2. We are back on Sleeping Giant. Talk to me about 3XWD because you were the one excited to see this map.
Oh, I was very excited and all that good stuff. And yes, we'll go over it again because, of course, sometime we'll put this out on the tube. So let's see. So 3XWD in the green, bringing a unique upgrade, Grozovoy. We've got a Daring with all the stuff, and I still don't remember the commander's name, but whatever. It's a special British. Petropavlovsk with unique upgrade. Henri with unique upgrade. Henri with unique upgrade. Both of them using Honore, slightly different builds for them. Kaunlu with unique upgrade, and Napoli with, well, might as well be a unique upgrade because it's all the secondaries.
Full secondary.
Yeah. I think he plans on being alone. And then next up we have... I just got this like mental image. You go sit in that corner. Anyway, we got a Vermont with Halsey or whoever. Interesting, not the turret traverse though. And a unique upgrade, Colombo. Yeah. All right, what do we got to the South Raptor?
All right, NACL here in the red on the south side of new Sleeping Giant. I say new, just certainly unique to this event. Coming in with a double Shimakaze. Let's have a look at Pidgey. This is unique upgrade Shima, full torpedo reload build. Chase off to his left in a Daring. Much more utility build on that Daring. Other Shimakaze, that's Mighty Mo. Also unique upgrade headed towards the A-Cap. Backed up by Oh My's Moskva with a unique upgrade. Over here we have, let's have a look at Math Teachers Brisbane. That's that gun build Brisbane we saw earlier in the event. Our first 4 is Sherman of the day, Zath. Narco Media leading the charge over here towards D. Have to believe that he and Math Teacher are going to be best of friends. Snobs Howden Liu, unique upgrade, and he's also running Focus Fire Training, but not running the unique Dutch Captain that improves that skill slightly. Comrade Stalin in a Vermont, a unique upgrade Vermont. We've not seen much of that. And then finally, Raindrop in a Cristoforo Colombo, also running a unique upgrade there. Refresh my memory, Zath. The unique upgrade on Colombo is relatively new. Ooh, good hit on the Henri out of the SAP.
Yep. So, yeah, we've seen a lot of both Colombo and Vermont last weekend. So Colombo's unique upgrade is in slot 6. It replaces the usually you put reload in there, and what that does is it gives you better accuracy. So basically, a lot of players feel that it quote unquote fixes the problem with the Colombo, where you fire at something and your shells go like, "Ugh," and you're like, what just happened?
Okay.
Junpei with
He's
the
fine.
Hydra going will be okay.
He's good.
Now, Vermont, I want to highlight this because this one's really spicy.
Yeah.
So the Vermont unique upgrade, it replaces concealment module. So you're giving up concealment and of course the 5% dispersion. But what you gain is main battery reload. So you can now have a quicker reloading Vermont, and because that's in slot 5, you're buffing reload, and
Twice.
then slot 6
You're buffing reload
buffs your
again.
accuracy.
Oh,
Well,
right.
Or
You're
you can
American.
do accuracy.
You're American because
You're
you're
American,
gonna
so
you're
you
gonna
get-
take the dispersion buff. Yeah.
Yeah, always. So
Always.
now you're getting both. You're like, I want dispersion, but I want reload. Why not
How?
both? Dot gif.
How interesting. All right.
Yes.
Well,
so
early
that's
to-
what the Vermont does.
Early deployments here. We're looking at NACL go pretty heavy. Both teams, I guess, technically go fairly heavy over to the 7-8 line. Looking at those off caps at C and D. The Daring, that was Chase grabbing the B cap and then moving off with the rest of his team. Looking from our view, we can tell that 3X not really in a position to do much with the B cap at the moment. The Colombo and the Shima on NACL sort of just set up to kind of hold this side of the map closed to keep 3X from pushing through right away.
I mean, this stage of the game, both teams having 2 caps. I don't think either team is really in a hurry to try to make a big play right now. You got plenty of time left. So jockey for position, do the attrition thing, hope you get something right. Both Shimikazes for NACL. What did I miss?
Backfire just got dunked on by the Colombo SAP again. He lost about another
Henry,
23,000 HP, like right through the bow. Like literally, he's bow on, and the SAP's like, I don't care.
I don't care.
I don't care about your stupid.
That's the beauty of SAP. Sorry, go ahead.
Yep. No, you're fine. It's like, I don't care about your stupid
right.
armor.
While you were saying that, I was like, what? And I looked, and I actually had that on frame, but I just caught on a glimpse, too, of Narcomoeba's Sherman, Forrest Sherman. He took a torpedo on the other side. Math teacher now smoked up, making the death snail, and Grozovoy detected, and Narcomoeba is already shooting with his Forrest Sherman, just holding down left mouse button and spraying and praying. Fire hosing it.
Skamono now caught well inside of Math Teacher's radar. This is going to be a tough sell for him to get out of completely without giving up a chunk of his HP. Grozovoy, of course, bringing that heal. He'll be able to recover some of it. Well, they've quit firing. I'm a little surprised, but that's what they've done. How interesting.
Yeah, Math teacher stopped, and I don't understand the decision for that. I think he was worried about Well Done's X3's shots from the Colombo. He's got his plane up and all that good stuff, but still, like, shoot the guns. I don't know. Now he's opening up. Yeah, he was looking at the Colombo. Now that the Colombo's behind the island, he's like, okay, I'll play.
Chase is daring, setting up to make a play for C. Going to probably reverse in, try to draw out the radar from Red Assassin's Petro. Have to back out and then try to cap it once the radar goes down.
We've seen this a lot today. Teams pushing from the south up in this almost exact same idea. Oof, Colombo, well done threes. Colombo just got hammered.
Yeah, he got dunked by somebody. I've watched was that the Vermont? It might have been. Yeah, the Vermont's guns were looking for him. Comrade Stalin in Vermont, this middle Vermont position is really, really strong. More shells going out on Well Done. I watched Stalin throw shells back to the left, back to the west a couple of times, trying to dunk the Henri. He never got a crazy hit, but he got a couple of times that, I don't know if I was the single line torps on Red Assassin.
Yep, that's the daring for you.
Wow, really well done.
Or was that the Brisbane?
No, that was the Brisbane.
That was the Brisbane, yeah.
Those were Brisbane torpedoes.
Brilliant.
Spicy. Love it.
Abso-freaking-lutely.
Chase obviously has kind of declined. Now, it looked like he was going to back in there, but now he's declined. So he's done with that.
Red Assassin used his radar. I wouldn't be surprised if that catches Chase out. Oh, look, speaking of which, there's another radar. The problem is they know that 3X is going to respond by moving somebody, and that's exactly what just happened. Skamono came in with the Grozovoy.
Yeah.
figuring Chase might try to make something happen now.
Yeah, he got dunked by Vermont AP. He's got some bombs falling in. Nope, the bombs, I'm sorry, the bombs were on the Petro.
Which makes sense. You know he DCP'd.
Yep, exactly. A contested now, Zath. Have a look at this. They left Geo all by himself in this cap to contest it. What is Mo doing? Oh,
he's going to challenge a secondary Napoli.
Why you do this? Hashtag confused screaming?
Much screaming.
Now the smoke saves him, right? Because Napoli has no way to do anything about this. Napoli has no hydro, can't have hydro. He's only going to take one of these.
It just feels odd.
This is a very odd play, to put it lightly, because all you're doing, Mo is now defenseless. All three of his racks are down. Geo's getting pushed by the Colombo, but he'll just move up either into the smoke or behind the island. Mo's kind of hosed here. He's going to have to try to get inside the Thunderdome and use the islands as cover.
I just feel like...
And now he's radar.
And here comes the radar.
Now he's really screwed.
I feel like, that to me is indicative of an error in communication. The caller told him to do something. He's going to do it. And then he's called off and he's like, well, I'm already committed. So now what do you want me to do?
Yeah.
Or the opposite. He made the decision himself. And the caller's like, dude, what the hell are you doing?
Well,
and
now Geo's going in after him. So Mo is 100% dead here. Yep. It's only a matter of time. Yeah.
And because he's got unique upgrade, his torpedo turrets are just glacial.
Well, but it doesn't even matter. They're all on cooldown. There's no way they're reloaded right now.
Right. But I'm saying even if they were reloaded, he couldn't do anything with it. So
yeah. So an unforced error here at A leads to the first kill of the game. Mighty Mo Shimakaze going out. NACL losing a ship. As now the Colombo. You see my point? The Colombo's just been savaging poor backfire.
Yep. Now,
but
Raindrop's got to be careful though.
Yeah. He not only is he in secondary range of the Napoli, but the Henri's going to have torpedoes and the AP on a reload booster if he wants it. Yep. There's the torps.
Cooldown. But still, look at this HP just melt away.
Yep.
And Raindrop becomes a wet noodle.
He's going to have to try and avoid the torps. He can't, and he goes out. Huge, big. You call it a misplay? Certainly an unforced error over here on the A cap.
I mean, if this was a baseball game, that would be 2 E's.
Yeah, 100%. And that leads to a 250-point lead here for 3X. A game that NACL, I thought, was actually making really good headway in, right? Moving the Brisbane up the 10 line, doing the Lord's work, trying to contest C. But now it's kind of unraveling for them a bit. Now that frees up the Napoli and the Henri to do whatever they want.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the other side, Narco is extremely low.
Yes.
So is the Vermont. So they've been trying to get them down. And Red Assassin in the Petro is still just sitting there.
Getting farmed out.
Texting his friends or something. I don't know, but he's still alive. That's the key.
For the moment, he is still alive.
Selling the farm. They're selling the farm to kill him, frankly.
They pretty much have to at this point. They're going to have to make something happen. They're 260 points behind.
Oh, snobbed.
Oh, wow. Oh,
Snob just got Vermonted.
He 100% got Vermonted.
Oh, painful.
Brick smash. Indeed. Not Hulk smash, but American brick smash.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
yet, Red Assassin is still alive.
Yeah. At the end of the day, Zath, I'm just not sure how NACL comes back from a 3-ship deficit. Right?
No,
they need to kill Red Assassin, and they can't. They can't see him.
No.
Which is brilliant positioning on his part, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that's why I feel like what we saw over on the other side, that's just a communication error, and then there's, argument back and forth, what's going on, and it just totally unhinges the whole battle. Math
teacher now selling the farm out in the open water. Open water, Brisbane Fire finally does get Red Assassin, but it's going to leave math teacher exposed for a spell.
But look at the scores. Look at the scores. Look how close the time is.
We're very, very close here on timing. Chase's daring now caught. I thought he was caught on Hydro, but he's not. He's trying to smoke up Omai's Moskva.
Yes. Or himself. Or both. Stalin is about to go down.
Single fire torps coming in on Pasterk, whose hydro is down. Look at this,
Whoever dies first. Whoever dies first.
Only one.
But
Chase is going out.
But Chase will die, and that'll do it, I think, right?
No, but it's close. They've only got one cap ticking. They're going to have to do better. He got more torpedoes into the water, Zaf. Oh, Pasterk eats 3 of them, and he's out.
Grr.
It ends up being a trade in the end. That's a huge kill.
That's a huge kill, but still, 2 minutes. Look at this. 7 seconds separate 2 teams. 7.
NACL down, still down 2 ships.
Look at Backfire coming in behind.
Oh,
my!
I see Backfire now.
Oh my!
Oh my! Definitely he's the only ship on NACL on this entire half of the map, and he's in a 2-on-1 at a minimum. He's gonna get on read here in a short amount of time.
Yeah, Stalin is healing in the Vermont. I expected him to go down, but he's somehow managed to pull up another heal.
He's held on. But we're at a point.
He does have IRR.
Oh, no, he's got torpedoes coming in, Zaf. Oh, the Grozavoy Torp seal the deal. That's going to do it.
Yeah.
I was about to say NACL's in a position, if they could steal a quick kill at the right time, they could end the game. But in the end, they lose the Vermont. They're going to lose Omai, and that's going to seal the deal.
Yeah, 8 seconds to go. Well, hurry up, 8 seconds.
Yep.
And there it is.
There it was. Wow. NACL with some kind of, I still call them unforced errors over at A, maybe a little overzealous, and 3X Games claims game 1.
Wow. What a first game.
Well, that was interesting.
Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained indeed? All right, so now we're doing that. I hit all of those buttons.
We got to push our buttons. Yeah.
Indeed, I got to update all the buttons.
Update all the buttons.
The buttons. And you know what? It occurs to me. Yeah, I had that right. Okay, there we go. Awesome. So we come back to this window for our 5-minute countdown. Ta-da! Let's go.
Uh-huh. All right. Sorry, y'all, just catching up with my chat and stuff.
No worries. No worries.
We're watching that weird play, and then there's it's painful because you see it coming. Raptor and I, we cast this we've seen some things, guys, but like, you know, we've seen everything at this point, and so to see this coming, and you're just like, I know it's coming, but I can't. You want to scream out, no, don't do it, you know?
Don't do it.
but they can't hear you, you know?
Yeah.
And yeah. So. Oh well.
Yeah, it's a shame. We're not playing in a live arena, right? Like that's like when you go to a baseball game, you can actually scream at the players, right? You can't do that here. They can't actually hear you.
Yeah. Exactly.
All right, I'm going to let this get close to getting caught up here. I shouldn't do that, actually. I'm going to go refill my water right now.
Okay.
And then this will get caught up momentarily for me. So I will be back in just a moment. Actually, let me hit that button. There we go. Be right back.
All right. In the meantime, we can take a look at what's going on. Resin taking a game off of Epoxy. Wow. Wow. Very interesting. And if you're just tuning in, y'all, we're on the North American side of the King of the Sea regional tournament. In World of Warships, we are currently casting 3XWD in the losers bracket. I believe this is it for us. No, we have one more game. We're gonna do another losers bracket round after this. So we'll get through this part here next. So plenty of games left. If you haven't yet gotten your King of the Sea drop, I might as well remind you guys, of course, about how that works. The easiest thing to do is make sure that you are getting progress. If you click on the top right corner and you look at your screen picture there, click on that and make sure it says that you are getting progress on Twitch/LordZath or Twitch/SeaRaptor. And if you are, you're good. If you are not, something ain't right. The most plausible possibility explanation is that you are watching on another Twitch channel that has drops enabled, and therefore your viewing dropping progress is going someplace else. So the best way to do that is to open up either my YouTube or Raptor's YouTube, because we are both streaming to YouTube as well. Kill all of Twitch, all your tabs, wait 5 minutes or more, open up one of our Twitch streams, make sure that you're getting progress now. It should say something about special progress. Now wait about 5 to 15 minutes, and then come back and make sure that your progress is ticking up. If you've done that, then you're fine. I'm saying that now because drop time is 90 minutes. It's about 4:30. We've got these games, and then we've got the losers bracket. So we're looking at about an hour and a half until the end of this day, even if I don't do my typical after party. So just keep that in mind. The wife will only tolerate so much time streaming today. So yeah, Raptor, did you hear what I just said about epoxy and resin? Resin is up a game over epoxy.
Speaking of games, Zath, you don't want to miss out.
Oh, did we start? Oh, cool.
We started, baby. We started.
Okay. All right.
Once again, 3X in the green.
Okay, give me a sec. What? Oh, I hit the wrong button.
What? Let me know when you're ready.
I am indeed, sir.
All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, game 2 in our losers bracket series between 3X and NACL. Let's take a look at the 3X lineup here as they spawn on the top end of Land of Fire. We got a Delny, Junpei's Delny, running a rare, fairly typical gun build there. Nothing terribly exciting. Backfire and a Vamp Deuce. Only a double destroyer lineup for these guys. Nice, solid build there. Nothing stands out, really looks odd. Red Assassin back in the Petropavlov, sticking with the unique upgrade. Geo Brigade sticking with that full-on secondary build Napoli. He got some value out of that last game, being able to charge a Shimakaze who was, well, out of Torpedos. Crazy Eyes is Henri. Not unique upgrade, but it looks like he's running a Jean-Jacques Honoré.
Yeah, he dropped the unique upgrade from last game. Interesting.
Yep. Just for Fun's Stalingrad, running Outnumbered to go with Range mod. Schlieffen, actually, let's finish up our last cruisers. Another Napoli, Scamono. Definitely kind of a mixed build here. Not full secondaries, but definitely running Pack-a-Punch and the secondary mod in slot 3, but not running the secondary mod in slot 6. Sticking with Range, of all things. A little bit strange there. I don't think I've ever seen a Range Napoli. Battleships, Pastrick Schlieffen, very heavy secondary, as you would expect. And Well Done's Vermont, about what you would expect there. Nothing terribly crazy. Brick is Brick. What do we got, Zath?
Brick is Brick. He's also choosing to bring one less flag. Interesting.
I saw that as well.
Training room. You might as well use them all, but okay. And Pastrick, really bad roll on his forward port side torpedo tube. Anyway, NACL looking to tie this up and force a game 3, and Raptor and I both love game 3s. We've got Mighty Mo and Shimakaze, same torpedo spec and build, I believe, as last game. Yeah, both Shimas are 12s. Behind him is Justin Matt Teacher, this time in a San Martin, saying, I'm sick of being in smoke, I'm out of this, and just going to go play out on his own. Narco is now in a Daring instead of the Forrest Sherman. Heading the other direction, we have Pidgey in a Shimakaze, same build as before, backed up by Russian Balance for Life in the Napoli with Pack-a-Punch, and not as much of a secondary stuff going on for him. We got Yugumo Kai Ni in an Henri of their own with Honoré, as you said. Behind him is Raindrop, who's given up his battleship and said, you know what, I kind of want one of those things that just killed me, so he's going to play a Henri as well. Oh My is in a unique upgrade Moskva, and the only battleship for NACL is Comrade Stalin, who's sailing his brick to the middle of the map and saying, come and get it.
Zath, if you look at the early deployments on this game, I have a feeling it's going to be short and violent.
Yes, the negotiations will be brief.
I believe they will be very brief. Like, there is a whole lot of ships and a whole lot of firepower over here on the east where the double caps are.
Mm-hmm.
Jump high. He took a torpedo? Is that what happened there?
Um,
I'm not sure. I think he did,
no,
maybe?
he got detected by the Shimakaze, I think, and then
Yeah, but who shot him?
math teacher. I think math teacher shot him. No? He's not
Maybe.
detected, you're right.
Maybe. Okay, that could be. Yeah, okay. All right, I'll buy it.
Yeah, sorry, I was just tabbed out for a sec.
No, you're good to go. I was looking at it going, wait, what just happened? Hashtag
Yeah.
confused screaming.
Early on, a lot of times things will happen, and with these maps are so large, it's difficult to be able to catch every moment.
Oh, yeah.
As both teams are making way for that fidget spinner.
Mm-hmm.
They just look like they want that fidget
This
spinner.
is going to be fun, baby.
Meanwhile, NACL with 3 caps, so WD's 1, 3x WD's 1.
3X going to start feeling the pressure here, I think. Moskva can see these torpedoes coming in. Got his hydro running.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like he's found himself a gap there.
Yep. Math teacher
Ooh.
already down 50% of his hit point.
Brick
pool.
speaks on the broad side of the Schlieffen. Not as big a hit as Brick would have liked, I think.
Yeah.
Especially for that angle. Well, I think everybody's got a pretty good sense of where all the firepower is now. And man, that half of the
Right.
map is going to be rough. Now, yeah, math teacher got dunked by somebody.
Could have been the Vermont, would be my guess.
Well, and he's got a Napoli in front of him that he may or may not know is even there. Napoli, of course.
He's seen the Napoli.
Okay, he has? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Irritatingly
Yep.
stealthy ship.
Oh, very much so.
3X heavily focusing Omai's Moskva. Pidgey's Shimakaze bringing him some smoke. Trying to get him a bit of a break here.
Yeah, that's the hard part about playing Moskva there is you just kind of have to sit there and
You just
take it.
Yeah. Well, any Russian radar cruiser pretty much. Like, you have to take it. They're blowing a radar now off of Fun Stalingrad to keep Mai lit. As the Delny gets hammered again. What happened to him? He took a torpedo or something? Yeah, he did. He took a
Yeah,
torpedo.
it's got to be it.
So Jumpai's Delny already in real trouble over here. Gonna pop a heel. Get back what he can.
Kind of nice to see Mighty Mo just luck chugging torps everywhere, because that's what you do with that build and everything, and seem to be coming up okay so far.
Secondaries on Gio's Napoli doing work on Raindrop's Henri as Yugamo's Henri dives the island. Torpedoes.
Oh, first blood.
They finally did get him with the single fire torps.
Yeah, the Vamp Deuce.
Speaking of torpedoes, Napoli's going to take one. Nope, they're going to go. He's going to find a way through. Look at Gio. Wow. Vermont Salva coming in on Russian. Nothing doing. But the Napoli secondaries are definitely pitching in.
Yep. Russian's going to have to back off here pretty quick.
Fun Stalingrad moving up a spell now that Omai's Moskva is off the board. Junpai in a gunfight with Mighty Mo Shima.
Ooh, we're about to see daring Vamp Deuce action, perhaps?
Yes, we are. There it is.
Yes, battle has been agreed upon.
Vamp Deuce not realizing the daring was there until he got a little too close. They catch a glimpse of each other and the fight ensues.
Mm-hmm.
Napoli at A comes around the corner. That forces the smoke out of Mighty Mo, who's now down under half HP.
That seems kind of odd. I mean, you knew the Napoli was there. Why get surprised, or how do you get surprised by that?
I gotta say, Zath, I think Skimono and the Delny can actually win this flank against Math Teacher and the Shima.
At this point, yes. I didn't think so before, but at this point, they've got a good shot at it. But worth noting is NACL is in the lead, and they win in 2.5 minutes if they don't die.
Yeah.
That's all they have to do is don't die.
All they have to do is live, but that's not going to be the
died.
easiest thing in the world. Who'd they lose? They lost Russian. Where was he?
He was an Napoli trying to escape the all the craziness of the fidget spinner island.
Oh, was he in this smoke back here? Yeah, okay.
No, yeah.
Yes, yes. Yeah, that
Yep.
smoke where the Shima is, where Pidgey is, he died right there.
Yep. And now Narco is in trouble.
Yeah, Narco's caught now by the Vamp Deuce. Out here in mid. Backfire had him on the surface, but lost him. Stalingrad radar presumably not available. Yep, just used it. That's how they got him that low.
Yep, that's how they got him. Yep. So, there's the Delny.
Delny's getting rocked.
San Martin.
Delny's going to go out right here. No, he had AP in the barrel. Torpedoes going in on the San Martin. They're going to miss. Oh, it's all AP. It's a San Martin. Duh.
It's San Martin.
Okay, they are going to get him there. But
Yeah.
now, if I'm Skimono, turn around. Go get this guy. You don't have to kite. That's a San Martin. He's got 6-inch AP.
And if I'm math teacher, I'm stopping and reversing.
Yeah. He's just going to go
but I'm
dark. You've got to go after him.
Right, but I'm still shooting him because I need to charge up my funny button. That's the oddity that is the San Martin,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So
Secondaries
he's
may
gonna go
get
out
him.
just from the snap.
I think the SAP secondaries are going to get him here. One more hit.
Oh,
Yugamo going down.
on the Henri.
Still waiting for that big hit. There it is. Okay. So Skimono does finally win over there. It's a 3-ship lead now for 3X.
Jeez. Torps on the Schlieffen. Oh, mutual destruction over here.
He's been
Three
trying.
ships all going down.
He's been trying to push around that corner for a while, and well, he finally got. That's an odd look, as Geo cavalierly sails through the hull of the still sinking Schlieffen. That's weird looking.
It's like, thanks, pal. I'll see you later.
Pidgey's
Catch you in the
torpedoes
locker room.
all well spotted by Crazy's Hydro.
Yep.
Still technically an NACL lead, but you cannot believe they're going to hang on to it for very long.
This is wild because NACL had so much board control. I really want to know, and I'll ask Russian if he he doesn't tell me if he's not listening. But I gotta ask. Were they looking at the score timer at all? Were they noticing that they were a minute and a half away from winning?
I don't know.
Because it almost felt like over at A, the way they were playing was like, we need a kill. Like, it was like that mindset. And wow.
I was still surprised to see Skimono retreating when it was just the San Martin, but I suspect it was more of a, hey, look, we can't afford, we don't want to lose a ship right now, so play cautious, play smart, which sort of makes sense.
He did absolutely the right thing. I mean,
Yeah.
hey, come on. The AP is not going to penetrate really the Napoli unless he gets super
No.
structured and stuff. And the Napoli's got secondaries. He'll just sit there and let his gunners do something while he drinks a pina colada or something and not care.
Feels like it's kind of all over but the crying here.
It's still it could happen. It just NACL needs a couple of really good rolls, and that is one of those on Two Crazy Eyes. But Stalin needs to hurry up and reload. If you can get the kill on the Henri, maybe. And look at the torps on the Vamp Deuce. Is he gonna? Nope, he's not coming out.
No, there's no need for him to go out there.
Nope.
Don't know why you'd want to.
So Skimono is in a really good position. He can come into A and just stop. He just has to sit on it for a moment.
Yeah.
He knows that. He's got no more heals left, but he's got 3 smokes.
I mean,
3 smokes. So he can smoke and plane and sail wherever he wants.
Stalin is burning his heel just to get through the fire. Before long, they're going to have him out. There he goes. There's your lead change finally.
Yep.
And so now 3X is 90 seconds away from a sweep of this series. Well, we called it, Zath. We said that the right-hand side of the map, the eastern flank, was going to be a bloodbath, and it absolutely was. The struggle is that, just for fun. Oh, those are spotted on Hydro.
Yeah, I don't understand why Pidgeot shot there. I think he was trying to bait the Stalingrad to turn, and the Stalingrad went the other way.
Yeah.
20 seconds to go.
It was a bloodbath. It just was not a bloodbath in favor of NACL.
Skimono secondaries take out the Shimakaze.
Yep. Wow.
Wow.
Definitive game there for 3XF. Looking really good.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately for NACL, their tournament draws to a close.
Yep. And I know exactly what Russian will say to me.
It'll be your fault. It's your fault, Zath. It's always your fault. Haven't you learned by now? You've hung out with me long enough. You should know. It's always your fault.
Yes, always my fault. Absolutely. All right, I think I've secured us another.
I saw that
game.
KSM JFK was going in. Yep, let's go hop over there very quickly so we don't hold them up.
Okay.
All right. So we're going to KSM JFK, which is up in the winners bracket, as I recall. Yes.
Yes.
That's one of the semifinal games. I clicked the wrong thing. I need that. There we go. Hopping in. And we'll come back to this screen real briefly while I make a couple of adjustments on my end. Hopefully we have time to do this.
ASM and JFK.
Yep, got it.
Okay, looks like JFK won the first game.
Okay.
KSM obviously won the second.
Yep. Let's get a map rotation. Land of Fire. North. And we are about to finish up on Hotspot. Ooh. That'll be fun.
Okay.
All right, so let me do some programming here. We are JFK and KSM. It is 1-1.
Mm-hmm.
You said JFK won game 1 on Land of Fire?
Yes.
And that means that game 2 went to KSM. We are headed to Hotspot. And our ban lists are Marseille, Colombo, Petro, Vermont, Napoli. It's wild whenever people don't ban Napoli, how impactful it is. Ohio, Des Moines, and Napoli. So both teams banning Napoli in this particular match. Okay, so now if I go to this button, I should be all caught up.
Woohoo!
All right, 1-1. And we are headed to game number 3. Outstanding. Looking forward to this.
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right, so this is...
We are here.
Game
KSM
3.
JFK.
Okay.
Jump to present. All right, did that already. Starting time for map 3 is 40 after, so we are here just in time.
Mm-hmm.
Just barely in time.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's take a quick look over here. Since you were curious, ESLR 2-0 over Bonko, so they have moved on. Stonk 2-0 over KSC. So KSC knocked out of the bracket. ELSR and Stonk about to begin a loser's bracket game of a loser bracket match of their own.
And we are set for... Okay, we are set for 3XWD versus... They've got it written in as Bonks, so it looks like Bonks won 2-0 over Buenos Noches then.
Okay, yeah, because that has not reported on the tournament yet. Bonks had a 1-game lead.
Right.
Okay, well, we've probably got time to cast this while they go do map pick ban, and then we can probably still catch that one on time.
They're probably holding the start of this next one until this thing's done, but we'll see. So we are casting 3XWD versus Bonks. Next, we do have the option of switching to ELSR and Stonk.
Mm-hmm.
It's up
Hey,
to
Zath,
you.
we got a game, baby. Let's go.
All right, then. Let's do that.
Yeah. Oh, my Lord. Well, now, this is not what I was expecting when I hit button.
No, most certainly not.
All right, Zath, welcome to Hotspot. Why don't you talk to me about
the land of cruisers?
Indeed. Why don't you talk to me about this beautiful pink JFK team I'm looking at?
Yep, they're still repping the pink. So cool. JFK and KSM are tied up, so this is game 3, and we have Holsch in a Moskva with unique upgrade, Yorn in another Moskva with unique upgrade. Pretty much what you'd expect to see for Moskvas. And speaking of Moskvas, there's another one, and that would be Badmiral Numbnuts. And, oh wait, there's another one. That would be Ron James Dio in another unique upgrade Moskva. And then you've got BP Fresh and unique upgrade Hound Lu saying, let me stick in between all of you guys because look, there's Goon in another Moskva. Unique upgrade. And then Mako in a Hound Lu with unique upgrade. Getting the feeling here. This is all about unique upgrades. And then there's of all ships, a Republic. Interesting choice. In typical I want to live build with Honore for buffed Turret Traverse and Adrenaline Rush. And then you've got Navy Cadet in a Loria. And nothing special about his build, really.
Nope, typical survivability build. Now, Zath, as I look over the KSM lineup, I gotta say, if I am Paranoid's Yang, I am quite paranoid. This man is the only destroyer on the entire board. The only one. He's it. Numero uno, first and last. Running a fairly heavy torpedo build, Yu Yang there. No radar, but smoke, which, okay, works. I mean, why, with this many cruisers in the game, who needs radar, right? You got all. Why bring radar on your destroyer? He is fronted his fellow teammates. We've got Malikin's Henri headed to the 10 line, headed towards the decap, along with Jinsi's Moskva, unique upgrade, backed up by Swag's Montana, much more of a survivability build. The other 5 ships on his team, that's Knight's Salem, John's Ruggiero de Loria, Snob's Moskva with a unique upgrade, Ganser's Henri, and Moko's Henri, all headed towards the A, B flank. Quick as you can, please.
Yep. We've seen this before.
Maybe you have.
We'll see.
This is going to be wild, right? These teams are taking radically different approaches to this map right now. You can just see it.
It's gonna be interesting.
So you've got just a tremendous amount of firepower from JFK hanging around the decap. You've got this whole echelon heading that you have to assume they're going to grab B and then move directly into A. The Yang's going to grab C while these guys here are going to absolutely have to retreat somehow in order for this to all work.
Meanwhile, that Yu Yang that was paranoid has managed to cap C.
He has grabbed C.
Around him. It's just thing and you're okay.
So you've seen this is my first time seeing this particular configuration of hotspot. You have seen this on other days, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen?
Typically involves. It typically involves either hard pushing B to A or hard pushing, kind of like middle C to B. Rarely do we see teams really, really honest and truly hard push D the way that JFK is doing it right now. Rarely do we ever see this happen.
So my question is, basically JFK running a destroyerless lineup. Has that something that you have seen previously, right? Like in other iterations of this map?
I'm trying to think. Maybe once.
Okay.
Usually it's the opposite. Usually you see more destroyers because they all try to go to sea. They all try to murderize each other at sea. It becomes a massive bloodbath, and everybody else is just screaming at their teammates like, "Do the thing!"
Yeah.
So, this is a bit of an oddball because of that. I'd say. Also because look at where JFK is pushing. They're like, yeah, they won't think to look for us here. And Malikin, quite low already.
Malikin kind of bore the brunt of the 5-on-1 that he found himself in as he approached the decap earlier. Now sort of lurking back here, unspotted at the moment. Picking up another heal. Trying to look for a target of opportunity. Sort of has one with the Howden Liu, but he's not going to take it. HE going down range on Holsch's Moskva instead. Paranoid's Yang dumping his deep water torpedoes over towards the 9-10 line. trying to slow this push down somehow.
You know, yeah, they called him back after everything,
I like it.
and it's fine. It makes sense. I almost wish he would have just pushed through to the backfield to completely spot what's going on for everybody, but that's all right. Han Lu is going to take these torpedoes. He does not have hydro available. Wait. He's going to find a convenient Han Lu-sized gap between both of them, Raptor.
Well, Holsch's Moskva is going to have to make some uncomfortable choices now, because if he doesn't make a move and he's going to take some torpedoes, it looks like he's going to turn in and rely on Swag's guns being on reload. They aren't. Swag's going to get the salvo down range. Is it going to be the big hit he needs? He overlet it a smidge. Oh! But it's enough. Holsch, that's about a 39 or 40,000 point salvo on the broadside Moskva. Holsch clinging to life on 800 health with his next heal 3 seconds away. Are they going to arrive in time? Shells coming in. They do.
Nope.
Just in time, the Henri gets an AP pen through his deck.
Wow.
The power of teamwork, ladies and gentlemen. The torpedoes forced the turn. The Montana was ready.
So the Yu Yang torpedoes, though missing their the initial target, still managed to impact that game.
Still having an impact. Still having an impact. I love Yang. She's such a good boat.
Oh yeah, I ranked out in her once.
Speaking of Ruggiero Deloria, Navy cadet over here trying to hold the back door closed at A, not having much luck with it. Getting absolutely mercilessly beat up by these two Henris on the one line. Succeeding so far, but you have to wonder how long that's going to last. It takes a while.
Yeah,
JFK finally does convert the decap.
Yeah, they paid a pretty hefty price for that decap, though.
They did indeed. They lost an entire Moskva for it. And they're already nearly 300 points down in a game that's only 7 minutes old.
Yep. However, they're also going to lose their Loria.
They are going to lose the Ruggiero. It's only a matter of time. It's a question of how much damage he does on his way off the board. He's going to get pushed here. The Henris are burning him out. He may not even survive. Okay, he's not. The Moskva's going to punch him out right around the time the Salem rounds the headland. And so the B to A push, much more successful for KSM. Although now, the D push starting to bear some fruit for JFK as they're the double Howden Lewis here wandering into the C cap. Paranoid opening fire with his gun, Zath.
He's going for resets.
Yeah, but I feel like this is dicey at best.
He's smoke build.
Yeah, but once he smokes, who can spot those guys?
Yeah, he dodges. Very good dodge by BP Fresh there.
Yep, solid dodge by BP. BP's the one who's going to have all the cap points.
Yep. So I think what's going to happen is, nope, never mind. I thought Paranoid was going to back out of this or keep pushing out of the smoke and shoot BP in the face, but he didn't do that. He's continuing to get resets, though.
But he's only getting resets on Mako. He's not getting resets on BP.
Right. Yep.
And BP's going to be the one who ends up with the lion's share of the cap points there. John's Loria struggling a bit here. Down under 21,000 HP and falling. Well, no, there he goes, ticking through a heel now. Trying to focus out the JFK ships at the top of the board, Ron James and Yorn's Moskva.
Now, he's got to be careful because if he pops out in front of the Howden Lewis, he's broadside, and that's a problem.
Well,
you can see he's already slowing down.
He's about to get triple bombed from the Howden Lewis in the middle of the board because he's basically stationary.
The volcano smoke.
Yep. He takes a solid hit with 2 fires to go with it. His DCP is 40 seconds away. His heal is 70. That will probably be the end of that particular battleship.
What else? Up there? There we go with more.
Goons Moskva over on the 10 line, looking rough. 1,100 HP with shells going in.
And there he goes.
There's the Loria, but they do bag Goon. So no actual points advance for JFK. Still down 2 ships. You know what I love about what these guys have done, Zath, with this kiting flank at D? They've left the Montana in the corner up against the map edge, which severely restricts what the cruisers could do, right? The Montana over here.
Yep. As he takes down, or Mosfa takes down Badmiral.
Yep.
Numbnuts.
So now
I just love watching these air-launched Dutch ovens coming right through the volcano smoke. Look at this. Right through the volcano. Like, that just looks cool.
It does look actually pretty cool. It's now a 3-ship lead.
Sauron attacks.
3-ship lead for KSM. They're 90 seconds from a win here in this decisive Game 3, trying to get to the winner's bracket final. The Howden News,
Salem,
right through the middle of the board. They're going to have to do something now. They lose Ron James finally.
All that's left is that Republic saying, "My cruisers, man, what up?"
More torpedoes on the broadside. Mako's got the hydro ticking. BP's going to see him and try to turn. He's probably got a gap there between. No, he's going to take one in the stern.
In the rear. And then meanwhile...
And Mako just going to take just one, just plowing through it.
Yep.
Leaving.
And Henri.
And out.
Done.
And that's the game. Wow. Solidly executed from KSM Zath. They went in with a plan. They rush to the A-B flank. They get there. They make it work. And they go home with a win.
That they do, Raptor. That was a fantastic game by both players, both teams. And I got to say, very impressive plays by KSM. Now I can kind of get an idea of how they beat their friends KSC earlier.
There we go. Had to get the score right.
Yes.
Woo! All right. Well, we know at least one of the teams now that's going to be in the winner's bracket final tomorrow. Or actually, are they doing the winner's bracket final? That'll be today. That'll be today, actually, won't it be? Winner's bracket final today?
No, winner's bracket finals tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Okay.
Start with that tomorrow.
Okay. Got it.
So, for example, we can sign. They already put up sign up, so we can put ourselves in the winners bracket finals tomorrow. I assume you want to do that, and not the losers bracket stuff tomorrow, right?
We'll talk about it after tonight. I'm not going to make any decisions right now. I'm focused on let's get the last match covered, and then we'll figure it out, right? All right. Fair. So we know we're going back to the losers bracket. You and I had signed up for the game that ended up being 3K and Bonks, right? Or 3X and Bonks.
3X WD and Bonks, correct.
3X and Bonks. Okay.
Yep.
All right, so this is going to be 3X and Bonks.
Losers bracket 2.2.
Right, and they will be doing... Okay, that vote should have opened already. I don't know what's going on over there. We'll figure it out. We'll go yell at them in a minute.
Yeah. Yup.
Go over to Discord and see what the hell's going on. It's one of those, what? What are you doing, lads? All right.
That one.
There we are. Okay. There we go.
Aha, I see. So KSM is doing the Sink the Pink challenge, whatever that means. Interesting.
The who what? The pink challenge?
Sink the pink, and that's why they're in the pink livery, whatever you want to call it, the pinata
Sink
camo,
the pink? I like the idea of it. I don't understand the significance of it.
Yeah, I don't either. But whatever.
We'll have to get
Maybe
someone
they're
on
doing
that
a little internal thing.
We'll have to get somebody there to explain it to us, whatever they're doing.
Right. Right. Okay, so matches. Five minutes. Well, the timer hasn't even started yet.
Mine
Nope, 5
has.
minutes.
They've started.
Yeah,
they're
5
doing
minutes
they're doing map bands and everything right now, so they got to get through that.
Yeah.
So we've got at least a few minutes here. I'm going to wait for the stream to catch up and get an ad roll done. Let's see what else we got going on.
Yep. Doing the same for myself.
Yarp, 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 yarp. This is our last scheduled match of the day, guys, but it is entirely possible that if this goes 2-0, we could squeeze in a game 3 somewhere else. So just don't run away until we tell you there are no more games to cast, because we will scrape to the end for something to bring you. Trust me.
Yep. There's only one other match playing besides ours, and that's Elser and Stock.
Exactly.
So if we go 2-0, you have to pray for them to go 3-0. I'd love, or not 3-0, 1-1. I'd love to see Elser if they go to a game 3. That'd be fun to see. But we're doing WD and bunks.
We are indeed. Okay. Now you said they had already put up. Yeah, they've already opened up the sign up sheet for tomorrow.
Yes.
Now, for the last few games of the day, there's only one game going on, so we're all casting the same thing at that point. So it's really just we have to choose the very first match of the day. We get to choose what we want to cast. So we've got some time here.
And that's
we have a rare opportunity, Zath. Why don't we ask chat?
Okay.
Well, I'm just asking, get some opinions. Because we have the option of bringing one of the losers bracket games. We don't know the players yet, right? We don't know the teams yet. We know that the one of those matches is where's the winners bracket final? This can't be right.
What?
Well, this says the winners bracket final is at 2 p.m.
Yeah.
But the winners bracket final in the rules is stated as a best of 5. This is only giving them 90 minutes to run a best of 5. That can't be right.
Well, if you think about it, if you look at the way things are set up, you've got the winners bracket final, and then while that's going on, you've got losers bracket 3.1 and 3.2. That's our choice. After that is done, then we've got winners bracket 4.1.
You're not understanding me. The winners bracket final. Oh, wait a minute. I see. So the winners bracket final will just go.
Yeah.
They don't need don't need the loser of that game.
Correct.
Hang on a minute. Yes, they don't need the loser of that game until the 5. You're right. I see it now. I apologize. So guys, here's how this works essentially, right? Either we can bring you losers bracket, 2 different losers bracket matches, or we can start with the winners bracket and then eventually drop into whatever happens to be running in the losers bracket. That's kind of where we're at, right? And I'll do either one. I don't really care.
I wouldn't be if winners bracket is best of 5. There's always the possibility that losers bracket 4.1 starts without the winners bracket final finishing. And if that's the case, you have to understand that a choice to go winners bracket final might mean we miss the beginning of losers bracket 4.1 or the entirety, depending how things work out.
Just how it goes.
My guess is it won't be a big deal because look at how long it's taken to do pick bans. So I don't think we'll have that problem at all. So I've got a poll ready to ask my chat. Raptor, do you want to do a poll?
Oh, you want to do an actual poll? Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
Why not?
You're like being hyper advanced over there. I'm just like, let's get them to talk in chat. But here's what I'm going to do. We should wait 5 minutes. This is the problem, right? They're probably still looking at the end of the game.
We can wait about 3, but yeah.
Okay. But I like where your head's at. I'm going to go ahead and run an ad right now while I'm thinking about it. When the ad roll ends, I'm going to set I'll set a poll up. And I'll get that to start. Okay, so what should we stream tomorrow? Question mark. Winners bracket final into then whatever is available. Then what?
I just type winners bracket final.
Yeah.
It's easier.
And we'll just say loser bracket games.
Yeah, I did loser bracket 3.1 and then loser bracket 3.2 specifically,
yeah.
But if you want to
That's fine. It'll be the same. Either we start in the winners bracket or we don't. It's a binary question, right? One or the other. I'll let that run. How long are you going to run that for?
I was just going to do the max 10 minutes. We got time.
Okay, let's let it run. Okay, you want to go ahead and start that now?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, I'm going to start that now then.
I'm looking at the stream when we're talking over the bracket, so people are looking at it.
That's fine. That's fine. We'll do that. We'll let it go. Okay, brilliant. Done.
I love it. Let the people decide. Democracy.
Yeah. That sounds like a movie quote. What's that from?
I don't know.
Okay, I don't know. It's not. Maybe that's not. I don't
I
know.
don't know either. I just. Okay, I need to change some things. Reset, reset, reset. All the things.
Yes, I should go do that. Reset.
Ah, right. And it's, we know it's 3xWD versus bonks.
Yes. So we can at least fill that in.
Voting is done for banned maps. Hotspot. Aw. And bonks didn't vote. Aw.
Okay. All right.
I love it. I love it. Chat just caught up to where you said we're gonna keep on going, and then chat says until Lady Zath intervenes.
That is accurate. Or until Ginger intervenes, one or the other. Because one of them will step up and go.
So, so we purposely made dinner and set so that we can reheat stuff. We made quesadillas. We're gonna just reheat it tonight.
Clever.
We did that, you know. So we 13 minutes of prep and it's already cooked. We just reheat. So that's easy for us. That's not a problem. And then tomorrow we're having, of course, we're in Chicago, deep dish pizza. So
you almost always do deep dish after your after day 4. Like after the finals are done, you're like, I'm going out for deep dish. Let's go.
That's right.
All right, we have our map rotation. There we go. Let me jot that down. And there is somehow we didn't ban ships for bonks or something. What the hell?
They didn't ban a map. It timed out. When they
the whole thing timed out. They literally just like wiped it and started over. Which I am just baffled. I'm like, what? What is happening? Hashtag confused screaming. Let's go to the right server. Yeah, apparently the website crapped itself.
Oh yeah, it did.
Okay, so we don't have a map rotation. All lies. Okay, there we go. Now the map now the pick ban thing seems to be working, whereas before it just sat there and the timer timed out on bonks and they hadn't picked anything, and apparently it was just silly. Okay, done now.
It's like, imagine we need you to kick the system so that you can pick something.
Zath, your winners bracket final will be Resin and KSM.
Yeah.
Resin 2-0 over Epoxy. Look at that. I don't think I would have called that.
I would not expect it either. I kind of wish we would have caught that, but hey, it's the bracket. We signed up for things.
We signed up for what we signed up for. I'm actually there's a part of me now that wants to cast the winners bracket final because we haven't seen Resin at all. And I'm curious.
Right. I saw them last weekend and that was it.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm game. So far I'm looking at the results of the vote and they're pretty strong for winners bracket so far.
I'm waiting for mine to come up. I only have one vote on mine.
Oh.
We'll see.
So your viewers prefer the authoritarian regime. Just tell me what to do.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so in chat they're saying start winners, then look down, do that. I'm like, okay, all right, that's reasonable. We could do that. But right now the results, okay, there we go. Now they're starting to show up. Tied up on mine. It's got time.
Oh, wow.
It's got time. They'll figure it out. The poll's still got like 5 minutes to run.
And we still have plenty of time before we get started. Start time is scheduled at 17:30, which is 5:30 our time. 25 minutes, Raptor. 25 minutes. Do the song dance.
Okay.
I need to get like a monkey puppet or something that I can just. How are you doing today, Sam?
Or we need to get one of those little what's the little crank, little jack in the box? Or organ grinder. Organ grinder. That's what I'm calling. That's what I'm thinking of. Organ grinder.
So they said to check the ban history.
Well, Bonks literally got to do nothing the first time the ban thing ran.
Yeah. Right.
Like they just weren't able to do anything. So the whole thing timed out on them, and then it got restarted, and then 3X is like, what happened? We picked this map and then you banned it. And it's like, nobody picked anything. We weren't able to do anything.
Womp womp.
Yeah. And so now I think 3X is somebody's having to explain to them what happened. I don't know, whatever. We'll figure it out.
Oh boy.
Gaelic, I know I haven't been able to say Ocean Man. It's been terrible. Ocean Man. We haven't seen Jake. It's been very sad.
We haven't. Well, we might have on a different name. We just don't know it.
Fair enough. But I do miss Ocean Man. It's just something.
Room is up under Malarkey.
Okay, brilliant. Something about that name. Just, I feel you have to feel the urge to just shout it. Yep,
well, for me, I sing it, because there's the Ocean Man song.
Oh, there's a song? There's a song?
Yeah. I'll ask Big O to tell me what.
Oh, God.
Because he always requests it on my channel.
Okay.
Once you hear it, you won't get it out of your head. Just a fair warning.
Well, then send me the link and I'll watch it when the stream's over, not before.
Of course, yeah. We're not going to do it right now.
I'll watch it later. I'm not watching it right now. It's the last thing I need.
Lady Zath must... Oh, so funny story about that, Falcon. On my chat, we were talking about Lady Zath. And she says, he says, she must realize she's married to a celebrity. What's really funny about that statement is the first time that I brought her to a wargaming event... and she got to see me go up on the stage, and everybody knew who I was and stuff like that. And she went to me and she's like, "Wow, so people really do like you." And I'm like, "Wow, yeah."
Damn.
I mean, it's like I think in her mind, when I say I'm going to these different events, she's thinking there's like 10 people at it, and I'm sitting at a table. Like, so how you doing? Like one of those kind of meet and greet deals. She has no idea.
That's cold.
Very cold. Very cold.
That's cold.
When I played, I used to play Battlefield, Bad Company 2, and Battlefield 3 with a bunch of Xbox friends, and we flew to Honolulu, and I met one of my friends there. He picked us up at the airport, and my wife said, "Wow, the people you play with really are humans." Yes, honey. They speak. I love your reaction. It was great. He picked us up. He took us all over the place. We put 150 miles on his truck in one day, just running around Oahu. Took us on Pearl Harbor Base. Got to see bullet holes and things, and oh my God, it was great.
I love your wife. I've met your wife. She's amazing. This makes me angry. Right? And now, go ahead.
It's just not understanding things, and that's why when we came to hang out with you, we wanted to go to the wargaming office, and I got to show her around. She did the tour, and for me, like you, I'd already been there, but
I sort of, it's hard for me to sympathize, but I'm in a unique situation. I met my wife on the internet in the mid 1990s. So the notion that the people you speak to aren't people is not even remotely possible in this house. That's how we met, right? So and we're both gamers, and we both are a part of different online gaming communities or offline gaming communities. And so it's just unthinkable that sort of thing would even be a question, right? But there's a part of me that can sort of sympathize a little bit, because I remember, again, back in those self-same 1990s, having to explain to my parents how I met my wife, and they were like,
"You did what, son?
We don't get it." And I was like, it's never mind. Yeah. Okay, so I don't know about you, Zath. My poll just ended, and it was winner bracket. How about you?
Oh yeah, 14 votes winners bracket, 1 vote for each of the losers brackets.
Yeah, I think I've got 19 winners plus, I don't know, I didn't see what was in I didn't even look at the results for the losers. I'm actually curious now. It was, final vote was 19-4. So yeah. All right. I'm going to go and just sign up for the winners bracket then. Be done with it.
Yeah, I'm doing it for us. Don't worry.
Oh,
Ha! Too slow.
you just stole my fun, big meanie. You big meanie.
Yeah. Speaking on the subject of real people and all that kind of stuff, I do want to mention Wargaming does do events. They do get-togethers and gatherings, player gatherings. Y'all, if you're listening to this, if there's a player gathering near you that's convenient that you can go to, do it. It is some of the most fun you can have when you meet people who are on the other side of the keyboard and realize that they're not exactly what you think they are. You know, it's so nice to make these connections with people, and me as a streamer, you know, I love doing it. I enjoy, you know, being able to meet viewers. One of my favorite ones was somebody said, "I sent you the best game I ever had, and you tore the blank out of it."
You told me how crappy I was.
and he said though. He said it was so helpful because I was ready for him to be like, you know, you are such an a-hole and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, you made me realize I have so much more to learn in this game. I thought I'd mastered it. And you pointed all these things out. And it was such a great experience being able to talk with him. It helps put your mind into the perspective of other people, other players.
Yeah.
There's people there. There's father, daughter. There's husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend. There's all these different types of relationships, the whole gambit. And everybody's there because of the same thing. Their love and passion for this game and naval history. And when you get to go to these meetups and they're on museum ships and stuff, I mean, you geek the hell out. Like, seriously.
First of all, I agree with everything you just said. I have a theory. Okay. Right? Okay. You might know that on my YouTube channel, I do these. I do my little quarterly review videos where we look at the game's population, kind of good, bad, how are things going. Here on NA, the population has been on the downslope for a spell, right? Quite a while now.
Yes.
And I personally believe, it is my belief, I have no actual evidence to back this up, but I believe that one of the reasons for that is the end of Anchors Away events, right?
Oh, yes. I would agree.
The entire 2020 tour was canceled for obvious reasons, right? But once the museums were open again and things started opening up again, the events did not restart and still haven't restarted, right? There was a sort of half-hearted kind of attempt last year to do some stuff. They ran the one on Hornet that I was at, and then they ran the one on Lexington. I think you came down for that in April.
Yep, we were there. Yep.
And so... but they've really never done another one after that. And those two events were not even comparable to what had been done in the past, right? They were like fractionally as impactful in terms of interaction and discussion and conversations and so on and so forth. So I genuinely believe that those events were a huge boon to building and maintaining the community of players we have on NA, and that losing them has been at least partially responsible for the population decline that we've had on the server since. Might only be a small portion, but I believe it's a factor.
Well, and this is one of the things that I think is difficult. There are different levels of engagement of players. You and I would say we are considered extremely engaged, right? At CCs,
probably
tournaments.
Sadly,
you know, me, I'm also in the coordinator, super test coordinator program. So I mean, for me, like, you know, maybe more so, I don't know, but I've always considered myself to be one of those like super engaged, hardcore, hooked, you know, whatever players. I've been playing this game since closed alpha for 10 years, for God's sake. So, you know, I think one of the hard things for them is how do you keep those players coming back? How do you keep those players invested in the game to want to continue to, you know, teach other people how to play, to you know, help others grow, to convince their friends, hey, come on in, let's play this game instead of that game or whatever. And I think that's almost a meta shift too in the gaming industry. It feels like there's some change to that, and now it's not so much the longtime players, because those players will always come back. It's now the new players that we always gravitate towards, and let's get them into it, and whatever. But I agree with you. It'd be nice to get more events with players together, and more chances for people to just mingle. You and I are both good friends with Karmatica, who used to be the social media manager for Wargaming. And one of the things that she's very much involved in now is Star Citizen. Whether you like the game or not, she's been very involved in it. And then they've started doing this Bar Citizen, where they will literally go to a bar, like have a meetup and stuff like that in various cities. Just, hey, we're gonna go on this day. Let's just go out and hang out.
Let's just go and hang out. Yeah. Let's just we all enjoy this thing. This thing connects us. But that's just one. When you start to meet and talk to people, you invariably find other things that connect you. Oh, I went to this cool. Oh, hey, my cousin went there. Or what? You find a million things. This is not to get political, but this is what I always mean when I talk to people about. Invariably, when you talk to somebody who votes differently than you find that you have a whole lot in common all the time, right? They're just people like you with families and friends and jobs and goals and dreams and bills and at the same. So it's no different in gaming, right? It's no different in gaming.
Oh, yeah.
And it's fun. It's fun to make those connections and meet people like that.
Right. Absolutely. And I mean, I think back to the start of the pandemic, and me streaming, and so many other people streaming and being connected online and stuff.
Yeah,
I mean,
that was the thing.
I really feel like we had a good opportunity there to grow that into something. And I think as a group, we all just kind of said, now we're going to go back to what we used to do.
Yeah.
And it's not working like it used to.
Yeah.
But I really do think we need more of these different things where we can just hang out. Who is it that does a lot of those YouTube videos? God, that's fun to watch. I'm trying to think back to, he did a great one on the days after Pearl Harbor, and rebuilding, refloating some of the ships and all that.
It's not Drock, is it?
Yes, Drachenfeld.
Drachenfeld. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, he did a thing. He flew to the United States, and he went to New Jersey and a few other places, and he just basically told his viewers, he said, hey, I'm going to be here if anybody wants to meet up. And a bunch of people came. Kappa Fodder did that over on the Kid.
I remember.
Right?
Well, Kappa organized a specific event, right, that was meant to be both a, hey, let's get together and hang out because we enjoy boats, but also, hey, let's raise some money for the ship because this is a good cause, right? He had become good friends with, what was Tim's official title at the time? Might have been the museum director, right, at the time.
Yeah.
And it was a great event. We had a good time. It was a lot of fun. They're still dealing with whatever was holding up the pick ban system. At this point, well, there's only 2 games left, right? It's this one and one other one.
Yes. So it's this one, and then it's the Resin and Elser. Or sorry, Elser Stonk.
So at this point, I guess we just ride this out and see what happens.
Well,
I don't know what else to do. Because they're still talking. I'm watching people pop in and out of this voice channel on Discord, right? So you can see that conversations remain ongoing.
Yep. I'm asking if ELSR and Stonk will start early, because if they do, my vote would be just swap over to them, because we might be able to come back and grab this.
Yeah, if this goes an extra game or something, we might be able to sneak in one more. Yeah. It's a shame I had high hopes. I had high hopes for this stuff starting a little sooner.
I'm still fine.
Yeah, it is what it is. I'm fine to sit here.
No, I mean, over the years, like my wife has gotten more amenable to the idea of the schedule and how it works,
Yeah,
and
it's fluid.
delays and that sort of
It's
thing.
just
So
fluid,
yeah,
right? The schedule is gonna be what the schedule ends up being, and there's only so much impact. As the caster, we have no impact, right? Like we're
yep,
just not ever gonna be
yep,
the thing that drives the schedule. The
yep.
tournament organizers have enough
I'm
on their plate without babysitting us.
I'm going to abandon that game for a minute, and
Go
I'm
ahead.
going to go to the ELSR game, and I want to see what's going on there.
Sure, go have a look.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's unfortunate that we're just kind of at the point of the day where there's not much. If this was a busy time, we'd just call an audible and go find another game. But this late in the day, there's
Yeah.
only so many choices. There's only really one other option we have.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, I see. So, trying to. Okay. You're saying no, they will not start early.
Okay, so bottom of the hour is the start time then.
Yes. I'm being corrected that some places have had bar citizen for a long time. But anyway,
Well, fair enough, but it is the point remains that it is an awesome thing to do to help
mhm,
build your community, right? Especially
absolutely.
especially in online gaming where
Mhm,
um you don't inherently spend time with actual humans. One of the things that I love about tabletop communities is that's I know these people, right? That I see them. I sit across the table from them. We trade cards, we trade stories, we trade, one of the guys last weekend, I've been trying to round up some people to come down and do some more streaming in the studio, do some more Star Wars Unlimited or whatever. And one of the guys was like,
mhm.
"Man, I'd love to, but I can't. I got to take my eldest daughter to college." And I was like, "Dude, that's got to be like an emotional like gut punch." He goes, "You have no idea." He goes,
Mhm.
"This is the hardest thing I've ever dealt with." Right? As an example,
Yeah,
right? You just, that's the
right.
kind of story you don't necessarily always get um otherwise, right? So it's
Mhm.
nice. It's nice.
Okay, do you know what's going on with the other?
With ELSR,
With yours, with the one you're in right now, Bonks and
right
and
now,
3X. Are
I
they
I
talking at all, or?
so I just saw there's still people bouncing around talking in voice channels. That's what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah. Okay. Um. Oh, hold on a second. Can you get in here? They're about to start the other one. Do you want to just jump into Ulster and Stonk, or do you want to wait? You got it like 30 seconds to decide, probably.
By the time I get over there, I won't even have time to get everything set up at this point. I'd
Oh,
say
it's
no.
okay. We can do it on the fly if you want. I mean, it's up to you.
No. I'm just
No?
no. I'd say just stay here.
Okay. I will leave that room then.
They've been at this for so long, they have to be close to solving something, right? It's been 20 minutes of them talking at this point.
Welcome to the world of rules, lawyering, and people. Look at that. Now they've got two. They got one from each.
Yeah, I know.
They got
They've
two
been
representatives from each team.
it's been that way. It's been that way for a minute. And what's happening is you'll see the refs you'll see one ref go into each room. They'll talk for a minute. Then the refs will get together. They'll like leave, which I assume that means they're going to like the referee channel to talk to each other. And then and I'm kind of like, ugh.
That's why I was saying we could have gone to the other game and probably gotten through at least one before this one even starts.
Yes, correct, Mythic. It was Tim. Yeah.
All right. Well, too late. They already started, so we can chill.
Well, sorry.
That's okay.
Well, I
It's
can
all
tell
right.
you're not happy.
No, it's just the same thing happened to Put In Me
Did this happen on EU
last weekend.
or just on
It
A?
happened on EU at the end of EU. We had one team that was fighting with another, and we were signed. I said, Putin, we're getting out of here. And he's like, hell yeah, we are.
Okay.
And we finished ours, and they still hadn't started. We were doing NA, and they had finally finished their game after 1 or 2 rounds of NA. So, chat, prepare yourselves, brace yourself, get your sword out. This is what you might be coming up.
Well, I'll tell you what. If for some reason they're not ready to go by the time game 2 starts over there, we'll just hop over and do game 2. And just I'm not going to wait any longer than that.
Okay, that sounds good.
Part of me, you know, when you have rules disputes, right, in these kinds of situations, I'm used to dealing. I've never done it well, I'll say never. I generally have not dealt with it much in an online event, right? Back when I was doing admin stuff for the tournament, it wasn't nearly as right, as we see these days. But I've seen some pretty impressive disputes in tabletop tournaments. And generally, at the end of the day, it comes down to somebody has to make a call. You're not going to make a call that everyone agrees with. Make a call and get on with it, right? I mean, that's just kind of my thing, right?
You got a problem with it? Fine, bye, see ya. I
mean, yeah, you know, it's kind of like, you know, we're not going to make everybody happy. It's not possible. So, this is the call. This is what we're doing.
All right, well, people are still getting their COTS drops at least, so there you go.
Hey, I'll take it, baby. I'll take it. At the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, that's what's really important. We're here to make sure that you get your free loot.
Absolutely. Yes, and
what?
Nothing. I was gonna go somewhere. I'm like, you know, I better.
Aww. You stopped yourself from saying something controversial.
You make that sound like it's a huge accomplishment for me. What is that supposed to mean?
It's not, because I've seen the crap you typed to me, so I know what's actually going on up here sometimes that doesn't come out of mouth.
I still love when we were doing our Civ stream. And what was it we were talking? Oh, I think it was about Mass Effect, and I'm like, yeah, you can tell your followers, Ashley and Caden or whatever, you can just tell them to go into this lava, and they just happily walk over and then die and then come back up and come back to you. And I just kept saying how you just keep doing it and sending them to their death.
Yes, but why?
That's fun. Why not? It's funny.
You're weird. You like to torture your video game characters? You're weird.
They don't have feelings. It's okay.
They're not real people, Zath. It's fine.
Right, they're not real people.
They're not real people. Oh my God.
One of my favorite playthroughs of Mass Effect is when I went through and just did full renegade femshep. Like, just... I called her Megabitch.
Megabitch, yeah.
And just...
This would be entertaining.
You don't deserve to live.
Now I want to do this. I've never actually finished the game, which I've said before. I would love to do that. That'd be funny as hell.
I've played Mass Effect, the whole series, 7 times.
All the way through. All three of them.
All the way through it.
Wow.
All the way through it.
Okay.
So I did. My first was full Paragon. That was Jean-Luc Shepard. I can understand why, right?
Oh yeah.
Picard would be a Paragon. Come on,
yes.
Right? And then I tried to do a neutral middle of the road, and that was so boring because I couldn't do any of the fun stuff. I did Megabitch, and then I thought, okay, well, let's try some other things. And I said, okay, let's do like the best possible prep for Mass Effect. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do all the right choices for Mass Effect 3. And then I said, I'm gonna do a fail, like the epic fail Shep. His name literally was Fail Shep, and everything he could do to fail, he did.
That's
Now,
hilarious.
you said you've played some
Yes.
of Mass Effect.
Yes.
How much have you played? How far?
If I had to guess, I would say probably I got through at least 65 or 70% of it.
Of Mass Effect 1.
Of Mass Effect 1. I've never touched 2 or 3 ever.
Okay. So in 2 and 3, you have the ability, depending on choices you make.
Yeah.
I don't want to go beyond that to spoil it.
That's fine.
To impact the survivability of your teammates, your squad mates.
Yeah.
So Fail Shep literally did everything possible
to get his
all
teammates
of
killed.
His teammates died. Like purposely, like I'm on the final mission and it goes to a cutscene of so and so dying, a cutscene of so and so dying, and I'm like, oh, that's terrible. And in Mass Effect 2, Shepard can even die.
Oh, wow.
You can fail the final mission.
Okay.
Which is hilarious, by the way.
Okay.
So, I did that, and then I come into Mass Effect 3 and find out, that it
None of that
mattered, kind
matters.
of didn't. Oh,
Okay.
look, they're all together now.
Yes, I'm noticing.
And then we go to I needed some other ideas. I was watching Batman one day, and I said, hey, Two-Face looks kind of fun.
This is my favorite one.
So
this is my favorite.
I pulled out a quarter, and every time I had to make a decision, I just flipped a coin. Like literally flipped a coin. Heads was Paragon, tails was Renegade, and that's what I did. I just flipped a coin every time. There was one moment where my coin landed underneath my couch, and I wasted 25 minutes trying to find that damn coin because I couldn't move on in the game until I found the damn coin.
Just like in the movies.
Just like in the movies. But you know what? I really understand Two-Face now. I understand because it wasn't his choice to do anything. It wasn't my choice to do anything for Shepard. It was the coin that decided.
Well, and it's that weird, thing where it's like you absolve yourself of all responsibility because you aren't actually making a choice. You're just flipping a coin. And so you're so emotionally detached from what you're doing. You're just like, I don't care. Whatever. What does the coin say?
Yep.
Coin says do it. Great. Awesome.
Yep.
Oh,
absolutely. Absolutely. I'm going to the other training room, by the way.
Go right ahead. Keep an eye on that. If they get back, in there, just I'm coming to you. I can't believe they're still talking about this. Why do we have to spend a half hour talking about because the website broke? Like, give me a break.
Probably somebody was locked out for making their choices, and therefore they're upset because they couldn't do it.
Whatever. Anyway, go on over there. Sit there. I'll sit here for a spell.
Yeah.
If they come back in the training room, I'll have at least 5 minutes. We'll get it set up.
Yep. The other one that I had was back and forth Shepard. Like literally, one choice was Paragon, one was Renegade, one was Paragon, one was.
Do you have like a mod that spoils it for you that tells you which is which? So you always choose Renegade or always choose Paragon?
No. So when you're playing, you've got the choice between blue for Paragon and red for Renegade usually.
And they show up that way, like they're colored, so you can see. I didn't know. I don't remember that.
Yeah, well, that's something in 2 and 3. They don't do that in 1. In
yeah,
one,
I was gonna say in 1, I don't remember that.
Yeah, little pop up or whatever.
It tells you after you've made the choice if you earned points one way or another, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that I remember.
So I am told that their game will be ending shortly. So if you want to just get out of there, come on over.
That's what I'm doing.
Want to see this thing.
No, that's what I'm doing.
Moving at all.
Nope, that's what I'm doing. Okay, coming to you. All right, I'm here. Let's see. We're gonna have ELSR and Stonk. We're gonna be one for somebody. We don't know which. I've just pulled up their voting stuff. I have a map rotation and all that stuff if you want it.
I got it too. No worries. Thank
Okay,
you.
that's fine. I was just offering.
I appreciate you.
We just we'll have to find out who won game 1, and then we'll go from there. All right, so let's put these bands in. Bands are yes. Yep.
I mean, it could be a lot worse. Like the first day of EU, we had a forfeit because they couldn't get enough people set up on the press accounts. Remember, like you said, oh crap, I forgot, I have to do my press account.
Yeah.
Well, there were people that didn't do their press accounts and never logged in, and they.
Well, I
get
mean,
it.
I had not done one, but it's not hard to log into your press account, right? And just be like,
You would think.
yeah.
So we ended up having a forfeit and whatever. So
Okay, I'm here. Everything is set. So for now, guys, we're gonna be going into game 2 of ELSR and Stonk. We're waiting on game
Right.
1 to finish. It should be done. You said soonish. We'll figure it out.
yeah,
We're probably gonna have chance to cast the whole one the way they're going, is what I'm guessing. I don't know. What
I think so. So if you were excited about 3x and 3xWD and bonks, don't worry, it's coming.
I suspect we'll be able to go back there when the time comes. But for now, we are here waiting on ELSR and Stonk to come back into the room, let us know who won game 1, get prepped for game 2, and get on with it. I apologize for not just going over here earlier.
All right. I mean, you literally had 10 seconds to make a quick decision. So
my chat says Mass Effect playthrough stream when, and I'm kind of like, man, it's been on my radar for like 5 years. I don't even know where to start. Right.
The hardest part about doing a Mass Effect playthrough stream is if you don't follow the story, you're less interested. So if you miss a piece of it, you're not coming back.
But how do you know if you've missed a piece? You don't even know if you've missed a piece, do you?
No, I'm talking about from a viewer's perspective. If they miss a day of your streaming, if they miss an hour of it, they come back and they're like, "Oh, you're already past this part."
Okay,
I wanted to see you do this.
Fair, but let's be honest for a minute. This game is like 20 years old. The story should be like well known at this point. I would tell people no spoilers or whatever, but like if you're coming in because you want to see me react to something that is coming, great. But if I'm not, if you're not there, it'll be in my VODs. Like, you just go watch it.
That is also very true. That is also very true. ELSR won game 1.
So I see. Okay. That tells me what I need to know. Awesome. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So game 2 shortly. And it looks like, I don't know what they're doing over there. All of the player reps have now left the voice channel in the other game, in the other thing. But I don't have any idea what that signifies.
Well, the fact that I see 3 refs
still sitting there
in there,
yeah,
tells me that they're talking through everything still.
They're talking through something.
And I mean, regardless of what the decision is,
they also
still have to give the teams time to ready
I know.
up. And
they still haven't started the actual voting yet either. I'm keeping an eye on that. So yeah.
So whatever. We are here now.
Here we are.
We'll be bringing you weebs versus memes. I don't know.
Weebs versus not weebs? I don't know. Stonk does not feel like weebs to me.
No, you've got an anime girl on one side for that avatar, and then the other team logo is literally the Stonk meme. So it's weebs or memes. Which side are you on? I guess you're on side meme automatically since you're not a weeb.
Sure, that's my answer.
I've been live for 10 hours and 5 minutes. I'm tired. I should probably text the wife.
My chat says it's like watching Monday Night Football when the lights go out. Where are the games? I'm like, well, in fairness, I probably cost you one that you should have seen. So I will own that. The rest, I'm not owning that.
Right, just checking on some things over here.
What? I love how even the streamers that have been hanging out in the other room are all over here now too. They're like, we're done waiting for this garbage. It's like,
Yeah, what's the point?
it's
Grey
like this
Ghost
game's
is in
never
here
gonna
now.
happen. Like,
Speaking of memes, it's like
Oh,
the
man.
what was like this the Soviet man meme, just standing around waiting
yes,
on the swing sets at the table, pool,
in the empty pool.
right? Like just
While the sad na 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 na, like the violin plays.
yes.
I mean,
All right.
I mean, it's not their problem to solve over here. So, like, I wouldn't expect them to know anything. I'm not asking you guys for an update.
All right, well. Here we go. Soon? DM?
Soon, hashtags confused screaming? I don't know. Supposedly. Yeah.
At least we get to cut this gap out on YouTube. What?
Yeah, I know, right?
What were you gonna say?
Oh, my chat's like, how many more games tonight? I'm telling him, at least this one. No idea if the other one is even ever going to start. Like, just
One
no...
plus question mark.
Yeah, 1+. And I guess that's the other fun thing. This game's going to happen, so, which is happening now, which is great. And then when this game is done happening, everyone's going to be like, so, fellas, what are we doing? All right, Zath, let's get into this, shall we?
I mean, it's kind of why we're here.
Kind of why it's kind of while we're here after a very long delay, isn't it? All right. We're back on Trap. I'm looking forward to this. This will be good.
Yeah.
All right, Zath, as penance for me sucking and not telling us to cast game 1 of this match, why don't you start us off here with the LSR lineup?
All right. Well, ESL won game 1, and with them is Triarch. That's Kuznetsov. Now, his talents don't proc in training room competitive environments, but of course, you do have the buff to preventative maintenance from that. So that's a good choice. Quincy saying, I can win this game with 2 fewer flags than everybody else. In a Shimakaze torpedo spec without unique upgrade, though. Whoa, that's kind of weird, actually, now that I look at it. He takes the torpedo slot 6, but
Not
nothing
the
else.
skill. Yeah, curious.
Yeah. He wants Dazzle instead. Okay. There's a Marseille. That's Perseus with Henri doing Marseille things. Nanase in a secondary built Napoli, which we saw earlier today, which is fun. We have Yasa Isa in a Stalingrad range, also saying, Quincy, I'll match you with that 2 fewer flags. And then we've got behind them an Ohio with Halsey or Doe and all the usual spotter or sniper things. And then there's a Christopher Colombo with unique upgrade. Rin in a Marseille.
That's everybody.
Typical Marseille stuff. Is that everybody?
That's
I
everybody.
lost track.
Oh, there might be one more
And-
Marseille. Yeah, Luger's Marseille.
Yeah. Yeah, and Rin is missing, by the way, Honoré or Abanu. So that's interesting. And then
Okay.
there's Luger, who also chose, I don't need those buffed skills. I don't care. All right, go.
All right. In the red, we have Stonk. Cobra Z42 boldly charging into the B cap here. So we were having that conversation earlier about whether Z42 was viable in this format. We've got
that's
Shadow
true.
Wolf's Daring kind of playing off to his port side stern flank there, hanging out in the gap between A and B. Whole rest of the Sonk team headed towards the top right corner of the map. Mr. Bean's Napoli swinging through the gap here, looking like he's going to head in towards the middle of B. He's running a secondary build. Shimakaze, that's Julio over here, going to be stepping, probably playing forward to this island, doing some spotting, might contribute to the decap in a moment. Full torpedo build there. Unique upgrade as well. Head of the column, Zulu's Napoli, playing all the way back on the 9 line. He is a secondary build. Backed up by Cakeman's St. Vincent. Fairly standard survivability. Tangerine's Howden Liu. Fancy captain with his improved focus fire and unique upgrade. Diving Harrier's Napoli, again with the secondary and main battery range. All of that holding in the back, Zekel's Montana with a very much a survivability build. A little bit of quick scope action there with the turret traverse.
And that might come in handy as he's probably looking at the Stalingrad. He is. Quick cap for ELSR, of course, with a Delny. They can just yeet themselves there. But take a look at A, Raptor. Nothing. And Quincy is in there. It's just like sailing around like, where is everybody?
No, it's very clear that Stonk has taken a page out of, what was it, the JFK book we saw on this map earlier. You know, they're going super heavy for this top right kind of J-hook push. I'll be curious to see what they get out of it. Julio is going to be wandering, interacting with these Delny torpedoes a little quicker than he might like. In fact, he's going to slow. Oh, they didn't quite have the range. Mr. Bean getting kicked in the teeth early, forced back around behind the island.
I'm not sure why he put his nose through that channel at the start, but
I don't know, but that's what he did. And very little board control at the moment for Stonk. Down 30 points, falling behind because at the moment we've got a little bit of cap advantage working for ELSR.
I do like how Stonk's Z42 though is keeping NSA spotted. And if you look at it, he's at the nearly extreme edge of his hydro range. So he's keeping him spotted, but not so close that he can't really evade if he needs to, if NSA comes out or whatever.
Now the hydro's expiring, right? The hydro's going to be going out here in a few seconds, 15 more. As I think ELSR is discerning that there is just nothing opposing them on the south corner, from the south side of the map. This is a different tack than what we saw JFK take earlier, right? They put 3 ships down here, kind of, in this area to kind of hold the line and keep this from happening. And Stonk taking a very different decision, and I suspect in the end they're going to regret that decision. Stalingrad radar coming up now in the middle of the board, looking for Cobra.
I gotta say it's The issue with what Stonk is doing is if they allow ELSR to wrap around. Ooh, big hit there on the 42.
Cristoforo Colombo comes in, and just like that, Cobra's HP is gone. Absolutely annihilated here. And there
Cobra
he goes.
Was indeed taken.
One single radar is all it takes for the Z42 to get hammered into oblivion.
Yeesh. So, well, Julio Guapo is going to work his way into C at least, so they can try to, I don't know, get a cap and start taking up some points at least. But
well, it's going to be interesting to watch, right? Because ELSR is basically giving ground now at sea, realizing where the overwhelming majority of the firepower and the force is. They're like, okay, don't hang out, let them have it. It's fine. We've got a ship lead. But now, what I'm wondering, right? You've got all of this ELSR firepower right concentrated in the center of the board, like. It's going to be almost impossible for Stonk to break into the B cap anytime soon, if ever.
Yep.
And that means I feel like we're going to be looking at a fairly static game, kind of like where you've kind of got this, what's going to end up with kind of, a line through the middle of the board where you've got, ELSR and then Stonk trying to break their way in, and it's going to be tough.
Oh, right now it looks like a check mark more than a line.
Yeah, but eventually they're going to get around to it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, ELSR looking very strong in this game.
100%.
Remember, they're up 1, so it might be a 2-0 sweep for them.
Zulu getting dunked by the Ohio AP right there.
Yep, caught that.
Smoke not available as he DCPs, but he's still lit. I'm waiting for the follow-up Ohio salvo. There has to be. Here it comes.
There it is.
It's like there has to be one coming soon. There we go. Napoli's armor held up better to that one.
Yeah. But Zulu's in a real bad spot because by pulling forward, he is now giving broadside to Nanase's Napoli.
Indeed.
And the Marseille, too. Here comes the Marseille salvo. Nope.
And now he basically, rather than try to reverse, he basically has to just push W and hope he doesn't get slapped out of existence. But I think he's going to... I was going to say, we both believe he's about to get slapped out of existence, and that's exactly what occurred.
Ooh, Mr. Bean takes a big hit in the Napoli as well.
Yeah, it's a 2-ship lead for ELSR, but it's going to be more soon. Stonk really struggling. They pushed hard to get this corner of the map. Well, they've got it, but now they're kind of pinned into it with very, very few places to run.
Stalingrad does go down. That's Ayase. I believe Ayase is the caller for ELSR. At least it used to be.
He's got the CC camo on that ship, Zaf.
Does he?
Two more big kills for ELSR puts them up 3 ships. Feel like this game's going to be over in very, very soon.
Yes, absolutely. Although St. Vincent with a broadside on Ohio, not much.
Yeah, neither ship really taking serious damage there. Surprising.
I was looking for a white bar, guys. Where'd it go?
There it was.
There's the white bar.
There it was. Cake Man just got dunked by what had to have been Marseille AP. Another big salvo coming in.
Actually, I think that was
it Napoli?
Colombo.
Okay.
I think it was the Colombo.
No, it came.
Shells.
You think so? I thought it came in. It looked like a bunch of AP shells came in from his starboard side. I thought that was what it was. You're saying it was AP to the face? I mean, SAP to the face?
I think so.
Interesting.
I think so. But either way, he's hurt.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's turning into this salvo. That may be the end of him, and it is.
Wow.
They're going to lose to Nawe, I think, here in a moment. But in the end, it's really not going to do any. It's not going to make a difference. ELSR has pretty much got this in the bag at this stage. Stonk kind of herded themselves into this corner of the map, and the ELSR forces that swung through A did not slow down really all that long. And now they were just like, nope, you're going to have that corner of the map. We're just going to bottle you up there. No big deal.
Yep. Tangerine's now next one to get yeeted out, I think.
Yep, he'll be out here in a moment.
Oh, Shadow Wolf's daring.
Smashed.
Oh.
Agent Tangerine's smashed.
If I were to title this game, it would be Hulk Smash.
Yeah,
literally.
There's a lot of smashing going on by the green here. Like the green is smashing a lot of things.
You get the feeling ELSR has something to prove at this point.
I don't know if it's something to prove, but they certainly feels like they've got a bit of a playing with a bit of a chip on their shoulder. At least they certainly got that vibe to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, they're looking very good. We will see them tomorrow, continuing in the losers bracket.
Yep.
They might make their way to the final.
I say at some point, I think we're going to run into them again tomorrow in the losers bracket if they're going to keep looking this good.
Well, Diving Harrier will soon become a Sinking Harrier, and that will be the end of the game.
And that's that. Wow. That was definitive.
One and done.
Yeah. Well, I mean, technically it's 2 and done, right? That was technically game 2.
Yeah.
Well,
all right, let's go.
Solid win for LSR. There you go.
I'm going to set them as winner, and then I'm going to run to the other training room just in case.
They haven't even done map picks yet. I wouldn't be in a big rush. It literally just got marked as... Wait, it's marked as completed? What is happening here?
All right, let's find out, guys.
Apparently... Apparently, they marked Bonks as like a forfeit or something. Yeah.
They did.
They awarded Bonks a forfeit. Well, no more games today, boys. No more games today.
Oh,
What in the actual hell happened over there? How do you get that far in the event? I just, part of me wants to know, Zath, and part of me doesn't want to know. Part of me doesn't want to know. Like, that's just mind-blowing.
yeah. I asked what's going on. I've been told. Long story, and we'll just leave it at that. It's okay. It's okay.
I'm staying out of it. So that's it, guys.
Staying out of it.
Last game of the day. There is nothing else for us to show you today. That's it. What a mess.
And oh my god. Okay. All right. I'll yeah.
Yep, feels bad to kind of end the stream on a low note, but the good news is we know we'll be starting tomorrow in the winners bracket with what should be a very, very good match. So that's going to be good.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So tomorrow we will begin with Resin KSM. After that is done, we will pick up any game 3, anything left over in round 3, and then move on to round 4.
Pick up whatever we can after that.
And then we will go to the losers bracket final.
Because remember, the winners bracket final is a best of 5, so it could potentially, like, anything in that first losers bracket round tomorrow, Epoxy, JFK, all of that, we probably won't see any of those games at all.
Yeah.
So, interesting.
Yep. Yep. I know. Wild.
It's friggin' wild. All right. Well, listen. I think I'm done. What do you got?
Well, I normally stop at 6.
Well,
it's about 6.
You're there. It's time.
You know how much I care about trying to get people their drops and stuff. So
yep.
What I'm probably going to do, and hopefully this doesn't piss anybody off, but what I'm probably going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and go to the outro screen and let it ride for a little bit. I saw some people recently in chat saying that they were some odd percent, 78% through their drop. I'd really love to get them their drop if possible.
Okay.
So I'll say this if you don't mind me saying it for both of our streams. If you need to get your drop still, get your butt over here. I'll just leave it on the outro for a little bit.
Okay.
I don't know how long. We'll find out how that goes. And if you don't get your drop, I'm sorry, but at least we can try. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
Guys, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I'm just saying, okay. Sounds good.
Tomorrow, people have been asking me, and yes, I will be casting EU tomorrow.
Sucker!
And then I will be casting NA tomorrow as well. EU only has 2 matches to do, which means there will be likely a large gap before NA. I will say this. Are we still on, Raptor?
Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't we be on?
Okay. For what we were talking about yesterday.
Oh,
You're
yeah,
still thinking of trying
no,
it.
I need to spend a little time getting that organized tonight. But yes, I'm going to work on that tonight and get that set up. So, Zath and I were talking last night, and tomorrow there's a huge gap between NA and EU start times. Today the gap was relatively small. Tomorrow it's like 2 hours. We are going to attempt to fill some of that gap with a look at some old King of the Sea games, some of our favorites from years gone by that we think you guys will enjoy because they were really good games, and they're from a very, very different era of World of Warships. All NA games, we're not going to show you international stuff, all NA games, some teams and some names you might still recognize. So we're planning on filling in some of the gap tomorrow doing that. So I'll be starting a little earlier than usual tomorrow. Our official start time remains 2 p.m. Eastern because that's when games are supposed to start. But I suspect we're probably going to be online about an hour or so in advance of that to kind of mess around. Yes?
That works for me. I'd rather you all have something to look at and enjoy than a be right back screen or coming soon screen with a timer on.
Bingo.
So I wanted to get that out there because I know many of you who have been watching, and thank you so much for sticking around and everything.
Yes.
Many of you watching are probably saying, okay, I will be here for NA tomorrow. but I want you to know there's something that we're planning for earlier than that. So if you can, come on over early.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun.
Yep. We should be
Okay.
online. Should be online a little early. It'll be good times.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, Zath, if you're going to hang out for a little while, I'll go ahead and raid into you, and they can hang on your channel for a bit. Anybody still trying to work on their drops on my channel, have no fear. I will be going offline, but I'll be sending you over to Zath. He's going to hang out for a spell, a little while on his outro screen. There won't be any fancy content to watch, but you can still maybe get your drop to tick up and hopefully finish up, okay?
Yeah. The big thing is I need to go check in with the wife. So
Yes, do
I'm
that.
Gonna go outro and
Yep.
check with the wife and all
Do
that.
that.
So.
Do that.
Okay.
And guys, appreciate you. Thanks for being here. And we will see you tomorrow.
Yes, we will finish NA tomorrow. Let's do it.
We will
And continue.
indeed. All right. I'll catch you guys later. Peace.